Hello.
Good afternoon / evening / morning.
What is up, everybody? I've been having a slow day today, so I'm a little bit, tired still,
Ooh.
but it's good to see you all. What's up, Pujet? What's up, Chai? Chai, I have not seen you since a long time ago. You went to college and graduated. Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's cool.
I don't think it's been that long since I've seen you. That you would have done all of that in that interim time. But congrats on your graduation. Yeah. Well, we started doing GDQ stuff. I didn't do this year at all, but Marble did.
Offered moral support. I
offered a very, very small amount of moral support. Really not that much of that either. I'm going to be honest with everyone. Yeah. But I did play test the levels, and that's actually bigger than it sounds because we were only able to get 5 play tests total.
I say 5. It was more like, I mean, if you include the ones at GDQ, it was 7 or 8, maybe 9. But those ones are in the last week, and I couldn't really make any changes from them.
That's still not very many.
It's still not very many, yeah.
Yeah. Well, especially for something where it's sort of this new sort of format. It's a little bit unexplored and unproven. But all right, let's see. Do you all have game audio? It looks like you do. And then the weird overlay went away, so we're good. Okay, so we are back in the levels. We are here in the versus level.
Third level that you shouldn't be looking at right now.
But yeah, we hadn't made it here yet, so this is technically spoilers.
No spoilers.
So let's go. It was here, Trolls and Tribulations, right?
I believe
yes.
We only got up to the invisible.
The end. Yeah, the invisible stage.
So the
that.
The conversation that we had off stream about the dev exit is you could absolutely have done a dev exit from here. You have pipes left, right? Pipe entries?
Yes.
Yeah. And I believe somewhere like up here is fully invisible. Is that correct?
Are we really gonna make the level better than it was at GDQ? Like,
true. I just want to think about it theoretically, right? Because you have, you know.
Yeah, I know.
If I borrow a sprite, I'm not going to end up using that, but like just to put a bomb in a block. Right? You put this right off screen.
You do kind of have breakable blocks all over the screen.
Yeah.
Sure.
You would need to put a note block somewhere going up, so it's a little not great, but
I think I did briefly consider this possibility, and I can't. You would need the note block in that column there.
I think you can delete one of these, and it's still a scroll stop. And none of that's visible anyway.
That's true, actually. No, you're right. I could.
So you could put a note block.
Did the bombs coming out of note blocks go left or right? Winged bombs.
They go. They'll always go right, but you could have a winged bomb that also has a parachute and hits a spring, and then
I think it doesn't have to hit a spring. I think if just literally having a parachute makes it go left is a thing.
I think it does have. You could also make it hit a spring if you.
No, actually, test this, Janine. I vaguely. It's for power ups. I think that's true. For the no, it still goes. Never mind.
That being said, ahead.
You can do that if you're smart about it.
Anyway, probably putting the dev exit in the opening room would have been much easier.
Yeah, there was the second reason I didn't want to do that was because I wanted people to play the levels. I wanted it to be impossible at first glance in single player. So if it like just opened the pipe directly to the end of the level when you immediately when you open the level in single player, then I prefer it didn't do that, because then people playing from Course World, like just who randomly find the level, aren't going to get the impression, hang on, there's something wrong here. I should go play this in multiplayer.
You definitely don't get that impression right now, is what I would say.
Well, yeah, but it is impossible in single player unless you know the dev exit. Anyway, we should move on.
Wilfred joined, and now his avatar
Oh my
spawned in a
god,
bad
it's
place.
Wilfred! Hi, Wilfred!
Hi.
I'm glad you can make it this time. It's good to see you. Give me a second. Let me untangle everybody. Move STEVO.
Oh, am I
over here a little
overlapping
bit.
someone?
Yeah, it's fine.
Behind STEVO currently.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, how could you?
No, I think
How
do it again.
No hype.
I will do it again. All right, so we're all a little bunched up, but good enough. Okay.
You can shrink us a little bit.
Epic shrink ray technology. And if I move the level code. Oh, so Marble is currently uploading the levels as well.
I am.
Or had thought about uploading the levels.
I'm going to, like, in 10 or 15 minutes, I'm currently organizing my course bot so that I can even find the levels.
They will be available at some point in the stream at the maker code that you see on the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
But they will not be available for long, so please download them.
Well, no, I'll keep them up for the weekend.
We'll keep them up for the weekend, but still, please download them if you want to have them after.
A couple days at most.
But yeah, so I think we can leave the dev exit of this level as an exercise for the viewer.
Be a prudent decision. Well, we did it during last stream, didn't we?
Yeah, I may off stream just make a dev exit for this level.
Okay, yeah, go on then. Put me to shame. Yeah, you're that annoyed at me.
And I will put
Make
that...
it include a showdown for good measure.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll put that on the Discord.
I mean, this level already does have a show. No, not this one.
Listen, you've done so many things in this level that I would not be capable of. I have to do a little bit of
things that I would not be capable of, like making a simple setup.
I have to recover my ego a little bit.
Okay
You
then.
need a couple good simple setups somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so we did this. I think we got to the checkpoint, right? Last time?
But
Yes, we got to the checkpoint.
This is a really interesting piece of tech that I think people don't quite know about a lot. It's very useful for underwater levels or swimming levels, because normally if you want to make a pipe not be re-enterable, you sort of put it off of the ground, right? You make it a sideways pipe and put it off the ground, you can't go back in it. Unless you're swimming, and then you can absolutely go back in. This little tech, where you have a launcher that's sort of centered on a 2x2 enemy, allows you to come out of the pipe, so the pipe is not blocked, but you can't go back in it. You can't go in that pipe, but you can come out of it just fine. I think that's a pretty cool, simple piece of tech that you should know.
It's pretty nice, yeah.
Cool. So, we get to the checkpoint.
We need to do the trial before the checkpoint.
Or did we not get there?
We didn't do that one. Up. No, down.
Oh, that's right. It's vertical.
Down.
I keep forgetting this area is vertical for some reason. It has a central scroll stop, right?
It has 3 central scroll stops.
Oh my god.
And I will explain what they do in a minute.
Yeah, vertical levels with a central scroll stop can start to just feel like little one-off rooms, which can be fun.
Yeah. This one is pretty simple. In theory, in practice, it didn't really work for the
You have
playtests
auto-scroll.
or the actual level. Yeah.
I'm bad.
Janine tries to do platforming.
Listen, if I can do a shell jump, anybody can do a shell jump.
Yeah. So the idea was they try and jump over the muncher, but they do like what would be a normal jump for normal gravity, but then they do a massive jump because it's low grav. In practice, no one realizes it because like jumping is just such a implicit Mario mechanic that they're just like, oh, why did I go? Why did I go above that? I guess I must have intended to do that because I went up there, and they didn't. No one really realized there was a disconnect between what they expected to happen and what happened.
Yeah,
I think that's my take on it, at least.
Yeah, that.
What I would have did is first put the semi-solid background so they can't tell it's night, and make the bridge so low that if you ever try to jump, you just go up there.
Yeah, actually, one
like
lower, there's no way. Lower.
Yeah,
and
then what would the kill be?
To get rid of the muncher, you use a moon.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay, so you did the muncher dies before they. Okay, so you just rely on them jumping.
And the moon, I think you don't even have to load in because it does the little 3 circles timing thing.
But I mean, then it would.
Oh well, I would have it like break the
troll.
scroll stop so the moon just comes in. Well, I guess
You have a forced death here.
Yeah.
anyway, so
It
you
wouldn't be a
can't
low
break
grab
this.
troll then, though, because like
have
people
to
would
set
try
it
and
up
jump up and
differently
solid
to be-
anyway.
you have
Like
to set it up
the-
differently to be sure. Or why not just use like a block? 'Cause you
A
can't
block?
destroy a block.
You can destroy a block easier than you can destroy a muncher.
Oh, this is true. Oh yeah. Yeah, why not use like a block that would like crush them against the wall? That way it's not as scary.
they
to jump
also
over.
have power ups at this point. So what I was trying to
Oh.
get them to do is like to jump on top of the muncher and just run over to the Tanuki leaf. But then they just jumped by the semi-solid and they were like, oh, I guess that's a thing. It was a very underwhelming thing. Anyway, that's all there is. I don't think there's much to talk about. The interesting thing to talk about is the dev exit in this room. You see the seesaw thing to the right.
Yeah, so here in the subworld, you have sprites for days, and you can do all sorts of
I have, yes.
shenanigans.
So what that does is it does the progressive power up thing. Never mind. Why is that 1-up? Yeah, just turn that off. It doesn't actually do anything.
All right, so this would normally not.
Oh, right. No, I see what that does. Okay, in single player, there's only one 1-up and it goes to the right. In multiplayer, there's 2 1-ups and one of them goes to the left.
Makes sense.
And it kills the spike ball before the spike ball gets teleported. And the spike ball gets teleported at that same horizontal row just leftwards. So it deletes the 2 hard blocks next to the door and also one of the brick blocks next to the checkpoint, so that you can get in the door and you can get past that in single player
What was the solution here?
without dying. You just do a small jump.
Oh. That's kind
Because
of hard.
if you think... Yeah, the bridge used to be 1 higher than that, but then people were accidentally
So-
doing a small enough jump in low grav, even in low grav.
So why didn't you have the background hidden? Did you have it hidden before?
For the arrow?
I wanted the arrow, and also I figured it didn't make that much difference. Like, I also tried that, and both of the semi-solid options here are nasty. As a background, I think.
You probably want to hide the background if you want to hide what theme you're in.
There you go.
That obviously
The
perfect.
cloud one doesn't seem bad.
It isn't terrible, but it's low contrast.
Perfect.
Oh god, yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I
Perfect.
think like just the cloud background. Okay. That's funny.
Anyway,
Because I thought the only reason you didn't hide the background was because like you tested
There you
it and
go.
it didn't work.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, they'll love it. I think the thing with this troll is that, like, even if it was normal gravity, you still would have to do a low jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't terrible. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mark.
It's not terrible. I
Yes.
suppose I could have done that.
Anyway, onward.
What's up, Catbot?
Onward.
Catbot is first, but lying.
In the door.
Okay, in the door.
You deleted a semi-solid here.
Oh, I must have with layering.
You did over the limit. Just reload the level. Yeah.
God.
I can't believe you, Janine. Why did you delete a semi-solid from the other room?
True. I hate the semi-solid layering. It's like
It is pathetic.
Like, why? Why is it the way that it is?
Weird. Yeah, that shouldn't actually, like, matter implementation-wise for the game.
I saw that, Janine. You tried to go right.
Wait, how are you at the semi-solid layering limit?
I'm not. You just put like 5 or... You put so many there whilst you were messing stuff
I put
up.
exactly 2.
Yeah, and it
Well,
also
evidently
overlapped
not.
with 2.
1.
No, it overlapped with 2.
2, 3.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's annoying. Okay. Beautiful.
There's actually 3 there because there's also like there's one behind.
Oh, there's one here for like the aesthetics.
There's a billion in here.
But
Wait,
these don't interact with each other, so they should be fine.
But then when you put a big one over all of them.
No, but you can.
Wait, did one of those go in front of it and the other go behind it, so it created more layers?
I'm not sure. Anyway, we're here.
Anyway, yes.
So this one was fun.
This one was quite
It was
fun.
a little bit of waiting right after the checkpoint.
Yeah. I think this is the best iteration, but it still didn't really work that great, especially with Jazz and Carl, like, being toxic whilst they were... I don't think either of them threw each other into the fireball, but, like, they were too busy, like, staring at each other to like, try and track out the trajectory of the fireball, because it looks like it's going up, but then it comes back down.
Yeah.
I don't know. This would probably work better in single player, just as a normal troll.
For sure. I would also say the placement is a little unfortunate. I know this is where your KCP is, but it also means that you have to wait both for the normal route and the KCP route.
This is the only place in the level it really could have gone, really.
Cool
If I was
fireball.
going to put the KCP there.
Now, this is one of my favorite things. I thought it was really funny that when you're 2 players, you just kind of separate here. This one was cool.
Yeah, it really took them a while to figure out in the actual event, though.
Yeah, that only one of them jumps, kind of deal.
Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, this is pretty straightforward otherwise. So I don't think there's much
It's
else
pretty
to-
straightforward, yeah.
The game tries to separate the 2 players.
Push
if
each
they're on the
other
same
out,
tile.
yeah.
It's funny that even if you have just one person bouncing between the springs, they don't fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is quite fun.
And now this is probably my favorite section. Here. In the
More
level.
things that are just exactly what they look like. There's nothing hidden.
Oh, there
Well, I
is.
guess it's the block.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Would you like to hear a fun story from playtesting about this
Yes.
particular troll?
I would love to.
Not, I think this is one of the relatively late editions. I think it was like, only the second to last revision of the level, although the last revision of the level got played by almost everyone, like four different sets of people at GDQ. So I had, I think, like 6 sets of people go through here. Not a single one of those 6 pairs of people actually would have landed it if it had worked. Like if there wasn't, if you could bounce on the person, like with the one ways there, not a single one of them would have actually done it because they all messed it up.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
So no one actually got to sort of see the one-way thing, but it's fine, whatever. The actual funny part of the troll is showing the cloud there.
You can get
I think
through
it was
this
you,
with
Steve,
the-
who's
that hidden block that's there, right?
You can, so which is why I had to put the second one. Steve, I think you were the one who suggested putting a hidden block of a cloud there. That seems like a very Steve-o thing to me.
I don't remember suggesting that. Maybe I suggested putting a cloud in it. I remember we were in
Actually, yeah, no, mate.
and it's like, what if that's a stolen insult? But I guess
I
it's
don't know,
not.
it seems like
There it is.
Fine.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, it just seems to me like a good enough idea that I wouldn't have thought of it.
Shut up. And
No, but
then
it's simple and elegant and it has good impact. This one I did think of. I'm very pleased with this one.
Yourself that, so I guess you're wrong about that logic.
You can do it if you're really, really fast, but it relies on you having slow enough reactions that you
yeah.
time it doesn't work.
That's hard. Yeah.
I think it. I mean, yeah, you would need like instant reactions.
Ah, God damn it! I missed the jump. Okay. We can go here.
I wonder if you could do a coyote jump.
Oh, maybe
Coyote jump. It's the way
Maybe,
to do
yeah.
to save that entire like fall. I'm trying to see if I can throw it from a little lower, and that might not be possible either.
Whilst you're doing this, I would like to have a conversation not about this troll in general, but just about simple trolls. Because this, I think, is my single favorite type of troll in Mario Maker. It's the one where there's 0 hidden information and, like, they do it to themselves wholly. Like, it isn't even because, like, it's a misleading thing. There's nothing misleading here. If you know it's low grav, you know there's a bomb there, you know there's nothing misleading here. They do it to themselves.
Shut up. You won't realize that bouncing the bomb is semi-solid.
Yeah.
Misleading here.
I think this is one of those things, and this is the troll of mine that I keep trying to get people to use in low grab levels, and nobody wants to.
Like,
relies on the fact that your actual minimum jump height in SMB1 or SMB3 is a full 3 tiles. There is no way to go less than a full 3 tiles. That's it.
yeah. Like, this is... The whole thing is... This is basically the same as that troll with the track muncher. Really. If it was
I guess, but this is so much better.
I mean, no.
It relies on the
The troll
same
with the
mechanic
track
that
muncher is like
you're misjudging how high.
a little
You'll
bit
jump.
more of
fight in low grab. This one just
Definitely executed a lot differently.
yeah.
yeah, obviously.
Well, yeah, so that's why you can't just say that they're basically the same.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. People should do more simple trolls like this. Like, it's really hard to come up with something that's so simple, but it works fine, and it's funny. But if you can do it, it will instantly be my favorite troll in that level.
I was trying to do the
Why don't
coyote
you-
jump.
Done.
Cool. The rest of this is not particularly interesting. Why are there 2 switches here? That's...
We need a double switch.
Oh, I see what happens.
So that you
with
that.
some amount of time. Got it. Okay. I mean, if you're good on sprites.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some way I could have saved a sprite there, but who cares?
Look at this epic hello setup. Here's Lemmy.
that thing.
And then this scroll stuff. How does this scroll stuff work? Oh, this
There's
bomb.
a bomb there.
Yeah. You get hello. One of my favorite pieces of Lemmy Hello tech is I'm pretty sure you can just do this.
Oh right, yeah, he gets stuck in the block, doesn't he?
Yeah, we did this in
Oh, I would like to give another funny story. Well, not funny for you, very painful for me. So, I can't remember the exact reasons, but it was on 2 separate occasions that I reshuffled the subworld. So I changed the ordering of the sections.
Got it.
Because I think I can't remember the reason. But basically, I had to move this hint section, the whole thing, up or down on 2 separate occasions. And that changes the height at which that Lemmy note block plays. And Lemmy has actually 2 note block things. If he's in the lower half of the screen, he'll say hello. If he's in the upper half, he'll say okay.
Yeah.
So suddenly, when I was playtesting, or when I was clear checking and just testing for everything, he went hello. Or no, it wasn't even a high pitch hello. It was a low pitch okay. And
wait, how did it sound again?
I'm not, no. It said okay.
Okay.
So then I had to go. Thank you for the representation. I'm so pleased with that. So then I had to reshuffle the subworld again to make that note block in the right place, and that's why there's a scroll stop blown up just to get the Lemmy
a
right
little
place.
bit lower.
It all sucks. Yeah.
Just to make is that why Lemmy has to fall so far just to get outside of the okay range? And
Well, that's also for timing purposes, but yeah.
Yeah, because the note depends on where the note block is, not
Yeah. For some reason also the pitch at which Lemmy says hello, they pitch shifted it way too high. So unless it's in the bottom of 3 increments, it's like you can't even hear it saying hello because it's just so high pitched.
Yeah.
Like you can do a quick demonstration here. Like it's the lowest possible hello. Like if you move that note block 1 low, it'll be an high pitch okay.
Here's my epic demonstration. Ready for this demonstration?
Go demonstrate, yes. Oh, okay, I see what you're about to do. You're gonna make him descend.
does that work?
I sent
I think maybe?
Does it need to be spaced 3 apart though? I think it might.
No, it's
Or can
no,
I
I
do
have,
this?
actually I have no idea to be
Oh
honest.
no, you don't even need
I
one
think
ways
you
at
might
a
just-
certain point. I think it's
No,
literally
yeah,
just
yeah.
this. Yeah, I think it's literally just this.
Do 1 apart and then it just goes through each note block.
Yeah.
This I think will work. I was thinking of the tech where it's a solid column of note blocks, but that doesn't work with Lemmy. I don't think.
There's a weird thing where Lemmy needs to be on the ball and is 2x2 in the editor, so always starts centered. So you kind of gotta do something like that. Second one.
That should work, I think.
Well,
You
if I
should
didn't
not.
fucking die.
You need the auto scroll to not be doing this.
Yeah, so it goes to a really high-pitched okay, and this, I think, in here somewhere.
Yeah. So that was the one that I actually
Yeah, so if
used,
you
that
actually
one.
click on the note block, or you, like, listen to it, this
Oh,
little
that's
line
true, yeah, I
here
forgot to
is
do that.
the... is the line. That's interesting. And you've got him, I think in the real thing, the note block is here. It's basically one of them. The lowest you can do. So that's fun. What What is the big zigzag track?
What is that big zigzag track? Yes, that is the pity death for the anti-soft lock. There's a Roy on the track that comes after exactly 90 seconds. Yeah, you can see him there. And the zigzag track just goes all the way across the level.
Yep, just up and back. And then ends up here, and then kills you. That is important. I know Juz and Carl both hate pity deaths, but also
yeah,
it's GDQ. You can't just
At the time.
like, I don't know, you gotta.
Oh, should we? We'll talk about the original anti afterwards, because we should show that on this stream as well.
Oh, the one that I told you to change.
The fun one. Yes, that one.
I think this one's pretty fun.
This one, there's a setup for it, and you just got to figure out the setup. The fun one was there's just a single note block in the middle. Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
There was also the version where it was just this and nothing. And I think that can happen.
No, the POWs.
There was also the pause. No, I was thinking. I thought the fun one was the previous anti with the bubble thing.
I liked that as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I liked the bubble one too.
You just said you're the one who told me to change it.
It was hard.
Yeah, admittedly, it was too hard, which is the main reason why I did change it. But it was fun.
Yeah, I think it was hard in a way that wasn't particularly interesting for the multiplayer thing. It was hard because you had a lot of jumps that were 5 tiles high, like this, and then low grab, that really sucks.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was even 6.
Well, no, it was more than 5. It was 6, I think.
Yeah. And doing this kind of precise jump, when you have to also corner clip your head this way, is hard. So this was the reason that it was hard, and it was like, and you also had to do it very precisely. Like if you bonked at all, you had to start over because the timer was very strict.
Let's just get to that when we get to it, and then we can show them at the actual
Okay, we're not there.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
You need to focus on getting through the level as it exists.
Okay. So we're here. We go through this pipe. This is the knowledge checkpoint. When Annie and I tested this, I just immediately went in this pipe.
Yes, it looks very different, that room, when you tested it, but still, you went exactly in there.
Okay, so this thing
basically been unchanged. This one, yeah, it's awesome. Honestly, there's not much more to explain than what I said in the actual GDQ stream.
I really like this this sort of instantaneous switch hitter thing. It's kind of fun because it actually kind of doesn't matter what the cycle of the shell is. Is there a world where the shell and the frog hit it at the same time and it breaks?
Yes, that actually happened very commonly. I had to just set it up so that it wouldn't happen, and because it's on it's on a cycle. It just so happens in this cycle it doesn't happen. But
so you sat here for 500 seconds and made sure it didn't happen.
Yes.
I'm pretty surprised that the no blocks bouncing up isn't breaking it.
Now this is it does have to be this low, right? You can't move it up even one. Because this is very sprite efficient. But I think for a Zero World or something like It'd be like that. And then a sideways spring would fall. Yeah. Making sense?
Let's go.
You have to do some kind of stupid centering. But is there a world where something like this works as like a switch hitter? Also, I'm out of sprites now. Huh.
Maybe. I don't know. It seems.
But this is really cool. As long as you can guarantee that the thing isn't hitting the node block at the same time as the front. That's it.
Let's go.
That's interesting. Oh, marble left.
Nurple's gone.
Okay, to really mess with Carl, you could make a level with various anti-soft blocks with pity deaths, stealing the win/death from him right before he would have died. There have been attempts to make levels entirely out of anti-soft blocks. What you'll find is that a level made out of entirely anti-soft blocks is difficult to distinguish from a getting over it level. Like, the thing that makes an anti-soft block... Welcome back. The thing that makes an anti-soft block an anti-soft block and not a getting over it level is the fact that you're actually trying to die. Exactly, Geekmas. Geekmas was a getting over it level with some trolls in. Right.
I've found from my personal experience making levels that I just stopped making anti-soft blocks because it just wasn't fun to watch a playtester do that. Like, I'd rather just watch them do the trolls.
Anti-soft block.
Yeah.
They're not as fun as the trolls that actually, trick you.
For sure, yeah. And
it's one of those things there's a big disconnect between like the audience and the makers. It's like one of those things you realize once you start making that it's not as funny as you thought it was.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of time of not actually doing the thing that's interesting.
Yeah. Antis are honestly
it's funny when Carl does it. It's not funny when literally any other player does it.
Yeah, I mean, in order for it to sell an anti-soft block properly, it needs a good entrance, and it also needs to have some amount of spectacle that is not just, haha, this is hard and you have to die. Like, the Breaking Band anti-soft block, where it's like a bajillion clown cars, and there's layers to it, and then it turns out that you didn't have to do any of it at all, right? Like, having separate layers that aren't just you have to die now, it's interesting. But
the Breaking Band anti-soft block's great because it's actually funny.
Yeah, and
like,
also
it's
like
really funny.
Yeah, with the just like hidden block that would have let you out the entire time. Or there's just a hidden block with a muncher like in the corner that you like naturally find as you're doing the rest of the things. And also, I was pretty proud of this. The muncher prevents you from getting to the spike that is the original target of the anti-soft block. So you have to take the pity. Was the fun part.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
But yeah, I think it would have been as fun without the spectacle of a bajillion clown cars. You know what I mean? Like, there was an anti-soft block there before in an earlier revision, and it was hard.
There was one that was just more straightforwardly hard.
Yeah. But yeah.
Anyway, should we move on?
This frog is 2x2 center.
It is. That was just the setup I found that made it land consistently. or do the setup consistently.
And so this one is also going to be 2x2 centered, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm used to power-ups and enemies only offsetting vertically. How did you manage to get this offset horizontally?
No, when you do a power up using the normal setup, it does it both horizontally and vertically.
Okay. Cool. So you just use the offset block setup.
Yeah. Yep. The only places I used save file editing was in the 3rd level. The first 2 levels were made entirely in Mario Maker 2.
Paka says, Troll Race was a banger. Great job. Heck yeah. Great job, Marvel.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a surprisingly simple setup. For what it does. Cool. So we come in here. Now this
god. Okay, this room.
This is a fairly straightforward wait, why do you have to protect from double loading this?
Because they can power drop into the pipe.
Go in there with the power.
Oh my god. So this is the place where you protected against power drops. And you didn't protect against power drops in the place where they actually did a power drop.
In my defense, it's almost trivial to do in low grav.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so let's get rid of that for now.
Let's get rid of that. Not necessary.
Now, everybody understands how this one works, right? Cool.
Obviously.
Yes, we're not going to even bother explaining it. Let us an exercise to the reader.
Okay, how many times have we done that gag? Yeah, I got nothing. So I can talk about a couple of things, right? So the scroll stops.
Let's talk about what the room does first.
The scroll stop is here. Hang on. The scroll stop's here.
Yes.
The reason that there are so many platforms in here is because that's what you have to do to get stuff to load far enough away from the scroll stop. Marble is a stickler for aesthetics, and in this theme, if you do not have a double scroll stop, you can kind of see.
It looks horrible.
You can kind of see a couple of pixels of that.
Wait, that's why you did that?
So double scroll
I'm very
stop.
glad that I didn't have to point it out. Like at least jneen appreciated it enough to notice it.
No, for sure. I've worked with Marble enough. So let me. I think it would be fun for me to just try and figure this out. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Obviously.
By all means, go ahead.
Yeah, I will probably fail, but I want to try. Okay, so the loading range is 3 tiles from the scroll stop. Right. That's it. Sorry, we get one more.
Including
one more.
One more.
Yeah. So that's really interesting to me. Oh, yeah, okay. So normally this bomb wouldn't load, but it's stacked with this Roy, which even if this Roy doesn't spawn because it's overlapping ground tiles, means that Roy is in this 3-tile zone just a little bit, just peeking in. So that means the bomb loads also. That's fine.
His wand is in that range.
Yeah. Well, the important thing is the blue box here. So that range has blue box in it. Very slightly, I might add. But it does. Cool. So bomb loads, we get an explosion here. I'm gonna get rid of Roy real quick, just so we can see what the explosion does.
Should we explain what the room does first, and then I can explain
absolutely
why
not.
the contraption needed to be this way? Okay, go ahead. Keep going as you were.
The bomb explodes. And we get a vibrating muncher. Now, this vibrating muncher has sitting on top of it the vibrating muncher. Why does it vibrate? It's because of this snake block and slope. So normally to get this sort of vibration kind of thing, you would use a soft block, like a P block or something like that, but snake blocks count just... Obviously, we can't use switch blocks because they're switching back and forth. When you have this vibration thing happening, this becomes a bit of a detector. And
the vibration isn't happening on stream, so you just have to trust that the thing is vibrating.
I swear to God, I set this to 60 FPS capture, but that muncher along with the so if I run this a couple times, I might get different offsets. So now it looks like it's down, and if I do it again, it might look like it's up. Yeah. So there's like 2 positions for that muncher, spring, and shellmet. What is actually happening is it's vibrating rapidly back and forth, but the stream isn't capturing it. That vibration setup is a commonly understood carried item detector. So it actually doesn't detect carried items, it detects the absence of carried items above it, I think. Or is it below? I think it's above.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how it works.
The absence of items above it causes the shell to get sprung.
Yeah, so if I drop this down here, nothing happens. Because there must be some other thing.
Oh, you gotta delete those 2 claws over there.
These wouldn't be loaded normally.
They wouldn't be loaded normally, which is why you have to delete them.
Yeah, so that's... if you drop that, yeah.
And it's not actually, so this is a thing that people sometimes get confused by, is that it's not actually detecting the POW going down there, it's detecting the fact that there are no carryable items above. So if I were to put another POW up here, it would stop working. Because its actual condition is there are no carryable items, including P-switches, springs, shells, and POWs.
Shells don't do it.
Oh, they don't? Okay. It's just P-switches, springs, and POWs.
P-switches, and springs.
And normal springs. Yeah,
a sideways spring doesn't do it. Why this is the case, I don't know, but this is, there's a simpler version of this that's been known for a long time, which is just if you drop a spring onto a shell, and they're both perfectly centered, like this. Something like that. The direction the shell goes depends on the position, on that exact same condition, whether there are carryable items above.
Yeah. So the simple version is just like a one-time use thing, and the vibrating muncher version like waits until it happens.
Exactly. Yeah, the vibrating muncher is sort of testing it at every frame, or every other frame potentially, but fast enough that it's instantaneous. Yeah. But yeah.
Fast enough.
So that's cool. Great.
And that's
this thing. Oh wait, no, I actually don't know why that's here yet. I haven't.
I can tell you why that is there, and
what is this blowing up? There's a claw in here too.
The claw is so that the muncher spawns, because you see it's actually it's overlapping that snake block, and you don't allow them to do that. That muncher is in a claw on a track.
Oh, I've seen that. We use this in Trick Troll 1. Yeah,
it's a very useful piece of tech that allows you to overlap.
It's pretty rare. You don't see it that
enemy with a snake block.
And is this? No, this isn't drag the snake block tech. This is just you put things down in a particular. You have to put things down in a very particular order to get this right. Like,
no, maybe I'm not sure.
I think you have to.
Anyway, I can answer.
You can't
and then put the claw over it.
Oh no, it's on a. The claw's on a track.
You can just do that.
The claw's on a
track. On a track.
That's why.
No, it's like...
So that's a pretty straightforward way to get that there. Oh, and also if I got rid of the POW, the shell goes off immediately. And also, I want you to look. Okay, watch this shell real quick while I play. That's normal.
Oh yeah, that was. I can explain that as well.
There's an offset block here. Oh, okay. So what's happening is you're hitting this. It's overlapped here, so it transfers. It creates the hitting the block animation, and replaces a block back with the unhit on-off switch, and it replaces the wrong block. So it replaces this one.
You can delete most of those platforms because they're just for preloading, just so it's, visibility is easier.
Seesaw, I don't think I
you can do all that. You can't delete the seesaw, no.
And this as well. And so the on-off switch goes into this spot, but by that point, I think the shell is already there. And you get 3 switches very fast.
No. You get 1 switch in the actual thing. The reason this is happening is because it's going off immediately. Put the power back and then throw it off.
Yeah, repeated switches don't happen in the actual level.
Yeah, so now it doesn't go off because there's a...
Oh, I think you did need that blue platform.
Alright, let's load the level.
Amazing, yes.
Great.
Okay. So. And without the POW above. Well, it's not happening anymore.
I don't know, sorry.
You need to get rid of the claws on the right.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, that's
what are those doing that would break it, though?
They're spawning POWs. They are detached POW claws.
Okay, so now it's going up. But
yes,
if it happens after all that's set up.
Seesaw stuff has gone weird, but
yeah, because technically speaking, you've got some placeholders, so there's stuff we won't be able to see here.
Actually, no, you can see this. There was a way that I could make it. There was one of those 3 fire flowers. I can't remember which one you can delete, and then the whole setup functions like it would normally.
I guess this one.
No, it was one of the rights. I'm pretty sure. The idea was the seesaw's balanced until. Yeah, it's that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's what it actually does. In the level when it's off screen.
Okay, so we are hitting the switch and we're unbalancing the seesaw to blow up some stuff here.
Yes. So yes, the switch happens. No, it's not because I didn't want multiple switches. It's because the switch block transferring pushes the fire flower through the seesaw and through the blue platform.
Yes, because you need that. Because it's a trigger that's not based on the switch itself. Because you can hit the switch for it.
And now you can't tell that the fire flower is vibrating.
That's got nothing to do with the actual setup. The fire flower just drops there, which unbalances the seesaw. Then the muncher tips on the seesaw and it explodes that bomb.
Okay, now what does exploding this bomb do? So there's a couple other things down here.
There's a bunch of hard blocks there, and namely what the bomb does is scroll to the right a bit. Oh yeah, you can see a fire flower on the very far right there. When the bomb explodes, all those hard blocks are gone. The fire flower is going to get conveyed into that note block, which is going to push that shelmet down into the sideways spring at the bottom there.
Why isn't the fire flower moving right
now? Because there's a hard block is offset there.
Oh, okay. So there's an offset block hitbox here that's stopping the fire flower. That's going to get blown up by the bomb. Okay, so we get the fire flower comes, hits the note block that pushes the shell into the spring.
Yes, and that will go left or right depending on the height that the POW is when that happens. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to detect. Oh, hello, Kitty. I want to detect if
that's detecting whether you dropped the POW in the hole, right?
It's detecting or not whether the POW went down the bottom and despawned. Because if you failed like that, then the room's not over. Mario can die there, and he can respawn in the bubble, and they can still go frolicking around the room. And I don't want the subsequent layer to load at that point. So if the power falls off the end of the world into the void, then that is detected by the second Shelmet and spring setup, and that then deactivates the next layer.
What possibly does this hit? There's a hidden block here. Is there a Kaiser block detector?
Yes, there's a Kaiser detector in the top left.
Here?
Not that one. This other side.
Here, got it.
It would help to turn off scroll here.
Yeah, for sure. So that's a fun little low grav Kaiser detector. If I put a Kaiser block here.
The reason it's like this is because I didn't want a bomb exploding when the Kaiser sort of set off. I wanted a poof sound, which is much quieter, and it doesn't shake the screen.
Right, so you get a note block here, but there's nothing in the note block. Font just kind of goes.
That transfers into the scroll stop and breaks the scroll stop.
Oh my god. Okay, right. So hitting this note block, because it's overlapped with the thing, again, this is a block with an animation. Overlapped with the thing, if the placement order is correct, then suddenly you have a block here that's spawn blocking the scroll stop and breaks the scroll stop.
Yes, and there's a second scroll stop on the tile behind.
Oh, there's just a double
we just
scroll
make
stop.
the room one wide. It's a double scroll stop, yes. So
Great.
the room is now one screen wide plus an extra block.
And that loads this.
But no, it doesn't load it. That's all. That's all. There's a blue platform there.
Okay, so we break
that
the
is
left
just to
scroll
guarantee
stop.
the switch. That's a switch insurer, but much more complex. We'll get onto that. I think when we're
So
done
you
with the
break
rest of
the
room.
left scroll stop, and what does that give you? There's
Break
nothing over
left
here on
scroll
the left.
Can I explain, please? Like, this is why I wanted to explain what the room does.
No, I think this is fun.
Overall
I think this is fun.
What is
breaking the left scroll stop
thing? Janine, it's the thing you deleted first. It's the
claws. There's
It loads the claws. Yes.
POW. You spawn the POW and it teleports the top player to the right.
Where are the
But
powers?
why would you want to do that? That is actually the question that's relevant here, not how.
Well, that's the teleport. We already know how
It
the room
is,
works.
but-
Everybody saw the damn thing.
Yeah, if you're
Not
watching,
quite.
I assume you know what the level
So,
does.
okay. Where
Not quite.
are the powers?
I think there's a thing you're overlooking as well, and you're refusing to let me tell you.
Where are the powers?
You deleted them.
You deleted.
Oh, I deleted
Why?
the claws!
Janine,
Oh my god.
tell me why does the teleport only happen when they jump across? You're overlooking that portion.
Why does the teleport only happen when they jump across? So that's interesting to me because you're only doing a one-time check here.
Yes.
And presumably that check is...
Think about where the players are standing. Where are they standing when the troll happens?
The player... So one player is here, the other is up here.
Yes.
And you jump above the thing, but you don't have an instantaneous detector for that.
Yeah, there's
'cause
no
that's already
detector
gone.
for it's a screen scroll detection.
Oh, yeah, okay. So both players are on the right-hand side of the screen, so breaking the left scroll stop doesn't do anything. But
Yes,
as soon
that
as
is
one
correct.
player jumps
Roll.
over here, you scroll left slightly, and you load the POWs, which now are here, and that's the teleport. Got it. So you actually
Yes.
managed to use a loading detector in this sort of
Yes,
very
I did.
one-room style setup, which I think is really fun. So yeah, the whole core of the troll was supposed to be a player jumps over here, the other player jumps to hit the switch to help them out, and they instead jump up here and are screwed because the switch is in the wrong state. Yeah?
Yes. Something else I want to talk about. Well, actually a couple of things. But firstly, the difficult part about designing this room wasn't the contraptions. And that's something I want to highlight in terms of troll design, because making a room
also hi Ocean.
that you can make contraptions for, is often more difficult than making the contraptions for said room. The idea of the troll was I wanted when one player jumps across, the other player to get pushed to below somewhere such that when the player who's hitting the switch jumps, they jump into something bad. However, the big question about that is how do you detect when the bottom player jumps? And that's really difficult because we give them free reign of the room. They can jump wherever they want, whenever they want, basically. Yeah. And we can't use switch state because the switch state is already taken up for the room. So loading is really the only thing I can do. But loading is weird because the players can be at any place at any time. And also the camera doesn't follow either player. It follows the average of the two players. So I needed to make a setup where the position of one player was a known quantity. And so we could basically make a loading setup that follows only the other player, which this basically does because the top player is always going to be stationary.
Yeah, teleports are very, very difficult to trigger other than by loading. Loading is really the number one best way to trigger a teleport.
Basically the only way.
It is the only way to trigger a teleport.
But like you said, there are a lot of little tricks that you can do to make a loading trigger happen, even when you wouldn't think it.
Yes.
Even in custom scroll, right? Like you can break scroll stops and do loading stuff.
Yeah.
But this isn't custom scroll, of course. It's downwards.
Downward scroll.
Which is actually cool, because that means you don't necessarily... Downward scroll and vertical is really nice, because it means you can have pits at the bottom, and you can also free scroll left and right to load things and do stuff.
Yes.
I very much like downward scroll.
Downward scroll or upward scroll.
Upward scroll does the other thing where you can just put things above and you can't see it.
Okay, can we go back to the massive contraption on the right?
Scroll.
We were halfway through that.
Yeah, what else does that contraption
Upward
do?
scroll is the one where you can have pits. Okay. So, what else does this contraption do? I'm actually not entirely sure. I think I've hit most of it.
You've hit all the broad strokes, but we've not talked about how it works, and there's also one big glaring detail.
This bomb, I still don't know why it's here.
Yes, there's actually two big glaring details. The first of which is that. So, you can delete the bomb, delete the void, delete that block that blows up the bomb, and then press play, see what happens.
Huh.
So the muncher is vibrating differently.
It is vibrating. You can see it moving around on screen. Yeah.
But it's not vibrating between two locations.
So the block you're blowing up is not this one, because this
No, not that
is
one. That's a ground block.
That's part of the slope. It's this one.
It's that one. Yes.
Why is this
and so you could
what happens if that's not
delete that
there?
block, and it should go. It just goes back to normal. I lied. It needs to be there initially, and then it needs to get blown up.
That's so weird. I feel like we've had setups like this that were consistent without.
Alternatively, you can put a ground block. You can delete that offset hard block, and you can put a ground block to the left of the Buzzy Beetle shell.
Here.
Not that other Buzzy Beetle shell.
Oh, that worked.
Actually, that does work. Huh. I mean, now the beetle can't hit the switch, but...
Can it? How?
Oh no,
wait, the claws.
thing's not actually sitting on the muncher.
Yeah, it is. It's vibrating.
Is it? Okay, you couldn't tell from that.
Yeah, okay. So it's springing now, but it's not hitting the switch. Yeah.
So anyway, the question was why...
so I could also put a ground block here. Or rather here?
Don't know if you can. There I think it works. I'm not sure about the left one.
Let's go.
Yeah, that works just
Yeah,
fine.
that one works.
That's so weird that a solid here affects this so much.
It's weird, yeah. Anyway, so we're still answering the question: why was there a hard block there, and why did it not? And why did we blow it up?
Because you need the shell if it goes left to fall into somewhere and go away. Right.
That is part of the reason, but the second reason is zoom out and look at where the scroll stops are in this level.
There needs to be a freaking scroll stop here.
Yes, there does.
So it's a scroll stop that
you built this in the middle of a scroll stop. Oh my god, Marble! Wait a minute. This is a double scroll stop. Both of these columns have to be scroll stop. Holy what?
That is the glaring thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What?
That's why the hard block it gets blown up immediately because it's holding both of those if you're in different rooms.
No, okay. Let me. I'm gonna reload real quick, and we're gonna trace why both of those columns are scroll stop. If you are not in the room, obviously it breaks if you're in the room, sort of immediately. But if you're not in the room, both of those columns are scroll stop.
Is it just because of the hint?
I think it's because of the higher section where you fall down with the hint.
Okay. So this is no, those aren't the columns. Are those the columns?
You can see above. There's those big columns.
Yeah, so these are the columns. So
I will say only the left of those two is a scroll stop.
Okay, that makes it so much easier.
If you just look up, you can truly find the section.
Yeah, because I think this is empty. For
that is empty, yes.
The right side, and this is empty, I think, as well. Is this a slope as well? Is this thing? No. But these two tiles are empty, so it's not a scroll stop. Okay. So what's happening? These two tiles are ground. Check. These two tiles, each of them intersects with this offset block, so both are scroll stop. These guys, both are scroll stop. Stop. Okay. These two also both intersect with a hard block, so are scroll stop. These two intersect with this upper hard block here, as well as these two. Right, so all four of those count as scroll stop.
Very luckily, snake blocks don't interrupt scroll stops.
Yeah, many types of blocks can interrupt scroll stops and
ruin
everything.
Not blocks.
This is
anything that's a multi-block structure, like a pipe, a snake block, or conveyor, doesn't interrupt a scroll stop.
This is a hard block, so this is scroll stop. This over here, like I said, is empty, so it doesn't count. And then if you follow this up, this is all ground. And if we keep going up, that's just ground forever. Yeah. All the way to here.
It's the room with the...
So that is freaking scroll stop. Oh my god. Yeah, this whole column is scroll stop. That is...
It is.
Wild.
That was the big constraint that I was building this contraption around. The reason it looks like such a monstrosity is because of that. I could have made it a lot simpler looking and functioning.
For sure, yeah.
Scroll stop. Yes.
That's wild. That's wild.
All right. That is it for the crazy contraption, I think. I want to talk about the top left of the room, which was the switch insurer.
This thing, the slightly strange looking switch insurer. So this loads immediately because it has an assisted load, so it's a placeholder, but then it's on a solid, in this case the conveyor, so it immediately deplaceholders. It rolls rightwards because the players are over here.
Yes.
Or the spawn point is here.
Yes. The easiest way of explaining this is by looking at what's in the previous room.
a bunch of switches. So you could do the frame perfect entry here. So if you have this is a thing that bites a lot of newer creators, is if you have an automated switch contraption and you enter a pipe, you might think, oh, there's only 2 possible states that you can be in when you get here, either red or blue.
No, there's 4.
There's 4. So in fact, when you come in here, you could...
If a switch was hit on the last frame of the previous room, then it won't switch in the previous room, it'll switch in this room.
Yeah, so you'll load in red, and then it'll immediately switch to blue, despite no switches having been hit in this room.
Yes.
So this is a switch
cooldown
ensure...
for the switch also persists. The reason it's on a conveyor and not just like sitting on a blue block or something is because the cooldown for the switch from the previous room persists. The switch will change as you immediately come into the room, and then there's a cooldown of like half a second or something before you can switch it back to the correct state, which is why it's on a conveyor.
So yeah, it does have to be slightly delayed. Yeah.
The reason I'm highlighting this so much is because it's deceptively simple, but that took me about an hour to get right, because that has to work for both of the weird states, both of the weird time switching as I go through the pipe.
Hard to make happen.
Yes. It was very hard to test.
Pujet says, make a new room for the hint room. Nah. Make a scroll area with the setup through the setups. Yes.
The middle of the other
honestly,
setup.
true. Yeah.
Couldn't possibly
Marvel
just
does
move
not compromise on
over
aesthetics.
a
It's that's the thing, and I think there's something admirable about that.
Thank you.
There's something also very stupid about it, but also admirable.
Oh, actually, no, I lied. I lied earlier. I said that I only use save file editing for the last level. I did use save file editing for a single thing in this level and scroll left a bit. It's aesthetics there. See that middle arrow?
Oh my god, you made an offset arrow.
What the hell?
So, because it looks terrible with the other way.
Right, so if you just place down an arrow, you cannot put an arrow like that normally. And you can't use offset block that because arrows obviously can't go on tracks. So
you can use the spicy ground block method, but I didn't feel like doing that.
That's fair.
It does.
That's yeah, because like both of these kind of look bad.
Okay, what if you just moved the left diagonal like one to the right? No, to the right, like both.
Yeah, that works as well, but the way it was originally looks better than any of those configurations.
Oh my god, bro.
Not by a lot, but slightly. And as I said, I don't compromise.
Yeah. All right.
If it can be better, then why not make it better? You're the one who's here voluntarily.
Anything else for this room? Sort of psychologically. Oh no, Wilfred left. No, Wilfred, come back.
Well,
Wilfred's back.
Okay.
I figured that would be funny.
It was. I'm glad funny. You're back though.
Very.
So, okay.
I think that's everything, yes.
Yeah, sort of psychologically here, I think a thing that we learned is that co-op trolls really depend on the pair of players being cooperative. To a certain extent, right? And
Which
I think
was
when
showcased very disastrously during the actual event.
When me and Amy were playing, we were mostly cooperative, but even we had like some toxic moments of like, oh haha, I'm gonna make you fall in the pit because haha.
There was something Carl said after the event that like kind of annoyed me a little bit. It's in good fun, obviously, but he said like, yeah, the level's really good. I just felt like the run back was a little long considering that we were gonna be toxic to each other.
Right.
Yeah.
He like genuinely said that. It's like,
It's
yeah,
like-
you should have accounted for the fact that we were gonna kill each other 20 times.
The thing is, I just didn't realize that it was going to be that bad.
Yeah. The other thing is that the toxicity wasn't just them dying and having to start over. It also meant that they didn't learn how to do the section because, like, traditional one-player troll design, you very carefully control the death points so that the player doesn't die without knowing what to do, right? Like,
Yeah.
you want the player to die in the way that you expect them to die, because that's where you learn how to do the... That's where learning occurs, theoretically.
I'm doing a whole run back for nothing.
Yeah, and being on a run back and not knowing how to do the section that you just died to sucks. Or at least not thinking that you know how to do the section, right? You can think you know and not really know, and that's fine. But, like, the player wants to feel like they're gonna get through it next time, right? In order to maintain motivation. I think a lot of that was they were being toxic, and so things went wrong, and then they assumed that the thing that went wrong was how it worked. So even when they stopped being toxic, it took them longer to get through than it would have otherwise. By making sense?
There was that perfect example in the second level where they said, oh, I bet we're going to do that exactly, because we didn't learn anything. And then they literally did. They went through the room in the exact same order. No, like, to the very, like, tiniest detail.
Oh my god.
It was...
That being said, I think the playthrough went great. I think
it was great for what it was. Yeah.
For what it was.
I think
they had
third
fun,
one
and
was
that's
like, from the I mean, I watched a few play tests, and like to me that was definitely the best playthrough.
Oh, like, without a doubt, but
okay.
We always knew that was going to be the case because Carl and Jazz are just so magnetic.
Yeah.
On screen.
Is
that the right word there? They've got magnetic personalities.
That makes sense.
It's a word that works, I suppose.
Okay, so this room, this is just some dev
actually, no, sorry.
Stuff,
one cool thing I want to talk about in the previous room before we go here. It's literally a 30-second detail.
Yay.
I had a really, really big oh shit moment. You can demonstrate this in co-op if you want, or I can just tell you about it. But basically, you need to put the power down when you go in the pipe, and then one person goes in the pipe, and we have like a 5-second transition time. The other player can pick the power up in that time frame.
Oh no! So okay, let me see if I understand. You only need one player to do a screen transition, go through the pipe. If the other player just fades out, they just sort of come through the pipe with whatever they're carrying at the time, even though they didn't go through the pipe themselves. So they could,
that's a really big problem because I completely overlooked it when I designed this room.
Pretty easily with a POW in your hand.
Jneen, do you want to try and do that and see how I got around it?
Sure. Yeah.
I think this is very instructive.
So I'm just gonna put a POW here.
Yeah, just do that. Go into multiplayer mode. I think this is a very good lesson in how to prevent cheese. You're gonna very much appreciate the ingenuity of how I figured out how to avoid this cheese.
Grab the Joy-Cons. Okay, so we're gonna have Mario. Oh, sorry. Hit make. We're gonna have Mario here. That's Mario, and this will be Green Mario. Great.
Yay. Yeah.
Okay.
As I said, you're going to very much enjoy how the way I made it so that they can't bring the power along.
Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I'm going to hit play. Whatever. Switch state doesn't matter here.
Doesn't matter.
So, okay, what I'm going to do...
Mario goes in the pipe and Luigi picks it up.
I'm going to go here and set up like that. So Mario's going to go into the pipe and then Luigi's going to go pick up the power. Got it. Okay.
Pick up the power.
No.
So the method I used to prevent the cheese here was sheer fucking luck.
What? Wait. So that just convinced me that it doesn't work.
it doesn't bring the power if you didn't go through the pipe with the power.
What?
Wait, so the thing that you were saying was a problem isn't a problem at all.
So you just spend like the last
No,
2
it
minutes
isn't.
just lying.
Why did you even bring it up?
It looks like it was it looks like it would have been a massive problem, and I had a massive oh shit moment because by all accounts that should have been a problem, but it wasn't a problem.
Oh my god. More!
Oh yeah, I misled you a bit there.
I see. I was
But
expecting
it's
some
very
really clever
unintuitive.
contraption or like... Nope, just the thing that you were worried about isn't a thing that happens.
Yeah. I
Is
mean,
that how
it
no,
looks
isn't.
like it really ought to happen, but it doesn't.
It really actually doesn't seem like it should happen. That would be kind of weird if it did.
Okay, I'm getting out of co-op making because co-op making is really annoying. Nintendo, please allow 2 players with full controllers next time. I know that it's hard. Listen, I develop games. Having 2 players do arbitrary things all of the time feels scary, and like it could break things very easily.
Well,
And in fact, it still does.
and break things.
But like, let us use our damn controllers. It's not really any different.
Making a new set of controls is the hard part, and that's what they did.
Yeah. Okay. So what's happening here is you have a fire flower that's just sort of constantly bouncing on a note block. I didn't realize this was silent if it doesn't have a ceiling.
Nope, it's the same as a star.
Okay.
It just does the same thing as a star.
Cool.
And
So
the
this
star
is
would be
a
silent
silent
there
note
as well.
block setup. In here you have a fire flower that is not progressive. It's just parachute.
I didn't discover the progressive power up thing until pretty late on. So all the dev exits I made after that point used the progressive thing, but this just worked, so I didn't change it.
So how does this work?
If you press play, the parachute POW lands on the lower note block and it spawns a parachute fire flower lands on the lower note block and it spawns a POW. If you're in multiplayer mode, it spawns 2 parachute fire flowers and neither of them hit the note block.
And they're like separated. I see.
Yes.
That's fun.
Let's go.
And then this is your little switch insurer here.
Yep, that's a switch insurer.
That's fun. Okay, so in terms of dev exit, if you're here in single player, you're clear checking in single player, you get a POW.
Yep.
You go through here with a POW.
And you just throw the POW.
And you just throw the POW. And then
Yes.
Then you just
And then you hold right and run in this room.
That's not real.
Oh, and that doesn't work. The setup that gets you into here doesn't work.
Yep.
Single player. We're gonna talk about this room.
We'll talk about it later. Let's talk about this first.
But
Wait,
that's the checkpoint dev exit. So that's fun. I still think getting something to fly left is a little bit of a pencil. One of the things we did talk about off stream was I was saying for the dev exit you could have a Tanuki fly in. You put hidden blocks at ground level. One of the things Marble mentioned that I thought was really interesting is that in multiplayer you can actually hit a hidden block at ground level if one player is bubbled. Bubble well in this area.
That is correct.
That is...
Oh, wait, and you didn't use that for a troll?
No, because it requires the bubble to be approaching from underneath.
It's pretty precise, and the bubble is RNG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that would be consistent.
Yeah, I can't make any trolls that involve the bubble popping in a specific location because the bubble can approach from the player from any direction.
And the players can somewhat control it as well.
Yes, that's also true.
Okay, so we're on to this room. Which of course is impossible in single player, which is why you get a free POW on the side for the dev exit.
Yes.
So This
I
doesn't
want
look
to the
as
story
bad.
here first. Yeah, I know this is actually pretty nice. All things considered.
You only have a single scroll stop here, which surprises me.
I do, yes, because I needed to spawn things on the other side of the scroll stop.
Right. Okay.
I want to tell a nice story here, and it was when me and STEVO were brainstorming trolls for the levels, and I was getting a bit desperate because like we'd been thinking of stuff all day and like hadn't really come up with much good stuff. And then STEVO thought of like, hey, what if we use a seesaw? I've got an idea. STEVO had an idea and just gave me this entire room from memory. He just was like, put a seesaw there, put something there, put that something. He basically did this entire room in his head and then just described it to me block for block, and I built it and it worked and it was amazing. Like the core troll is
it was
unchanged.
Just the one troll, and it used a thwomp instead of a sledge bro, but they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think this is the single troll that's had the best reactions of the first two levels from most of our playtesters, because it's just so funny to see the player on the right dies and they're like, oh crap, the player on the right's died, but it's fine, the player on the left is still fine, they can do stuff, and then the seesaw pounds and the player on the left gets sprung into those munchers.
For sure.
It's like it's two oh shit moments separated by about like a 2-second grace period in the middle, and it works really well.
It's great. Yeah, no, I really like the humor of it. So I'm noticing that these guys poof. It's interesting. The cloud blocks poof. Depending on where I spawn. Yeah.
That's because
that's going to be a spike ball, so you can poof clouds with a spike ball teleporting down through.
Yes. Let's get to that afterwards, because there's some preamble, I think, that we're going to go over anyway for the first troll.
Sure. So you come in here.
Something I was wondering about with the setup involving the thing on the left, but...
Yes, I'm going to get to that in a second.
Oh, is this another... This is another held item position detector thing.
It is, yes.
So if I wasn't out of sprites, I'd be able to put a switch here. That's it.
That one is a different one, actually. And whereas the previous one detected the presence of any... Or no, detected the lack of presence of any pals above the muncher. This one detects the presence of pals below the muncher. So that thing will go off when the pal on the right here goes up by a tile. Or by 2 tiles, sorry.
Interesting.
So you can grab a pal at...
Or is it the other way around? It detects when there is a held object above here. I think
it's kind of the opposite
might be that,
of the other one. It's just the opposite of the other one.
So if I free up some sprites here, and I do this, that should go off immediately.
Yes. Or I think you need to start with it below. Like hold it and then jump. Yeah, like that.
So it's not actually detecting the absence. So it arms with the switch, and then you do that. Okay. And that just hits a hidden block, which you have a hidden block detector presumably somewhere to transfer.
Yes, and again, I tried to use a top left.
That's here, yeah.
There. Again, I tried to use a quiet one without a bomb blowing up, because that would shake the screen.
Because
so
the thing that's detecting is just the sledge bro hitting, right?
No.
Like, no. Wait,
no, it's not. It's entirely disconnected from the sledge bro hitting.
Okay. That's what I was wondering about.
Actually, Janine, could you reload and then do this room, like, just do it normally in single player? And I want to explain why that thing that STEVO just said is the case.
Where are we at?
Just go to the checkpoint 2 room, it's on the left of the level.
Oh, I need to load.
Yeah, and give Mario a mushroom as well, so that he survives the sledge bro. And then when the seesaw gets pounded, I want you to watch the POW.
So you want me to go over to the right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And watch the POW. Hello? Oh, this is single player shit.
All right, well, let's go to co-op
multiplayer.
making.
Woo.
Everybody's favorite. Okay. Oop.
I think because the POW doesn't actually go up above the donut the first
It goes
time?
up when the seesaw pounds. It goes up exactly one tile.
Yeah, it ends up right where the thing is. In that little.
Yes.
What are the controls here? What?
You press X to get Mario's cursor back.
You can't dismiss the menus at all.
Yeah, you can't. No.
Oh my. Yep. Thanks, Nintendo. All right, so we're here. We're going here.
You
I want
tapped
to point
out.
something out.
I tapped. I did no
But
such
you-
thing. Fucking.
Well,
program
we can
crash.
see.
God.
Oh, okay, never mind. Are we still streaming? Yeah, we're still
We're
streaming.
We're still streaming.
Yeah, live.
It's just my game capture
Right,
crashed.
Wilfred, continue.
Yeah, right at the end of GDQ, me and Marvel were messing with some stuff with Mario Maker and Ryu Jinx actually, with co-op. And what I found is that in Ryu Jinx, the controls just work perfectly. Like, I don't have to switch to a, single
right,
Joy-Con.
yeah.
So yeah, they specifically programmed it that way for some reason, and it does just work. Like theoretically,
They
if you were to
specifically
have
programmed
a
it
controller,
so that it didn't work. Yes.
yes, but like, there's nothing wrong with it, like having a full set of controls in the game.
Yes. Okay.
I do not understand
so-
why this decision was.
Yeah,
even a little
it's
bit.
a baffling decision.
It's very stupid.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going over here. And then
Yeah,
I'm switching-
Luigi can't grab this POW, even if he is holding Y at that point in time. And the POW, you should probably give Mario a mushroom so we don't die immediately. Sorry, I probably should have said that earlier.
Let's go.
Maybe just don't fall for the troll.
Maybe it should have been
Oh,
a
that
shaman
also
or
works.
something. Because
No, because then the
just
That's fine.
doing this is annoying.
then the sledge bro doesn't pound because it gets shelled. Anyway, so then the POW ends up there, and we just activated the POW height detector. So the instant the POW goes any higher than this, we arm the detector that starts the muncher thing. So the players can run around, do whatever they want. There's no position detectors active at the moment, but we want the munchers to start falling when Luigi is below the munchers. And to do that, we need a position detector that checks, is Luigi below the munchers? However, if Luigi is below the munchers...
Okay, you've lost me. You've lost me.
Sorry, I was trying to...
Because... Sorry, this is probably not the core of the troll, but I'm having trouble imagining how I'm going to not have that happen.
Go in without power-ups and...
Okay. Remember, I can only control one of them at a time.
You only need to control one at a time, but...
Oh, I just put Luigi in the hallway instead of in front.
Yeah, don't stand up to the munchers with Luigi.
Okay, so we're here.
Yeah, so Mario dies, you bubble back, but in this case he just respawns. The POW, run around under the munchers currently. The munchers are meant to fall when there's someone in this vicinity, but they don't at the moment. And that's because the detector that does that is not armed yet. Are we following?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to know when to arm that detector. And And a good time to arm that detector is when Luigi gets the opportunity to pick up the POW. But how do we detect that? We detect the height of the POW.
And not the height of Mario?
Because you can't detect the height of Mario or Luigi individually. Or, I mean, like...
Or like the one who's
what
in
alternative
here.
way would... No, because they can be in there and not have put... so go in there, but
You're
don't go too far, right?
So it would need to be 1 and not the...
Yeah. So if you just put Mario in there, we don't want to armor the Muncher thing at the moment because the POW hasn't, like Luigi hasn't gotten the POW yet. The ideal world is Mario goes to the right, lifting the POW up slightly, then Luigi gets the POW and hasn't thrown it yet, and then it falls.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Are we supposed to avoid this?
Throw the POW.
You just throw the POW before... The Munchers don't fall for like 2 seconds. You just throw the POW before that interval.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a go fast roll.
Because I was watching this from the event, I was kind of confused how you were supposed to ever avoid the munchers.
Yeah, it's a little
It is a bit
less than clear because the munchers are falling, so you think, oh, they're not going to be... the POW isn't going to hit them.
You also have enough time to grab the POW and run away. And then they fall, but you can kill them because they're on the floor again.
For sure, yeah.
Well, that's assuming you know what causes the munchers to fall, which is like being over there and then there's a delay and then they fall.
Fair enough. It is a bit of invisible detector syndrome. But in the playtests, no one got really that confused there. It's just because Jazz and Carl were too busy
being toxic,
shouting at each other. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we figured this out eventually in our playtest. I do think it was a little low impact. Due to confusion.
You played a different version of this without the munchers. They didn't fall on you.
I remember the munchers very specifically.
Oh, did you? Okay,
Yeah.
I guess you must have played... Wait, no, are you sure? No, because the first... I'm pretty sure you played a different version. In the first version of this level, instead of munchers falling on you, there was a second sledge bro that fell where the munchers are.
Maybe, okay.
Because the munchers are what I added when you got confused by the second sledge bro. You didn't understand what made it fall. Whereas here, you see the munchers beforehand. So the question is not what the hell happened, why is there a sledge bro there? It's why did the munchers fall then?
Yeah.
Which makes it a little clearer, I think.
Yeah, that is an improvement, I think. Cool.
Anyway, so that explains why we had a POW height detector. It's so that we can make the munchers fall when we want them to fall and not any earlier.
Oh wait, I have to do this. Yeah.
So you're getting good at this.
Okay. Right. The contraptions.
The contraptions.
So,
golly gosh, the contraptions.
So the POW height detector is to detect when you really push the thing down. When you first come down here,
Yes.
it's the thwomp
It is the thwomp.
that just goes.
You can stand somewhere, anywhere except that.
Excuse me.
To let the no blocks do that thing.
And this is a pretty nice setup where you have an instantaneous thwomp because the POW is pushed slightly to the left. The bomb is kind of wedged in there.
Yes.
How long did you spend getting those stars to both end up in that?
Compared to the other stuff just above here, that was trivial.
Because, like...
So I am very, 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 very out of sprites in this main world, which is why everything in this room is note blocks. And this is one of the... This is the version of the room where I where I actually was able to just unsave some sprites because I saved something elsewhere. So there used to be more stuff saved here.
So why couldn't we let the stars despawn?
Because, and if you reload, you'll see.
I don't think I need to reload. I only remove ground.
Okay, sure. You remove the conveyor, but I will demonstrate why. Could you just get a switch and hit it and see what happens when the switch is hit? Yeah, just delete something somewhere else. Or yeah, that's fine. You need to be on the left as well, because it's based on spike balls following you. Yeah, that's fine. So those run away. Then that spike ball would eventually come back and hit the POW.
Ooh. So you have that slope conveyor thing here.
Yes.
To do that POW timing.
One higher than that, the slope. I mean, that starts one higher because it's... Well, you'll see.
Oh, it needs to actually hit the POW. Okay. So... This is a sprite save.
Actually, to be honest, that does work, but the conveyor made it slightly faster. And I didn't want the sledge bro throwing a hammer before the POW was able to kill it. So, doing one to the left of that. That one I found, this setup killed the sledge bro the fastest possible. Or the soonest possible.
Without the use of a spring.
Without the use of a spring.
That's fun. Just using a slope conveyor to turn the spike ball around.
Well, it turns around anyway, but the slope conveyor turns around faster.
Makes sense. And if you don't have that semi there, then it just gets stuck. It doesn't turn.
It still turns...
It will
still turns around, but...
That's slower.
Yeah. But it's slower, yeah.
Right, and we're in night ground, so spike balls are a little tricky.
Yeah, they follow.
Yes, they follow you.
Cool. So that's just you get a switch and you get a POW after some time.
Yep.
On the switch, we do a sledge bro thing. The sledge bro setup is here.
No. It's above the right player. No. It's not anywhere near there. It's
here?
The player who's on the right. Yes.
Oh, it kills the player on the right. That's right. The player on the left gets seesawed into the
yes.
So there's the sledge bro. You're spawning this spring. Oh, that's clever. Okay, let me just watch this work here.
So give that bone shell a parachute, and then I think it normally, the bone shell. Normally, that spawns 2 bone shells, and one of them goes to the right. But if you give it a parachute, then it does an equivalent thing.
Oh my!
That is interesting. So this is a pretty standard down block setup. So the block spawns its item, but then it transfers its hitbox up into here. So now there's a hitbox here, and it's empty below. So the item falls.
You don't need to hit the switch until it's set up.
Yeah.
Yes. So then that happens, and the sledge bro will fall when it's got a place to.
It needs a place.
It needs on-screen stuff to go to.
There it goes. Yeah.
There it goes.
Cool. So that's all just a single spike ball.
This is more complex than it needs to be because of scanning rows. You see this row that Mario's standing in right now? there is a completely free row scanning all the way to the right, and it's for that cannon up there.
Ooh.
Up to the top right.
Oh my god, you're push teleporting this guy down.
Because that's what teleports the ball.
Yes. Because, and the reason I'm doing that is, this is the fastest way to load a teleporting spike ball on a Switch. Or without breaking a scroll stop and doing any actual scrolling. If you get what I mean. Because you can only load a teleport via a scroll load, but the spike ball needs to teleport downwards, and it teleports downwards wherever it scrolls. Sorry, I was explaining this really badly. When you teleport a spike ball, it does a scanning horizontally, and then the hitbox where it goes downwards is wherever the horizontal scan hit.
Yes.
And if I can't do that if the spike ball is where the cannon is, because if I just loaded the spike ball when the teleport loads, then the spike ball would need to be able to scan all the way left to where the clouds are, and there was a scroll stop in the middle of that.
Oh, I keep not realizing there's scroll stops because there's a scroll stop. This is a scroll stop, or rather, this is a scroll stop because these offset blocks are intersecting these spots. Yeah.
Yes, and if that spike ball was to try and scan leftwards, it would hit the scroll stop. Or I could make the scroll stop out of hard blocks and it would scan through that, but then it would also break those hard blocks, and the scroll stop would be broken.
So the cannon, is this teleporting?
That teleports. It teleports to the same height, but above the spike ball.
Oh. Wait, doesn't it scan across here? How does it scan through this gap?
Yep.
Wouldn't it need to be offset by
and
one?
that's why I use the cannon. Cannons, when they're scanning, their hitbox is different. Like if you made that a POW, actually no, this is a very good thing to visually demonstrate. Make that POW instead, and see what happens when the teleport happens.
Teleport real quick. Where do we end up?
It lands on top of that sloped conveyor. You see the slope conveyor at the top of the screen there? It lands on top of that, and that's a slope. Nope, one further to the left. It lands on top of the sloped part, and that causes a downwards teleport.
Down, and then that ends up here?
It ends up there, yes. Which is why
oh my god, that's what this is for. That's why you have an empty... So this could have just been an empty spot, but aesthetically you wanted to fill it in.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, you see that cannon? See that cannon? See that cannon right at the bottom of the screen?
And that push teleports. It push teleports
right
the
here.
spike ball downwards.
Okay. I need to be far enough right the cannon works. But yeah. That's wild. Okay. So, one of the things we didn't talk about in the teleporting video because we didn't know about it at the time was that if you teleport onto a slope, or in this case a slope conveyor...
No, we did talk about that, I think.
I think we didn't.
No, we didn't. You're right.
It then teleports downwards. And how it scans when it teleports downwards, I'm not entirely sure. But it goes down anyway. And it has a hitbox with a number of things. In there, including, in this case, the spike ball it pushes. It also causes to teleport downwards with a push teleport. And that's going to poof these two cloud blocks, because spike balls poof cloud blocks. That's wild. So that's why if we start over here, the cloud blocks poof.
Yes.
What's up, Pilo? Dom asks, if you didn't have any editor entity limits, how much more do you think would be possible? I don't know that anything specifically would be possible that's not possible now, but you could put more stuff in a level more easily. That's not necessarily
you could do stuff like,
good, though.
I agree. So if you remember the lag level in Garboland, in Dragon World, there was a lag machine speed run. We used all 100 sprites for that. And therefore, that was the entire level. We
and that lag machine,
were not able to make anything else.
We have tested, and it works on Switch too. which is not true of all lag
less
machines.
effectively.
Um,
It works less effectively.
Some lag machines don't work on Switch 2.
Well, they all work, but to varying degrees of effectiveness, because the Switch 2 is just more powerful, so it can solve more collisions per second, and therefore the lag machine, and the reason the lag machine lags your console is just because it's got like 20 billion collisions per second to solve. But the Switch 2 can process that faster, so therefore it lags less. But it still does lag. And our particular one just had so many collisions that it causes the Switch 2 to lag appreciably.
Here's a fun thing, that I just noticed. So you have the spike ball hanging out here in the twister, right?
Twister.
Yes.
The twister's sitting on an offset cloud block. When I first looked at this, I was like, why isn't that cloud block poofing? But it actually is. It's just that the poof animation gets put here. Because it replaces this block. And after that happens, let's see if I can... Oh no, this is still solid.
Yeah, it just de-renders it. Because it's meant to de-render the cloud block, but the de-rendered thing is wrong. The cloud block is still there, rendered.
Yeah,
but
I'm holding left as a solid
and
to my left.
de-rendering the hard block.
That was a slope. Why is that a slope?
Yeah, otherwise the cloud block would get despawned by the ground.
That's a block.
It is
a block. Wait, why
is that a slope?
Why have a slope and hard block there?
Why not just here?
No real reason, really.
Okay. Aesthetics of the setup off screen.
I mean, I could have just left it like this, I suppose.
You could just have like nothing there.
Then you can have this available as well.
Anyway,
cool. We are in ad, and I do need a snack really badly because my...
Okay, let's take a break then. I'm gonna go get a drink as well.
I will be right back. Don't watch the ads. And we'll be back to explain stuff. We'll get to that final level, I promise. All right.
Surely.
Okay, and the ads are almost over, question mark? No, we've got 2.5 minutes.
What the heck?
Wilfred, is there anything you wanted to talk about? Because you were a good chunk of the levels as well. Not necessarily making them, but like, I mean, you gave advice, and we optimized these for commentary as well, and you were part of commentary.
Oh, well, I didn't really work on the levels at all.
Okay, well, I'm just.
How do you
Feel
optimize
free
for
if you get any
commentary?
ideas. I mean, I left some dead zones in specifically to the levels because I had a line I wanted to put in the commentary.
I'm still so mad about how the beginning went. Dude, okay. No. Are there ads still?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say
I
this
made it in.
anyway. So, in the 2024 event, Janine and Marble planned this whole thing about troll levels. That they were gonna talk about what is a troll level, right? But then they couldn't because Carl and Jez were just screaming at each other. So couldn't do it. So
Yes.
Marble and I planned a whole thing about talking about troll levels, and I spent like a week like figuring out what is the best way to describe a troll level to someone who doesn't know what they are, and I thought I came up with a really good explanation.
How much is there to
Yeah, you
explain?
did.
It feels pretty self-explanatory to me.
Well, no,
Well, the main thing that we
the thing we were trying to differentiate
can I,
from. Go ahead, Marble.
I've got a quite a succinct way of putting this. So whenever I went up to someone at GDQ, have we finished ads yet? Yeah, we have. Whenever I went up to someone at GDQ and they asked, "Oh, what are you running?" Because they saw my runner badge, I was like, "Oh, I'm running Mario Maker 2, but technically I'm not that one actually running. I just made the levels. I made the troll levels." And without fail, every single person who I went up to was like, "Oh, that's awesome, troll levels. I bet you had a great time making some of the worst, most painful levels that make them suffer. Like, you must be so good at making the players suffer." And it was all variations on that. As far as I can tell, the general public's, or just people who casually watch Carl, or people who have seen a few Carl videos, the impression they have of what it takes what the skills that troll level designers have is they are good at making things that are frustrating or things that that make you suffer. And what I wanted to explain at GDQ is that troll level design is about the complete opposite. In fact, we try to minimize frustration. That's one of the core things about making a troll level. You need to make it not like minimally frustrating. So, essentially, that's one of the things that Wilfred was trying to do with his explanation.
Yeah, because I have like.
Get to say that.
I go to school for game design, right? And one of my friends like asked me one time because he knew I did troll levels in Mario Maker. He's like, "Hey, when you're making games, you just do like the opposite of what you did for Mario Maker?"
No, I do the exact same thing.
That is what I told him. Yes, I was like, "No, I'm doing the same thing." But yeah, anyway, I spend like on and off the entire week of GDQ, I was like in my notes app thinking about how to explain this the right way. And then eventually it clicked and I was like, the way to explain it is I was like, I remember my explanation. It's a troll level is like a good prank. We all know what it means to take a prank too far, right? And in this case, taking the prank too far is making the player frustrated. The idea of a troll level is that it's all in good fun. We're not laughing at the player, we're laughing with them. They're sort of in on the joke and they're having fun too. It's important that not only the audience have fun, but the players, or else no one would play troll levels, and that'd be pretty bad. And that was SparkNote's version of my explanation. So, anyways, because I know some people missed it because of the ads, but in 2024, Marble and Janine also had a little thing that they were going to say about troll levels at the beginning of the troll race. But they couldn't say it because Carl and Jez were just screaming over each other immediately. So they just gave up. Right? Like there was no room to speak.
Yeah.
So
Hello.
we we planned out this thing to say about troll levels. And then we went up to Carl and Juz and we were like, hey, in 2024, Marble and Janine were going to say something about troll levels, but right at the beginning, you guys were just screaming at each other, which is fine. Like in retrospect, we should have expected that. That's totally fine.
Yeah, we should have expected that.
Yeah, we told them like it's totally fine. Don't like beat yourself up about it. But
basically, we tried to. We asked them, could we have some room in the first 3 minutes of the run where we can answer 2 questions? What is a troll level, and why are we here?
Yes. So we specifically told them like, hey, just like for the first few minutes of the level, just like let us do our thing, and then you can go to whatever. Immediately they start screaming at each other, and we can't get it out. You can actually see at the beginning of the stream of the level, I'm like trying really hard to say my speech I've been planning for a week. And then after like 3 times getting interrupted, I'm just like, okay, well.
I think you got it out eventually.
No,
you did.
When?
Really? There were bits and pieces of it that came out.
No, I didn't get it out. I did not get it out.
Okay. You got the prank thing out. You got like 2 sentences.
Yeah, but I
about
didn't really explain what that means.
Yeah. Okay, well, if we ever do this again, we are gonna like sit them down. We're gonna give them a very stern talking to. We're gonna make them sit out in the corner, like in a naughty corner.
The box until you have your explanation and let them out.
Make them sign a contract. I promise this time we will not interrupt the introduction.
You know, it'd be really funny. What if at the beginning of the level there's just like a code mechanism? And we're just like, if you want to know the code, you must let us speak. You must let us say our riddles 3.
Oh man.
They're just trapped in a thing with a timer, and
not even a timer, a hint that you have to be given from the couch in order to be able to proceed. That's hilarious.
That might be, if you go back and watch the GDQ video with that knowledge, it'll probably be a lot funnier. I do remember like.
Can you pull it up right now? Like, can you pull up the first 5 minutes of the video right now?
Yeah,
I want to see this with this new knowledge.
I'm eating my lunch here.
Well, that's perfect because then you don't have to talk. We can just watch.
Mario Maker 2 GDQ Troll. Maybe.
Oh, you're not showing it if you mean to be yet. Okay.
When I bring up videos, I like to do it off screen so that I don't like show everybody all of my recommendations, even though my recommendations are awesome.
Are they that bad?
Sometimes they're bad. Usually they're great. Okay, what do we got? For some reason, it's giving me a lot of Carl Sagan 42, but you got math videos. You got Dropout. Balatro.
Well, it gives you more Carl when you are watching Carl.
But yeah, no, it's giving me a lot of. It's giving me my own video, which is fun.
That's fun. Why did you even do that?
Well, I mean, if you made it, you probably like
a live stream of tensor math. Holy shit!
Oh.
Okay, let's pause the stream and everybody learn about tensors. Just kidding. Okay, so here we are.
You can skip to like the first like 30 seconds. Because until we actually start the level. This is no. Oh, you're doing this one first. Okay, yeah.
You've seen. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Okay.
No. Let's look at this one as well. No, I want to see you like get the first half a sentence in, and then Carl and Jazz immediately start screaming.
This is probably too far in too. Even. Has to be like.
No, yeah, it's literally like as soon as we the level starts.
So we did a countdown.
All right, here we go. Let's go in 5, 4, 3.
This one I remember very clearly. Carl could not hear the person.
Okay, so if you've never seen a troll level before,
Charbunny, who was reading the.
Go watch some troll levels.
They did that again this year.
You know what? We were watching at home. Amy and I were sitting on the couch and we were watching, and Amy was like, "They can't hear the the donations, can they?
Yeah, no, it was the same last time.
Me, Marvel, and I'm pretty sure Juz could hear the donations.
They did it just for Carl. No.
I don't think Carl's. I'm pretty sure that Carl's volume wasn't low. Like he could hear the announcer. He just has no memory of it because he blanked it out completely.
He's all panic attack the entire time.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
Anyway, yeah. So Janine's got the first half a sentence in.
Okay, so this
And
is a
then
normal jump. Wait,
immediately.
I'm screen surfing Juz. Hold on, I gotta wait for Juz. I'm waiting for Juz to die to the first troll.
This is Kaiser.
Wait, hey, wait. This is
There was no ice.
My bad.
Yeah, we started with a little platforming just to show that these players actually know how to play the game, because it's going to look very much like they don't in a moment.
Hey,
That was great from you.
can you make this jump?
I've been meaning to ask Janine, was that imposed? Because that's fucking amazing right
What's
there.
happening? Can you make
Everything that I ever say is improvised because I have the memory of
Friends, we
goldfish.
were expecting them to one-shot this.
Oh, absolutely,
Trust
yeah.
the indicator?
Wait, what indicator? I gotta screen serve this one. I don't know what's going on.
Anyway, I think that's enough of that.
Oh, no.
Like, the key thing is that Janine got half a sentence in her big speech, and then they immediately
I
steamrolled
slightly
it.
disagree
Like,
with
steamrolled
that
for it.
like description of what happened, because I think I got a half a sentence in to something that I was thinking of saying, and then the moment that anyone said anything else, that was gone forever from my brain.
Okay, well, I remember in 2024, we agreed that we were going to do something similar to, like, we were going to talk about what troll levels were during the intro. We didn't plan out exactly word for word what we were going to say because we didn't think we would need to. But then this year I realized, yeah, we need to plan out what we're going to say, otherwise it won't happen.
But this one was also a lot more egregious because, like, if you watch this year's video, I was planning this for the whole week. I really wanted to say this.
Maybe the solution is to give your script to Carl and Juz and make them say it. Can't interrupt yourself.
It's this one, right? Here you go.
Yeah.
Yes, that one.
Just
Hello,
like, again, go to
everybody.
where the
Welcome
level
to
started.
Super Mario Maker 2. It's a very silly place. I'm Carl Sagan42, and troll levels have brought me lots of laughs when I needed them the most. Super excited to be here.
You can skip the first 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, you can go to like where until the level starts.
Any of these levels? Oh. All right, so this is the first level into the Sliderverse, and we are going to start off with a short little two-player tutorial section here.
Okay, I got you, buddy. I got you here.
The reason we have this section is because we have no respect for Carl or Jez's skill as players.
I think you have, yeah. Okay, so this seesaw, we need more weight. There we go.
I
So
think
we need to make sure they're warmed up.
Okay.
When we, actually get into it. Once we hit the first checkpoint, that's when we're actually going to get into trolling.
Hit that?
I'm gonna jump on that.
And speaking of that,
Okay, and I'll
what is a troll level,
oh.
Wilfred? Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
give me an
Oh, okay, all right.
the GDQ audience will never get to learn what troll levels is.
A troll level, I like.
It's a secret.
I like to think of a troll level like a good prank.
Oh, which
No,
would
see,
like
you
to
explained some of it. I can see you.
I knew that go full
mad.
screen.
Oh, it feels good down here.
my god. That's amazing. You're just immediate head and hands. Like,
I did hit that emote a few times.
That's beautiful.
No, it continues, I'm pretty sure. Like,
It
he
keeps going.
tries a few more
I
times.
need- Oh, you
Yeah.
need me to hit this switch
Okay.
for you. Right. Okay. Oh,
I
sorry, wait.
knew it.
I think that's when I gave up. I think right there when I just looked at Marvel and I was like, whatever, dude.
Wait, maybe I shouldn't jump.
They're already being
It's
toxic.
supposed to be co-op.
How do I get through? Wait, how do I
If
get
you-
through?
If you talk to someone about a troll level, they'll probably think of a game like Cat Mario getting over it. The funny about that is that Cat Mario is actually pretty
Let's
similar
see.
to Mario Maker troll level.
What am I doing with my life?
It is more rage game, but it's pretty similar. But getting over it is completely
I've-
different.
It will. It definitely
Yeah.
will.
Cat Mario is more
And the
ambush
second thing we
trolls,
wanna know
or it's
is,
entirely
these
ambush
levels
trolls.
are very obviously a multiplayer.
Mm.
We didn't figure out the
From my
I mean,
memory.
Marvel was trying to explain something, and then someone threw a bomb at somebody else. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I get Cat Mario. It is like ambush trolls, but I kind of don't care because they're funny.
It's I would say it's a lot closer to Mario Maker than, I mean, obviously a lot closer than Getting Over It. That doesn't even have trolls in it.
It has one or two like really unfair spots, but
like one arguably. Or even like I Want to Be the Guy, which is another one people think of, has less trolls in it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of games that are actually good troll games. Pujet mentions the game Trees Hate You, which I have not watched because I kind of want to play it. I've heard it is a little bit ambushy as well.
Yeah,
but ambush can be fun as long as the payoff is really funny. Like this is
there's a few really good payoff ambush trolls in that, but they start getting a bit samey after a while.
That's fair. But yeah, I think it is important to explain to the GDQ audience what a troll is, because a lot of people have a very wrong idea about it.
Oh right, yeah, Janine, I didn't get to say this because you didn't hear this because you were away. But the thing that prompted this whole discussion was, so when at GDQ, I frequently got asked, "Oh, what are you running?" Because people can see that I've got a runner badge, and I say something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm doing Mario Maker, but I made the levels instead of I'm the one playing them." So we're doing troll levels. Yes, I made the troll levels, and they're like, "Oh, that's great! I'm looking forward to watching Carl and Juz suffer so much. So you must be so good at making these levels. You must be so good at making frustrating and horrible things to play. Like, don't you enjoy doing that?"
Yeah.
And obviously it's not that egregious when they say it, but basically the general sense I got was that the general public's idea of what a troll level is just something that's really frustrating to play and horrible. Like something that's only fun to watch. And I really wanted to show that's not the case. Or I really, through Wilfred's speech, I was really hoping for that to happen.
Yeah, no, I've been having similar things happen when I've been going to some local game dev events in Toronto and talking to people about Twice Studios. By the way, if you don't know Twice Studios, I'm going to drop a link.
Oh, right. I was going to... Wilfred, I was going to plug Twice Studios at the very end, but I forgot.
I was going to ask if I could do that, but I felt too bad about it.
No,
I'm plugging it now because my stream and I do what I want. Twice Studios.
Yes, I was going to plug it for you, but then Carl started kicking my. No, another thing Carl did is he got massively panicked because we went 10 minutes over on this run, and he forgot that they went 30 minutes under on the previous run. So we had as much time as we wanted. But then he started kicking my chair and telling me, "Oh, go! You got to end things. You got to end things." So I panicked because I thought Carl knew something that I didn't. I thought he had been waved to by someone backstage. So then I was like, "Okay, time's up. We got to go. Bye." And I was going to plug Twice Studios. I was going to plug 2 more things after that, but we just never got to do it.
I remember when we did it in 2024, I specifically looked over at the people behind the what do you call it? It was like
the stage,
the control station, right? They had a bajillion monitors and sliders for audio and various things. And I was like, "Are we good?" And they gave me a thumbs up and just said, "Take all the time you need."
Yeah, that was very nice.
I trust the organizers more than I trust a runner who's panicking. Just sort of structurally.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that he was panicking at the time, and his panic made me panic.
That's fair. But yeah, no, Twice Studios is a game studio that several of us in the troll community started. STEVO and Wilfred are 2 of our main folks.
Yay.
Together with Basilicon and Canyon and a bunch of other people who are helping out, like Flank. And Marble, you've done some stuff with us for game jams, which has been fun.
I have, yeah.
As well.
Speaking of which, how long was the GMTK? I did.
This year's GMTK group kind of fell apart. People are.
It fell apart? Okay, there's no submission then. That's a shame.
The MTK ends in like 10 hours, 9 hours.
Guys, let's get something together.
Absolutely not.
Who needs sleep tonight?
Oh no, wait, it's not that. It's more than that.
But we are actually not making a troll game, though there are a few funny moments in it, and definitely the sort of troll aesthetic is there, but it's not really troll. Yeah, but the focus is it's a puzzle game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you can make a pure troll game per se. Like Mario Maker isn't a troll game, obviously. It's a game that you can make trolls in.
My favorite definition of trolling, and this is something that I may have recommended to say on the GDQ stage, maybe we should at some point, is it's Infernal Rambling's definition, which is parody of bad design, right? So you take all of these very common bad design ideas that everyone seems to have, and you do parody of it in some way, right?
That's a good explanation for someone already in the know, but I feel like it's a bit high concept for
it's just
a
tell a joke.
Audience.
Good joke.
Yeah.
I liked Wilfred's prank analogy a lot.
That's pretty good too. I think the way that I've been trying to explain it to other game devs, because I've been going to game dev events locally and telling people about Twice Twice Studios and how we all got our start in the Mario Maker troll scene, and they're like, oh, the things where you have to like jump really precisely and it's there's a bajillion fire bars everywhere, and I'm like, no, actually not that.
The opposite of that.
That's Kaizo. That's a different thing, and I'm very bad at it, and I don't know how to make or play those levels. So though we did come close in Wagon World, we made something that was technically a Kaizo level. Though I don't think I made any of those setups.
I would just call it platforming.
It was just a cool level.
Yeah. But no, like trying to explain to people, like, yeah, so trying to make something that's that is a prank and you're pranking the player, but they still laugh is a very difficult design space. I think game designers understand that. If you talk about it as like this is the effect that you want to have on the player. But you kind of have to spell it out because it's not really a thing that people try to do like in the industry. Yeah. I feel like, and there's exceptions obviously, but it's like a lot of the things that we do are very taboo in mainstream game design, right? Like,
a lot of games do it. They just do it like once or twice in the entire game.
Exactly.
I was gonna say,
yeah, like it's classic that a Kaizo level ends with a troll, but it's usually just a single Kaizo block.
Yeah,
that's why it's called a Kaizo block. Sorry,
I definitely don't. I don't disagree that like a full troll game can be done, but like in the case of Mispaint, where the trolls in Mispaint do work well because the rest of the game isn't trolling you for the most part.
Fair enough.
And
I want to amend my statement. I don't entirely think that a troll game just can't exist on its own.
I agree.
I would say that it is possible. It's just that it's never been done yet.
Yeah, I would say that.
No, and you do get silly games like What the Golf and I'm
that's not a troll game though.
Trees Hate You, right? Like What the Golf trolls the hell out of you.
The closest I've seen so far.
No, What the Golf trolls the hell out of you.
What about Level Devil? It's the closest I've seen.
I mean, Level Devil is basically Mario Maker, but like different mechanics. It's still a 2D side-scrolling platformer with various things that interact with each other, right?
It doesn't really have things that interact with each other much.
Okay.
Level Devil is very slapstick. I played Level Devil. It was a great time. It's a short little fun thing, and it's really funny. And it's not too hard, which is good. Like it trolls you, but you can see what you're supposed to do, and doing that thing is usually clear and not annoying to do.
Yeah.
With exceptions.
But one of the things that we're doing, like when we do design, like and I can talk about this because it's in the demo, which is public, and you can go play it right now. The very, very first level in Mispaint, right? there's a little arrow.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the arrow thing.
There's an arrow that points at one of the greens that you have to collect, and you try to jump for the green thinking that the arrow is an aesthetic thing and it blocks your path. But of course you can just jump around it, but like the fact that it blocks your path immediately starts teaching you some of the core mechanics of the game by getting trolled. And I think that's a really cool way to do it. And we have a number of things like that, right? It's like you learn the mechanics because you try to do a thing the way that you're used to and get epically trolled in a way that like teaches you how the mechanic works. We do that a number of times actually.
Yeah,
it's always sort of the most
like
exciting way to learn something, I feel like. Oh yeah, the wow look $1 is one of my favorites. That is also in the demo.
It consistently just like people consistently find that level really funny because the funniest part about I mean obviously you wouldn't know what I'm describing unless you've seen it, but I think part of what makes that level so funny is that I believe I made the level and I didn't expect it to work that way.
You trolled yourself while designing it.
Wow look $1 is funny to me for the same reason that bomb troll, the single bomb in the low grav thing, is funny.
Yeah, it's simple and like
it's because there's no hidden information. Like if you looked at it, you'd think, oh yeah, that of course it's gonna do that, but no one looks closely enough.
For sure. You just see the $sign as a symbol that's put on the thing rather than a shape that's cut out of it that causes things not to connect with each other. Anyway.
It's also a really good teaching moment as well. Like,
yeah.
It's,
no, you really have to underscore a lot in a game like that the objects that are drawn do not matter, only the patterns of pixels matter, right? Like, and that's obviously not something that we can 100% get through because the human brain's always going to short circuit into thinking of things as objects. But like realizing that that's a thing that you sometimes have to think about is good early. Anyway, that's game design stuff.
We need to get back to the levels.
You should wishlist Mistpaint if you have not. Go follow the link and click the Steam link and you'll be there. Okay, let's get back to the levels. We got a lot of level to get through.
What were you on the stream timer? 2.5 hours. Okay.
Yay, so much good progress in getting those levels.
Okay, we've got the switch goes off and a POW goes off a little bit later. When the switch goes off, what's gonna happen here? So this guy goes off with the switch because you spawn the sledge bro here with the sledge bro.
Yeah.
So that's the sledge bro. In terms of the seesaw pounding, how does the seesaw pound? There's nothing to pound it.
The sledge bro?
Oh, the sledge bro pounds it. Okay, well, I'm being silly. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think that was going to happen. Okay. So then we end up with the POW is here. This hasn't gone off yet, but it is now armed because the switch went off.
Yes. And importantly, you couldn't have gotten the POW in that first troll. It just looks like you could have.
Right. Yeah, that's very important. So then what's going to happen is you're going to go all the way down here. We're going to lift this stuff up. It's going to hit the hidden block detector.
Yes, and
based on the POW being risen above a thing. We explained that.
Yes.
The hidden block detector is going to activate this. So what does this do?
Okay, so that's gonna, when the hidden block gets hit, it's gonna poof the star, and the star is on a seesaw, and the other side of the seesaw is weighed down by that fire flower.
Right, and we will be in blue state. So
yes.
So the fire flower will lower. That being said, why isn't this? Oh, this fire flower isn't a placeholder Because there's a solid underneath it when you look, so it deplaces it.
Yes, that is the reason for the red block there.
Okay.
Like,
And then the fire flower, is that going to hit this?
Yes, because they run away from you.
Right, because you're on this side. And if you're not on this side, then it won't do that, right? Because you'll be over here.
Yes, that is what the position detector is for Luigi going.
It's interesting.
As soon as Luigi goes under the munches, the fire flower will move over and hit that note block.
How does the fire flower decide which player to target?
whichever closer.
It runs away from the nearest person.
Got it. Okay. So, and you can guarantee the nearest person because you know one of them is in this little box over here.
Yes.
And you can
there's
only
many
get
times
this
in these
far
levels where I need to use a position detector on a specific player, like one of the two players, and the only way of doing that is to trap the other player who I don't want to detect somewhere, and then just like have only one player free to do stuff. Like we used it here, we used it in the jumping back and forth room in the vertical world that we just talked about.
So okay, what does this note block do here? So you got the firefly hitting the note block.
Just stand where the switch is and press play.
This one?
Yep, just press play. We're just gonna see what the spike does. Of course, it pushes a dry bone shell into the spike ball.
This is another one of those.
It's a multiplayer thing.
I'm just gonna.
Sure, yeah, you do that.
So
I think there's an easy way of. You don't have to do this, Jimmy. Just get the power. You don't even need to do that. Put a cloud next to the left of the on-off switch.
Okay. So this is because
left. That's not left.
Yeah. In multiplayer, normally this would spawn 2 bone shells, and one would go much further to the right.
Oh, never mind. That didn't work. Okay, we're gonna have to do multiplayer. Sorry.
God dang it! Ah! Well, we'll be back in 20 minutes when we've set up multiplayer editing. Okay, which one's gonna win this time? Okay.
No, it's fine.
That one's Mario, that one's Luigi, and it's A on both. Okay, so we're here.
Yep.
Right.
So we end up with a dry bone shell there.
And so that is going to hit the dry bones through the thing, and
you can demonstrate this actually. Could you get a Kaizo block next to Mario so you can manually?
I luckily have a Kaizo block right here. How do I erase things? It's there.
Okay, yeah, and then you're gonna have to jump with Luigi for the Kaizo, and then jump with Mario for the switch. Or jump with Mario first.
There's that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we hit the switch. That's what causes the sludge bar to go.
And then that's going to arm the fire flower detector, but the fire flower is going to run away immediately because we're to the left already.
Yeah.
But usually you would be to the right.
And that's your second switch there. Okay.
Yes.
Now, that second switch, what's that going to do?
So the only part of the room we haven't looked at yet is this bit here.
Yeah. So
and luckily we're in multiplayer mode because this only works in multiplayer mode.
Right. So you're spawning 2 dry boneses from this block here. No, that's a bomb.
No.
This is an up bomb though.
That's a.
I think.
It's an up bomb. Yes. Okay. Let's go high level. What that is doing is when the switch happens, it sets off a temporary scroll stop breaker. It breaks the scroll stop to load the teleporting cannon, and then it re-heals the scroll stop a few frames later.
Right. So how do you tell me about this temporary scroll stop breaker?
Okay, the way you do a temporary scroll stop breaker is the question mark block above this. It is, yes. The question mark above the scroll stop. Above the star. When that gets hit, it will transfer into the scroll stop due to the hard block there, and that will mean that there's a a question mark block intersecting the scroll stop, which means it's no longer a scroll stop. But then that same question mark block will get blown up a few frames later, and therefore it's no longer in the scroll stop, which means the scroll stop is now a scroll stop again. And this other stuff is just stuff that facilitates that happening.
This is epic.
So if you get another switch, just borrow it from somewhere else, you can hit it twice to see what happens. So the first switch is for earlier in the room.
You get a switch. That's fine.
You're fine.
That's fine. We're just vibing. Luigi's just gonna keep dying, but that's fine. Okay, so Bone Shell is slightly to the right, so that's gonna hit the thing. And then, oh, that's fun. Okay, so this same block that interrupts the thing, also it has a hidden or an offset block above it, so it will actually spawn downwards. So it spawns. My Joy-Cons have a lot of drift. It spawns the muncher downwards. It hits the bomb that's here. This is an up note block, which is a fairly standard setup. This has a bomb in it, and this doesn't actually have to have anything in it.
Yes, it doesn't have to, but
what happens is that the bomb immediately bounces up off of the semi-solid note block and then clips above the first. And so that spawns upward. Now, that muncher, I have to notice that it's a little weird.
That one is a manually offset cloud block. And the reason it's like that is because...
So you don't have a bouncing sound on the block.
Yes, but also a second reason. So when you hit the question mark block above the star, it will transfer into the scroll stop, and then we need to blow it up later so that we heal the scroll stop.
Mm-hmm.
And what that accomplishes, I don't think we talked about that earlier, is it breaks the scroll stop long enough for the screen to slightly scroll to the right. And we know that it will scroll to the right. And we know that it will scroll to the right because there is a player stuck in the Hammer Bro pit. And that means we're always going to scroll to the right, regardless of where the other player is. So it scrolls right for long. The scroll stop is not there for long enough for us to scroll right to load that cloud and cannon there, and then it heals itself so that we snap back, and you snap back to scroll stops that heal. However, that delay between it breaking the scroll stop and healing the scroll stop needs to be very precise. Right. If it's too long, you won't heal, and if it's too short, you won't load the cannon. Right. So the muncher that falls onto the bomb needs to blow up the bomb a very, very specific number of frames after the scroll stop breaks, which is why the bomb has its height controlled by that cloud block.
So and you have this very precisely offset cloud block.
Yes.
What's a Bart?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's Bartcha321? Another blast from the past. We had Chai here and we have Bart. How's it going, Bart? I miss your streams from back in the day. Yeah. And your levels were good. I enjoyed playing them when I did. I'm glad to see you here again.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
And witnessing the nonsense that's happened to this game since you were last in it. We have healing scroll stops now, which is wild. Cool, and then that loads this, and that poofs the clouds, and I think that's the entirety of the setup here, right?
Yeah, the last thing I want to talk about in this room, and if you could go back to a
and what was this again?
So we can zoom out. So
this is just a sprite save. That's a spike ball that comes here to spawn the spring.
It spawns the spring and also that other question mark block next to the star.
This guy, right?
That one there, which spawns the dry bones.
That makes the dry bones happen.
You just did it again.
Multiplayer editing is so bad. Okay, let me get out of here. I'm gonna reload the level.
That's probably a wise decision. The last thing I wanted to talk about here is just sprite saving. And this is mostly advice for newer makers. First of all, don't get yourself in a position where you need to save sprites.
Don't
I think
feel like
STEVO can
Marble.
agree with that.
Don't do it.
Don't be like me. But if you are like me, then here's how you can get around it.
True.
So the note blocks, those are right on the other side of the scroll stop. And
Here's
if
our
that is the
scroll
case, then they will, they are one tile off screen. And if that's the case, they will spawn their contents if they hit from above or below. Usually they wouldn't. However, they will only do that if they are up to one tile off screen, which is why the note blocks that spawn stuff only go up to where that star is. Like, if they were any higher, they wouldn't spawn their contents.
With the exception of this one. Yeah, exactly. So that rule of needing to be on screen or only one block off screen only applies to note blocks that are hit from the top, and this is important because hitting it from the top is the only thing you can really do reasonably without something that costs a sprite. This one is hit from the side, so even though it's further away, it still spawns. And it's hit from the side by a spike ball that's spawned from this one, which is hit from above. So this one still spawns. Question mark blocks always spawn because you can't hit them from the top anyway. You're gonna have to hit them with something that isn't.
You can hit them from the top, but not like no blocks.
With blocks, yeah. And yeah, that's sprite saving.
That is about it.
So, these guys here, notice these also get hit from the side. This one by a spike ball, and this one by also a spike ball. Actually,
Another spike ball.
But yeah, that's a thing that a lot of people struggle with to start is the limitations of when blocks can spawn. I think it's a little surprising to folks a lot of the time that there's a difference between spawning when hit from the top and spawning when hit from the side.
Yeah, it's weird and specific, but
it's weird and specific and extremely inconvenient. Like, it
is.
I don't know. Because the difference is the things that can hit it from the top are the things that don't cost sprites. Exactly.
Yeah. But again, I want to stress that you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have to do this.
Yeah.
Just
it is much better generally to cut a troll to save sprites and put it at a different level.
Yes.
Which
I often end up wondering how you even get in this situation because
it is often better to cut a troll. I'm sorry. I take responsibility for that because Marble told me that he was going to cut it after our playtest, and I said, no, I think you can fix that. And I think I was wrong, and Marble was right.
Well, it was one of the few times where I was willing to give up on the troll.
Yeah.
I think because I find myself in the situation of running out of sprites a lot. And what happens to me, and I assume what happens to Marble, is that I genuinely believe any idea is possible in this game.
I think the setup gets complicated.
Yeah, no, Judge is guilty of making shit like this. Like, this is...
But like, see, I'm also what STEVO's saying makes sense. Like, there's a certain part of me where like, if the setup gets complicated, what I won't do is I won't scrap it. I'll be like, this is too complicated. There has to be a better way to do this. I don't like.
You try to aggressively simplify. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Or like,
whereas I aggressively make it more complex and more efficient.
Well, Marble's philosophy is, this isn't working. I need to put more stuff to make it work.
Very engineers,
yeah,
attitude.
I wouldn't say put more stuff. I just need to change it until it does work.
Yeah.
My thing is like this, like there's a certain point of complexity that I get to that it's like this is too complex, therefore it's not funny anymore. So I have to start thinking about what is causing me to make this so complex.
Where I'm like, okay, this doesn't work. First idea, how can I do it an entirely different way? It's not even remotely similar.
To me, the big thing
and that is why STEVO's levels are often.
Yeah, to me,
that is why STEVO's levels are often so good. Sorry,
yeah, true.
You go.
To me, the thing is a lot more like getting back to what the actual point of the troll is, because a lot of the time when you're in that situation, you're like trying to make a very specific setup happen and trying to make a bunch of layers, and then you're like, okay, what is the best layer here? What's the actual minimum thing that I can make happen that's going to be funny? And often what I find is that I and other people have gotten into a space where it's like that's been covered up or lost somehow by like trying to fix problems caused by the previous decision that were caused by the previous decision, etc. Like getting back to fundamentals and being like, what's the funny here? Is always like a really good thing to get back to at that moment.
What do we have left at this level? Is it just the
It's
We've
just
gone
the
down
ending
the
room.
philosophy hole again.
Yeah.
It's just the ending room.
I like going down the philosophy hole. I don't know. It's fun. I know we don't get very far through the content that we're supposed to, but like, it's whatever. This block scares the bejesus out of me.
Luckily, this room is simple, so we should get through it very quickly, right?
Yeah, no, there's nothing to really go on.
Nothing really, yeah.
Okay, so...
Alright.
I'm gonna go eat food, I think. I haven't done that yet.
Alright, yeah, but you're welcome to come back if you want.
Nice talking to you, Wilfred.
Yeah.
Good talking to you. Okay, so what is going on in here?
Okay, so let's talk conceptually first. What did I want this room to be? Because often I start with an idea of a troll of what I want the room to do, and then it grows organically from that. And the seed idea
is
room,
often what I do. Hacking off all of the growths.
The seed idea for this room was
more.
The seed idea for this room was a troll where I wanted one player to go in the pipe and then something to be revealed, and then the second player tries to run for it, but they also get forced in the pipe. And that kind of didn't really work out in the final version of the room because people had enough reactions to stop holding right when they got launched upwards, but it still kind of works because the pipe transition happens a few seconds later anyway. But that was the initial idea. And I thought, okay, what could we reveal that's going to make the player 2 who hasn't gone in the pipe, make them immediately start running? And the goal is the obvious option there. So we made a room where we suddenly reveal the goal. And that's where the brick block aesthetic came from. So then I was like, okay, we've got a bunch of brick block aesthetic where we're going to eventually blow them up and reveal the goal. How do we justify that brick block aesthetic? So what I did then is made some of the other brick blocks get blown up to justify why there's some brick blocks there. And in that case, those were the ones in the top left where the power falls down. So why are you doing that?
What is?
Fine, I'll keep talking, it's fine. And then we went through various iterations of trolls with the power falling down until we came to this, which I think is actually an incredibly good room. It's just a real shame that... No, the single point, like, you can trace it back to the canon events where it all went wrong. And it's that when they came in this room and they saw the swamp vibrating, Juz picked up Carl and tried to throw Carl into the swamp. And because of that, Carl ended up accidentally on the wrong side of the launcher, which happened to be 2 layers ahead of where they should have been. And that gave them knowledge they should have had only later. And therefore, everything else didn't make sense. They received the right knowledge, but in the wrong order. But if Carl had landed on the left side of the launcher, everything would have been fine. And you can see he lands directly under the launcher, and he has to decide whether he runs right or he runs left. And he chose right, and therefore the room was kind of ruined.
There's also the power drop into the door. Which I suppose there's probably a reason the door has to be at this level. I was just doing this to be cheeky.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
God damn it. I was like, I was going on a whole monologue. How far did you hear?
We heard the whole thing.
You heard all of that?
Yeah.
We heard all of it. It was fine.
Okay, cool.
At least.
Yeah, I was just saying that the other thing that went wrong is that Juz power dropped back into the door.
Oh, yeah. Well, I kind of provoked that because I didn't think he'd be able to. I thought a power drop was really, really difficult to do. But it turns out he got either lucky or better than I expected. Yeah.
Would it not have been possible to do something like this?
Yeah, I even considered doing that. It would have been fine, but the reason I didn't was because it revealed some of the contraptions as you were like doing the loading door animation.
The black
it doesn't do it here because you start the screen scrolls down. The screen scrolls down immediately when you're in single player, but when you're in multiplayer, the screen only scrolls down after the second person's come out the door.
Got it.
So you're basically shown with this on screen for until the second person comes out the door.
A little bit of time to actually see it.
That's really annoying.
Yeah, you do.
I do feel like power dropping back into a door is a little bit of a dick move when you're playing a troll level, just in general. But
you should know you're breaking it, as I think they did.
They did know that they were breaking it. And double blocking this would have taken sprites. You do not have.
I didn't, and I was very, very, very out of sprites.
Yeah, like you'd already done all the sprite saves.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It happens.
Oh wait, no. I think you might have been able to do something with a couple of these guys, maybe?
Well, maybe, yeah, if they were on tracks.
Yeah. Like that, and then timed it to hit both players.
Yeah, but then people are going to be wondering, okay, when they come into the room, why are there too much poison mushrooms there?
Or they just go off screen immediately. It's like a bonefish in front.
They're big and purple, and they're going to have to be moving because otherwise... Anyway, it's in the past. Let's go back to explaining the correct route.
Oh, well, so the problem, Puget, is a donut and a spike. This is, I think, something like what Puget is suggesting, right?
Actually, to be honest, that would have worked, I think.
The problem is the other player would survive. Unless... you also put a spike here.
Wouldn't. This would work.
Nobody would survive that. Because someone would come out and die immediately, then the other person comes out and dies immediately.
Yeah, this would work. I should have done that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just hesitant to make the rooms more aesthetically complex. If I don't need to.
No, I kind of agree. I think it is a reasonable assumption that in a pro level, a player will not drop back through the door. It's just what happened.
I don't think he would have done it if I hadn't provoked him and been like, "Oh, I bet there's no way you can do that."
Yeah, that's fair.
So it was kind of my fault anyway, but whatever. I'm glad I didn't see the goal, because it did reveal the goal when they came through.
I feel like, well, I saw the goal. I feel like they may have seen the goal.
Maybe, I'm not sure, to be honest. I didn't see any reaction, and usually when the goal appears, you get a reaction out of them. So that's what makes me think.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I think it's a good idea to be a multiplayer and show what the room does first, because there are many different layers to this. It's a very layer-heavy room. Yeah, could you come through the door then?
So I am in multiplayer.
You are in multiplayer.
What's up, Professor Edward?
Hey, Grim, by the way, how are you doing?
Okay, so the goal is to immediately pick up the other player and throw them into the thing and then go left, right?
Well, no. What's intended is that they both see the thump and they're like, what the fuck is that? And they run all the way to the left side of the room and then they both get trapped in. That's the first layer.
Right. The second layer is they realize. Yeah, then the second layer is they realize, okay, the thump isn't real, it can't hurt me, so they just both run to the right. So then this happens, they hit the power. You throw the other player into the muncher.
Obviously.
That's the intended solution, right? I'm so sorry.
That's the intended solution, yes.
Okay, you hit the POW.
And POW doesn't actually get hit, you just get a second POW on the left there.
Okay, and that will enable you to go back through the door.
It would. It looks like it would be enable you to, but in reality it doesn't because the floor gets blown out.
Unless you do a power drop. Right. Okay.
Anyway, so they die there. Then the next thing they realize to do, and I like the chain of logic here. Like in every single other playtest of this room in this state of affairs, people followed that chain of logic. So, like, see, the power there is over there, therefore we need to split one person left, one person right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they saw that the power landed in a one-tile cubby there, so Luigi needs to go stand next to it to pick it up before it falls there.
Yeah. No, this definitely worked on it. And then there's a pitch. And now we're both on this side.
And now we're in the same situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the logic is just do the same thing but dodge the pitch.
Yes.
Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing. Would be a great name for that level that you're working on, Wilfred.
Wilfred's not here anymore.
Right. And then...
That's actually, no, that is a good name, yeah.
And then you powder up through the door, right?
Incredible.
Obviously.
Go on then, I want to see you try.
Absolutely not. With a Joy-Con, are you kidding me? No. I couldn't even do it with the regular controller, but definitely not with the Joy-Con.
You're supposed to do anyway.
Yeah, I think they were just so concerned about beating each other, which is weird to me because there's not a winner. Like, I don't know. So you hit the POW.
Muncher dies.
Muncher dies. You can vibe here as long as you want. And then you go through here, and there's the goal, but we're failing.
It's not running. Yes, we're failing.
Now we're in the anti-software.
Yes, and you get arguably the harder of the two versions.
Where you just have to do it vanilla.
Yeah. Now, something I am very glad I didn't find is, and you can do this fairly easy just with one person. Make both players grab a dry bone shell and then make them go kiss each other, like face to face, and let go at the same time.
Give me a second. Get out of there. Okay.
That's hard to do with one person.
That jump, not great. God damn it.
I mean, if you don't know the controls, yeah, it's hard.
Oh.
And then just let go at the same time.
Perfect.
Okay, and they actually tried this during the event, and I'm very glad it didn't work because there's a secret to how to do that. you need to be running into each other whilst you're doing it.
Yeah,
So
that's going to be hard to do.
You just need
With...
to be holding left.
I wish I could show you a picture of my hands right now.
Well, I mean, piano cam isn't here anymore.
You have a piano cam.
let me grab the piano cam.
Oh, we're doing ads at the moment, by the way.
Perfect. You can spend time setting up the funny controller cam. Also, the
Why is
so
okay, that was weird.
And so I had to set it to a different camera in order to reload the camera with the same name.
Yeah.
Even though it's a different camera. It's
move STEVO to the left.
Right.
Oh. Am I overlapping?
Yes.
Move STEVO to the left so we can see.
It is done.
Yeah. And then you can get rid of the code for now, I think. Sure. By the way, the levels are uploaded, so if you can go to that code and get the levels if you would like.
Okay.
I will say that again once the ads end.
So. Right. I'm going. No.
You can just put one player against the wall and then just hold into the other player.
Oh, only one player has to be running.
Against the wall then. Yeah, only one player has to be running. So Luigi can just go grab that and then run to the right.
Go with Luigi. Okay, so there it is. Okay.
There we go.
Nice.
So it's not completely trivial, but if you know what to do, it's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Luckily, they tried that, but they didn't figure out that you need to be running into each other, so they just assumed that it was impossible.
Yeah, which is a reasonable assumption. Just like, you know, I don't know, how dropping through a door. Sorry, I'm a little salty that happened. That is a little bit of a.
Anyway, and then the last layer on this, which I think it's still good to show, is... Can we go through the room again, please? Thank you. Also, welcome back from ads. You didn't really miss that much.
I did the anti-soft lock. Trust. Okay, so we do this, but now I'm going to hold right and run with Luigi.
Yes.
Hopefully this is the run button.
Well, you're going to throw the power first.
Oh, right.
You're going to throw the power first.
Oh, but Mario has to go into here. And it has to actually enter the pipe to trigger it. It's interesting. Ah! Right. And now you end up with the layer that everyone actually got, because
yes,
people did in fact run to the right. The first time. And this one actually I think is easier because you can kind of arc things past each other.
Yes. What I was intending to do with this is make something that looks worse at first impression, but it was actually easier because we didn't want it to, like, take ages, especially the second time round.
The other way that you could have done this is just have it set up to look really, really bad, and then just have, like, 20 thwomps descend upon you.
Yeah, but the risk with that is that if they don't get the first layer, then they just get the pity death instantly the first time they're here.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to a bit more of a structural issue with the troll.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Juz, or whoever it was, saw the goal and started and had fast enough reactions to start running right, such that it didn't, like, that there's a position trigger that switches from one layer to the other right before you get to the goal. So if your reaction times are fast enough, then you'll get the second layer.
Yo, infinite 1-ups.
Is Luigi... That's crazy. Is Luigi doing anything?
I'm holding jump.
Okay.
Make Mario also do it.
Though...
Oh.
I don't have to...
Oh.
Yeah, so here we go. No, I'm... Free hands. Oh, now he's just bouncing on Mario, though. I think he just got hit with Roy. But it was working. Oh.
It was working. Anyway, let's talk about how the room works. Then we can get onto the third level, which I promise is actually significantly simpler with one large exception.
Kim. We are not doing viewer levels right now. That is very not what's happening. I'm so sorry. Okay. Right.
Well, I guess the first thing is how does Thwomp do any of what it does?
The Thwomp.
Yeah, how does Thwomp do
should I
that?
switch back to single?
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Here we go. I like how every time I switch, it unpairs all of my controllers. It's like
It's
super unnecessary.
So intuitive, isn't it?
Like
incredible.
My controller is off now. It unpaired it forcibly, and now I have to turn it on and it has to re-Bluetooth to the fucking thing.
That's how I would make it work.
Okay. Great.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I've got this.
Let us talk about.
Okay.
You got this? Okay.
The Thwomp. So let me start, and you can correct me when I go wrong. This Thwomp, I'm pretty sure, is a Lakitu Thwomp. Is it?
It is, yes.
Okay, so this is...
Yes.
We tend to think in this game, I think I mentioned this for the last levels, but we tend to think of, like, you have a Thwomp, you put it in a pipe, you put it in a clown car, you put it in the Lakitu Cloud, and it's the same Thwomp that's in the Lakitu Cloud or in the clown car, etc. That's not how the game works. What happens when you put a Thwomp in a clown car is the Thwomp is deleted and replaced with a clown car Thwomp. Making sense? So there is such a thing as a clown car Thwomp that is a separate entity from a Thwomp. Similarly to Lakitu clouds. Through shenanigans, we've managed to put a Lakitu Thwomp inside of a clown car. That's just undo shenanigans with black holes.
It doesn't even require a black hole, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I think the way we did it in 2024 did.
The way we did it a long time ago did.
The cool thing about a Lakitu Cloud is that when a Lakitu Cloud thwomps at, or when a Lakitu Thwomp thwomps at you, the Lakitu Cloud poofs and it's replaced with a standard Thwomp. So when the Lakitu Thwomp is in the clown car, and the Lakitu Thwomp does its routine to thwomp at you, it replaces itself with a standard Thwomp, and now you have a standard Thwomp in a clown car, which is not supposed to happen. Remember, the Thwomp that goes in a clown car is not a standard Thwomp, it's a clown car Thwomp, normally. So this is a standard normal Thwomp that obeys normal Thwomp physics, and also the clown car is trying to control it because it's got a thing inside of it at the same time.
Yes.
And those are in a lot of conflict, and you end up with some weird shit. The other thing that's
crucially,
happening...
they are two separate objects. They're two separate objects, which means you can do different things to each of them.
One thing that I'm going to do real quick, just to demonstrate, is I'm going to move this PAL. Pretty sure it's this PAL.
It is, yes.
So this is a standard Thwomp that is attached to a clown car. You can see that they're kind of fighting a little bit. The clown car is trying to control it, but the Thwomp also has its own, like, its own code that's trying to control it at the same time, and they kind of just... Yeah.
They do strange
things. So the Thwomp can't, clip into the ceiling because it's a Thwomp, but it has to follow the clown car because the clown car is updating its position, but it doesn't really fit into the clown car because it's not a clown car Thwomp, and a regular Thwomp isn't meant to do that, etc. So a lot of weird shit's happening. So this POW that I just moved over, and I knew it was this POW because I know how this freaking setup works. I knew about it when I was a player of this level too. I was like, that's a detached clown car flaw. Because we did this in 2024 also. So this POW is getting teleported pretty immediately. Yeah, so this is a detached track platform that goes immediately off of this broken track and teleports that POW. The POW is going to scan along here because of some stuff on the left side of the level. If we look at the very left side of the level, there's some very specific blocks that are going to have, this guy, right?
Yes, it's that guy.
That guy, because it's on, you put the center of the teleporting platform in this column and see where the thwomp is, and that's where it scans down to, so it selects this row, blah, 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 blah,
Watch our teleporting video for more info.
And this is the row that it's selected here, and it's
No, it's not. That's a completely different room, Janine.
This is the row it selects here, obviously, because I'm not a dumbass. And it scans up to this one way here, which will stop it. So it ends up teleporting onto a slope, and when something teleports onto a slope, as I said before, it goes downwards and pushes stuff down. So,
yes.
The thwomp cannot be teleported by the POW because a standard thwomp cannot be moved by a POW. It just, POWs don't push them. The clown car, however, absolutely can. And the clown car is going to do some kind of push teleporting, and this POW is here to do something.
When you play like this, the thwomp goes with it because the thwomp hasn't poofed its Lakitu cloud yet.
The way that you get the thwomp to poof the Lakitu cloud, like I said, is getting it to attack you. So that's why it's set up like this. The thwomp attacks you immediately, and then you end up in that weird state, and then the POW teleports through here.
And that is why the door is
away.
there. I wouldn't.
And that was weird, but sure.
I would much prefer that the door was on the left side of the room, but it needs to be on the right because the thwomp needs to see you as you exit the door.
Yeah. And then you make the thwomp vibrate by clipping the clown car in between some POWs here. Right?
Yes.
But that second POW doesn't exist. That's weird.
The left POW that you see dropping off the edge of the world, that's just to target the teleport.
But the right one.
So this one is to target the push teleport for the clown.
Yep. And the one on the right is the one that teleports.
And this, so that's this POW here. Got it. So why is it vibrating, Marvel?
I don't know. I was messing around with that question mark block. I don't know why I was, but I was trying to do something different with the clown car, but then I put the question mark block there, and it randomly started vibrating, and I thought, holy shit, that's so much better than what I was trying to do. Let's run with that.
Sure. Okay. So, Janky McJankerson, the clown car starts vibrating, and because the clown car is controlling the thwomp's horizontal position, though I think I need to come in through the door for that to work, or is there some single player nonsense happening?
If you're going to do that, you need to.
Yeah, there we go.
That works. You just need to deactivate that P switch because otherwise that happens.
Yeah, so for the dev exit...
Move that star. Not that star, the one below it.
For the dev exit,
the one below it.
We're here.
Just put that inside the wall.
Why does this work as a dev exit?
Because...
a poison mushroom.
When there's two poison mushrooms...
I got it. Okay, yeah. When there's, so in single player, you will spawn a single poison mushroom and it'll just hang out here forever because you're on the right stuff.
Yes.
And there's two get
in multiplayer, they get spat out. Yeah. Why did reloading the room cause this to go off?
Because the star hits that note block, which spawns in multiplayer case 2 poison mushrooms, the left of which hits that note block in the bottom left there, which kills the spike ball, and then therefore the spike ball doesn't hit the bottom right note block, which contains a spike ball, which then goes and hits the P-switch Kaiser block.
Got it. So if this doesn't spawn, you get the dev exit. I understand now. Interesting.
And it wasn't spawning earlier because it was just scrolled too far down.
Yeah.
So you can just
probably you didn't have the tech when you were making this.
I didn't know about the progressive power up thing,
But
so I could have just
probably
simplified
this is night mode, so
with
you
the
can
progressive
have
power up.
Yeah. You can do in night ground. You can actually do both checks pretty easily. So you do that, but then it has to. I don't know. You do a feather.
Yeah, you just do a feather. It's in the power ups wheel.
Thank you. But doesn't that
the power ups wheel?
If you're
and then make that hit the dev exit piece. You just make that hit the P switch.
Yeah. So that would have been a lot simpler, and also would not have broken power drop back. But also, power dropping back would have probably broken a million other things.
Yeah.
But also, this would have saved you a sprite. Look at that! We saved the sprite. You had a spike ball down here.
True.
The other way to save that sprite would have been to just not have this setup and have a pipe that you come out of down here for the dev exit.
Whatever.
A door. And
anyway, let's get back to the thwomp. The thwomp gets teleported down. It vibes out, vibrating for a bit, and then it gets freed by this hard block.
This hard block, that's really interesting. When it gets a platform there, it just stops the vibrating nonsense.
Well, that forces it into the...
So I'm pretty sure I know why it's vibrating. So clown cars, they don't like being in a corridor that's the same height as the clown car. So for a normal clown car, it doesn't like being in a corridor that's too high, and for a clown car, that doesn't like being in a corridor that's 3 high. However, clown cars also go towards you. So the clown car is in a corridor that's not 3 tiles high because that question mark block is down slightly, but then it tries to go to the left and it gets clipped up slightly by that ground block so that it is in a corridor that's 3 tiles high, and therefore it doesn't like that, so it gets clipped back to the right, which makes it in a corridor that's not 3 tiles high, and then it starts trying to go left again, so it just vibrates left and right and left and right.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and that's specifically clown cars that have something in them.
And as soon as you actually flip it into the 3 tile area.
Yeah, but then once the track block forces it into that corridor completely, it can move, and it
just goes normally.
Yeah. Cool. So that's that. Let's see. The next thing that happens
disappears as well.
Is that the
thwomp also disappears.
Disappears, and that's because why does that happen?
It is because the clown car gets teleported all the way to the left of the level, which makes it despawn.
Oh, so you do another teleport here.
And I'm trying to find where that is, to be honest.
Okay, so you got this broken track here, which you may reuse. Could be reused.
Just press play. I want to see if there's any platforms we're not seeing.
Are there switches? You got switch platforms.
No, there's no switches. There's no switches initially.
That platform is for spike ball later.
How does this work?
Oh,
right, no, I got it. Is that
hang
launcher?
on. Quote add
near where Mario.
How does this work? That is Marble.
Thank you very much.
Marble SMM2 explaining his own setup. There we go.
I remembered now, okay.
Oh, there's another
So you see
teleport
that
here,
launch
right
pad?
here.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
So that launcher just goes on a journey, avoiding all the other stuff there. Doesn't mind it crushes that. Then after a while,
right, and because it's a track launcher, it scans all the way along the bottom, and that's enough to get the clown car all the way.
It goes left, and I'll show you where it goes to. Just go left through the level. There.
Where?
See those P blocks in the bottom left?
Oh my god!
It goes in that little box.
That's wild. So
Wait,
you
so does
then
it-
can't have
later it
any
despawns.
soft blocks in this entire area that are
Well,
solid.
it turns out that I did. It turns out I didn't have any. That I just if
they're
I did have
all-
some, then I would have done something
They're all
different.
blue and they're not solid.
Yeah.
God damn.
But does it actually despawn or does it just turn invisible?
I don't know. I can't tell. Either way, the thump disappears.
I
Or no,
think
it
it
must-
despawns
no, I can't
because if it turned
Yeah, it
invisible,
despawns
you could
because-
still die
yeah,
off of the top by jumping on the top of its head.
Yes. Also, the power falls down and it doesn't land
Yeah,
on
the
anything.
power lands
So
on
it does
it.
despawn.
Yeah.
So it despawns.
Alrighty then. So that is how the thump vibrates a bunch, then goes left and then disappears.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So the next thing
the reason
go.
the reason it doesn't kill you is because it kind of the thwomp actually has multiple different collision hitboxes. There's the one that kills you. There's the one that's a semi-solid on top. And because it's in the clown car, the hitbox that kills you is down with the clown car.
Yes.
But the hitboxes
hitbox
that are on the top or
that
the one
breaks
that breaks
blocks.
the blocks, those are still up there.
It's so weird.
Really weird.
Yeah.
It's very fortunate though. It means you can do this.
Great. So then we're gonna need a difference depending on whether one player is on the left or both players are on the right.
Yes.
Now,
and
I do
there-
see a clown
that is
car,
the mole.
and it terrifies me. Oh, it's a mole! Thank God. Okay. That's much nicer. That being said, the only mole that I see is here. Isn't that
It is,
gonna
in
get
fact,
stuck
that mole.
in here immediately?
It is. Yes.
Oh my God! I think I see it. Does it get lifted out by the platform? By this platform?
Nope.
No. Okay. So the mole is immediately gonna go into here. Get stuck there.
Yes, and the mole runs right from the door, so it always ends up in here, regardless of what happens in the
Okay.
room.
So
I think it's useful to know what happens when you try to hit the POW in the top right
yeah,
of the
so
room.
let's go from the POW. So it's a player hit POW. So it's going to affect...
It doesn't actually hit a POW. It doesn't actually hit a POW.
Ooh!
See that Kaiser block there?
That hit a POW. Am I doing it wrong?
I lied. It does hit a POW. It's just that there's nothing for the POW to kill. Except those coins.
I also didn't hit the Kaiser block, which is weird.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay, no, I know why it's happening. It's because that Kaiser block has a vine in it, which means it doesn't spawn unless you come through a door.
Oh my god.
So, Janine, just
Am I gonna need multiplayer?
you don't need to. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
Door.
All you need to do is just move that Kaiser block so that it's not intersecting the wall,
Right.
and then just delete the PAL, just because it won't actually get hit. It will get hit like this, but if it in the actual level when the vine is there, the PAL gets poofed instead of being hit.
Right. So you have a hidden block detector here that I see very clearly. This is one of the classic ones. You got a cheeky slope in the wall here just to prevent anything from being a scroll stop that you don't want it to. Even though that is completely unnecessary. That's
a holdover from when the room was less complex.
Amazing. So that's a hidden. This right here is a hidden block detector. You end up with a winged hidden block behind a bomb. There's absolutely no reason that bomb should spawn, and even if it does, the fact that it flips down is bonkers to me. But that's how it works, and I'm not going to argue. So when you hit any hidden block in the level, that's going to blow up that bomb, and we're going to get a switch. So, you get a switch. So at the moment of switch, a couple of things are going to happen. This is just a switch insurer, so this doesn't really matter.
That happens when you start the room, yes.
There's some switch shenanigans going on here. I'm gonna delete this stuff again to save the sprite that you could have actually saved in the level.
Thanks. Yes, thank you for the reminder.
Sorry, I just think that's really funny. We saved the sprite.
Saving a sprite in a marble level is an accomplishment.
No, I'm proud of myself. Okay, so now with that sprite, I'm going to grab a switch for myself to test stuff with.
That's gonna make the mole dig if you're standing there. You just need to be slightly higher. Just move that switch up by one more. Like, sure, yeah, there.
Okay, so that launcher has gone on its magical journey. We're gonna drop that spring, which doesn't yet hit the shell. Okay, so that's arming something for later.
For the moment.
That's arming something for later.
Also, that bomb is now is one step further down the track.
Which bomb?
Just do that again. Just do it again. Bomb that's on top of the bomb. Yep, it's just sitting there, and it moves down one step further.
Oh, right. So it moves sort of behind the thwomp.
Yes.
And then the thwomp goes off randomly.
Because the launcher teleported.
Interesting. Does that happen in the real level?
It's just it's just because you hit the switch before the previous stuff had happened.
Oh, so
like
launcher teleports. Then I hit the switch. And now, yeah, nothing there happens. Okay, so down the bottom right, on the first switch, nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Great. I love it when nothing happens. We have this platform. That's gonna start going. Magical
now,
Journey.
It's worth noting that there is a bunch of switch tracks in this. There's 3 different switch tracks in this room, and there are 3 different winged platforms on them, and they all are synchronized, so they're synchronized relative to each other. So even though I don't know when something's going to happen, I know that the 3 things there are going to happen consistent relative to each other.
Yes, you have track timing shenanigans going on. So these are...
Yes.
Yeah, those are going to go at the same time. So both of these platforms are going to be the thing that we trigger with this switch mainly, I think.
Well, all 3 of them. There's one to the right, but it has placeholder things on it, so actually this is a good place to do the thing.
So let's just look at these. So I'm going to focus on the left one right now. That, we immediately kill the mole. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to put the switch over here.
That is a smart... Well, actually, one further to the right, I think, would actually be beneficial to you.
Just for visibility?
So that No, because your floor is going to get exploded.
Oh, true. So if I'm on, well, okay.
Oh, you need to start further to the right. Yeah.
Right, so we start there. The mole's trapped in there, and if I'm on this side and I hit the switch, that muncher, I'm going to die to a fish immediately, even before the muncher starts doing anything. That's interesting. So what was the difference? How did the mole have anything to do with it? Versus here?
Janine tries to figure things out.
I actually like this. I think this is fun. How did the mole and my position have any... Oh! Okay. No, I got it. See, I thought it was like after it got lifted up, it was like sitting on here or whatever, but it's always going to sit there. There's a semi-solid here. Okay. I've got it. The mole immediately dies, but before it dies, it was either looking left or it was looking right. If it's looking left, it's slightly to the left, which means that the bone shell, when it pops up, is going to hit that spring. It's going to hit the spring that's going to be sitting here, and like a tiny, tiny bit to the left because the mole is facing left, and then it's going to hit this block, which spawns a fish. If I'm over here, then the mole is facing right, and so that bone shell is not hitting anything. It's just going up on the top of the thing and hanging out. And then the POW... Oh.
This is a doozy.
How does the POW...
This is a real doozy.
I'm going to look at the POW real quick. So here... Okay, so this block doesn't exist. It's inside of... It doesn't exist. It does exist?
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The block doesn't exist.
There's going to be some transference of some kind. Well, okay, so in this case, it just kind of... Oh, it's literally transference. I called the shot. Okay. Yeah, so here, if I'm on the right, it doesn't exist. But if this block gets hit, it's doing some transference nonsense on this. Wait a minute, the POW is supposed to drop when I'm here. This side, right?
Yeah, it drops.
It drops, okay.
When?
But if I'm over here, let's watch what it does.
Doesn't the POW just drop the same either way?
Yes, but with different timing.
That's wild. Okay, hang on.
The POW takes much longer.
It gets trapped on the top. It clips up because of... Is that timed? Does that have to hit the block while it's going through there? So it hits the block while it's coming through.
No, but...
Clips the POW up because of transference. Something. It ends up there, and then we pick it up again like that and bring it over to that conveyor belt.
Yes.
So it falls a little bit later. I agree that it makes sense that it falls a little later. That's wild, though. What's up, Comex? Black and Crowd says, do I understand any of this at all? No. Am I still intrigued? Yep. Same. Okay. So, that's absolutely wild. How does that, like... I do not understand the part where the POW just, like, flips up right there.
I think...
Everything after that is fairly standard setup.
It's between an offset block and a semi-solid, right?
And the offset block exists because it's been transferred into by this block being.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we're on this side, then that block doesn't get hit because the spring is slightly to the right.
I think it's
and
enough
so
space.
it's actually just open. Oops. And so it's actually just open. And the POW just kind of like doesn't ever make it onto the top of the semi-solid and drops immediately.
Yes.
Jesus.
Now, usually I try, for these complex setups, I try and explain as well as how they work, why I made it this way.
I think
For this one,
yeah,
I
go on.
genuinely can't remember.
I think
I
got
genuinely
it.
can't remember.
Well, not necessarily why
Like,
you
I
made it
understand
this
what
way.
it does. I mean, yeah, this specific way. I don't remember why.
In
But
particular,
was
it makes
to
sense
sprites
that the
as well.
POW
I was
falls
very
later.
sprite constrained.
It makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, if only there was a sprite on this screen you could have saved.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I appreciate and respect you, Marble. That's why I make fun.
Oh.
I just think it's really funny.
I literally didn't know that the tech existed that you could do the progressive power up thing.
For sure.
Therefore, in my mind, the fact that the slight wall was needed in the bottom left there was an immutable fact.
Yeah. Okay, so what was I gonna say? The fact that the POW falls later is very important to the psychology because the fish falls at the moment that you expect something to fall, or a little bit earlier. And if the POW was also there, it would make it a lot more visually complex. So I understand why you needed the POW to fall a little bit later.
Yes, it falls later than it wouldn't be necessary, and the reason of that is comedic timing. Because what you want is the player there to die, then them fall off screen, so there's nothing there anymore, and then the POW happens because there's no longer anyone there, but the thing that you needed is now there. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So it gives the impression of like I was just too late.
You want the fish to kill
I'm no longer there.
Way before the POW.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's nice about the multiplayer thing is that you have both players on screen because it's instead of just dying immediately, you end up with both players on screen over here watching the POW drop over here and be like, God damn it. All I had to do was not get hit by the fish.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Where normally you would just die and never see anything. Alright, so the next thing that the Switch is going to do is this thing here.
Oh, no, we're not finished with the top left thing. Yeah. So when the dry bone shell gets hit by that sideways spring, the question mark block is one of two things it hits. If you see behind the sideways spring, there's a Kaizo there.
Oh, right. Yeah. What's in here? That is
Koopa.
a Koopa. Okay.
And
The
that
Koopa's
goes on a merry
going
journey
to
walking around.
Hit that.
Yes.
Which this is going to be slightly to the right because it has a parachute. This is going to clip through the icicle. We're going to hit a bone shell. It's going to come over here, skip over this thing a little bit. And then come over here and do nothing.
Yep, exactly that.
It's going to get teleported with timing off of this. Okay.
Yes.
So
that is why it was important that all of the platforms were temporarily locked
so
to each other.
Let's do this again. Let's watch this platform here. And let's watch this bone shell right here. Those two things. Can I delete this?
Yes, you can.
Position. And then
yeah, that doesn't change anything. That one you do need.
I'm just moving it out of the way so I can delete
Oh, but you're gonna
this.
put it back. Gotcha.
And that's okay. So I do need to get the mole locked in place. I do need to hit the switch while on this side. Okay, so you see the platform on the right that's going on off screen, and you see the bone shell underneath the spring above the other platform that's going back. There it goes. And that broke.
Yes,
but
did before
teleport.
It broke, it got teleported.
Yeah, so let's take a look again. Let's take a look again. Okay, no, stop. Get the mole stuck here. You hit this.
What it might benefit you to do is to drop down that chute there to see what happens to the.
And that hits all of these.
No, it doesn't. Those are already gone.
Bone shell is the one that lets you actually get the power.
Yes.
Oh, it hits
You're only loading two of the
these.
three. It does, yes. It hits those 3 blocks.
Okay.
The block with the glory sound effect is already gone because of something on the left side of the score stop here.
Okay, so let's think
there's a-
about it scanning. So it is on some part of the thing when it goes.
It's on the very left side, I think.
It's on the very left side. Well, so that makes it easy. So it's going to be the infinite thing. So it's going to scan to a half tile here. No, this doesn't make the
Yes.
infinite one. Only this. So it's going to scan here.
Oh yeah, it just. I think it scans to the start ground if it's going off the left side. Yeah, it scans to the height of the start ground.
Oh,
because
just to the start ground.
on infinite.
So that
Yes.
is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap below the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap below the line. That is exactly this row. So it's going to scan there, and then it's going to hit everything on this in this row.
So we just have a teleporting hitbox which hits any blocks through that, which breaks all of the empty blocks.
And that breaks the empty blocks because it's a bone shell, which would break blocks. And what you see up here is the bone shell breaking animation, but what you see down here is just all of these blocks explode themselves.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
And that's timed to happen just after the power has dropped in the second layer. So it's a sequence of events. Hit the power, the top left blocks are blown, so it reveals a chute that something's going to drop down. The fish drops down instead of the power. The player dies, and then the power actually drops down the chute, and then the floor's blown out to reveal that you could have picked it up.
How does the bone shell not hit the POW?
Because the power's not there yet.
Because the POW is
Oh,
just
I think no. Actually, that's a good question. I think I timed it so that the blocks blow up just before the power hits the ground.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, cool. So that's that. So now let's say you dodge that. So now then the players go ahead and die to the
Let's talk about the stuff on the left side of the scroll stop, because that's involved in what we're just talking about now.
Right. So if you if the hidden block detector goes off, you get a switch. All of this stuff happens. You get a teleport. How does any of this? Okay, so what comes out of these blocks? You got bombs that kind of set up like this. The stars here are just to silence the one-ways. This star is just to silence the one-ways.
Something else you haven't noticed yet is the third platform that's temporarily locked, the one that's on the very right side.
Yeah, let's take a look. So
that has 2 spike balls on it, and those just teleport through.
So that will go, it's hard to see, but there is a broken track here that goes onto a curved track, so that is a teleport. You get another teleport here. That's going to scan all the way at the top, and we're going on to right from the center of the platform. So what that means is the center of the platform goes on column 2. To right on the center of the platform, that's going to scan here. Is that to this half tile?
They're 2 different heights. The one that's the middle of the platform plus 1
Scans.
that goes down. No, 1 to the right of that.
Oh, okay.
It scans down there.
So it scans to the exact tile. No, that scans to the offset tile. The other one scans to an offset tile 1 higher.
2 higher.
2 higher. Yeah. Okay. And that is offset literally across the center line, 2 above that. So let's go back here. Yeah. So across the center line, so this block's gonna break. And then 2
all
higher.
4. I'll do you one easier. You've got it slightly wrong. You see those blocks with the flashes?
These guys. That's what breaks these ones.
It's what breaks those 4 blocks.
Got it. This one is
And
also going to
the block. It's also going to break that one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the main purpose is to open up this shaft so that the POW can fall. So these spike balls do the teleport based on the stuff on the very left of the level. Target in between these 2 rows and in between these 2 rows. So all 4 of these get hit. This also gets hit. I'm curious to see what that does.
The easiest way to demonstrate this is to replace that brick block with just a switch block, and then hit the switch manually.
Just like a
because
block.
otherwise you need to load the teleporting spike balls, which means you can't see this. Yeah, and then just bring the switch down.
I can see that
you need to bring the switch down because you can't see what's happening.
blow it up.
Okay.
Yeah, just to hit.
So
I would move it one to the right because that's gonna be where you are. Sure.
Oh, this is doing a number of things. Okay. The first thing that it's doing is literally just blowing up this block right here.
It's that bomb there, but it also spawns another thing. Oh, that's setting up a POW detector.
It is, yes.
That's what that is. You're assembling a POW detector right there.
That's so weird. Okay.
I'm doing so. The reason it's like that is because the bomb is saved. The bomb came from a note block.
Both bombs?
Yeah,
both bombs.
okay,
Both
so
bombs.
this bomb is free because it's from a note block. This bomb is also free because it's from a note block. The only sprites here are the launcher and the muncher. And the spike ball.
And believe me, I tried to save that muncher as well. Anyway, so the reason we're blowing
you
up
probably
that
could have
block where
saved
Mario
another
is
sprite because
currently...
a switch insurer could have been a...
no, I couldn't have, because that switch needs to be there because it's also used in the POW detector contraption.
Amazing. Okay.
That one.
That's the reason the switch insurer is
So that
specifically
blows up
there,
this
because I already
specific
had a
block
switch there.
here, as well as
and-
if we set off a POW.
Yes, and the reason we're blowing up that specific block there is because that contraption happens pretty fast on a switch, which means it happens before any of the other POW dropping or fish stuff. So the pit is opened for the POW to fall into before the POW falls, essentially.
Makes sense. And then
And it also
this
sets
isn't
off
going
the
to
glory.
work here because if I throw this, it's killing the bomb. But normally, if the bomb's here and the muncher's here and your scroll stop is locked here, it will only kill stuff that is touching the scroll stop. And the bomb will be safe. So it'll kill the muncher. I did that. I needed to wait for that to set up. So it'll kill the muncher, leave the bomb alone, and then the launcher crushes the bomb, which then turns a POW into an on-off switch.
Crucially, it happens instantly. It's an instant POW to switch.
Yeah, because there's other ways to do it with like a coin dropping and blah blah blah, but they tend to take some time. So
This needed to be
is
instant.
really fast.
And the reason it needed to be instant is because when the POW goes off, it hits a switch, and when that switch goes off, it arms the go-in pipe detector. And if they went in the pipe before the detector was armed, which takes a few seconds, then
There would be no reveal. Yeah.
There would be no reveal.
Okay.
So I needed that detector to be instant so that I could use the loading time of the muncher dying for the other detector to load.
Right. Okay. So, the next thing that happens is a POW goes off. I don't think the POW does much directly other than hit the switch and
That's
clear
correct.
this muncher.
And clear that muncher.
And that's a player thrown POW, so its range is exactly the screen, so it's very predictable. And so the next thing to happen after that is our second switch. Now, I want to see what happens down in the bottom right on the second switch, because we saw a bunch of stuff arm on the first switch.
Yes.
So let's take a look here.
You gotta wait for the
we gotta
launcher
wait for the launcher to go
first.
through. Now, one switch goes, spring drops, and bomb lowers.
Okay.
Wait. You gotta get rid of the scroll up. Get rid of those two spike balls on the platform.
Oh,
because they are hitting the note block downwards, and usually that wouldn't spawn anything, but since it's on screen and now it does.
right. Okay.
Let's go.
This should be good. Yeah.
Yep.
That launcher path, just to not crush the spring. It's beautiful. Okay. So, one switch. And 2 switches. That spawns a bomb in there, and that's a clown car position detector.
That clown car.
Okay,
is
so
the
this
detector.
clown car, the player on the right is in the range of the clown car, but the player on the left isn't. When the player on the right goes in the pipe and despawns, the clown car loses interest in chasing anyone because the player on the left is out of its range, and that causes it to blow up the goddamn bomb, setting off a P-switch. Oh!
Yes, and the power.
Okay.
Switch and the power.
You dynamically armed a clown car position detector, you absolute madman. So how does that work? You are.
Well, it's just by spawning the bomb
That's
into
just
it.
hitting this thing here. That's just hitting this
Just
note
a
block
note
from the side. Okay, that's not that bad.
It's not that bad. And then the bomb in the bottom left is still in progress. It's now in where that blue block is. So on the third,
switch, it kills the
it then blows
mole.
up.
And when the mole is killed, the stack with the thwomp is broken. The thwomp is touching the note block, and it immediately goes, launching the launcher up, so the second player goes in.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what causes that third switch, but we will find out. The first thing that happens, though, is the player on the right goes in the pipe. Let's say this is Mario. Mario goes in the pipe. This clown car loses interest and blows up.
P-switch goes off.
P-switch goes off. This also blows up. What's sitting here? That's a POW. So we get a POW as well as a P-switch, which was why it drops the coins. I'm curious why this POW doesn't kill the mole here.
Funny you should ask.
Because
it is the exact distance. No, it's not. It's the exact distance away that is just out of range.
Okay,
and that is something that I worked very hard to make the case.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So typically, this POW, this is a player-thrown POW, so the range is the screen, as you kind of expect with Mario. With POWs that are hit by a contraption, they have a range around where the POW was hit. So it's very different. And this is just outside of that range to not kill this mole. The bone shell doesn't matter anymore because that's already gone off. None of this matters because that's already gone off. All of this has already been done. So there's really nothing over here that you care about at that point other than the mole. Okay. Cool.
Yep,
so player goes in here, the clown car loses interest, sets off a P-switch and a POW. That turns these to coins and drops them immediately, which is what you see.
All of the brick blocks that don't have anything in them. So you get the path towards the goal, you get the goal revealed, and also you get a bunch of arrows below those, like below the screen. So I'll zoom in again.
Oh, and you get, a bunch of arrows behind these.
Behind those.
Yeah. Those ones drop as well. Bars? Simple, right? Okay, the next thing is, I believe, this switch gets hit again. Maybe?
That switch gets hit again when the player is running to the right. So scroll to the top.
Yeah, so now...
This one is actually simple. It's just a mole detector.
So that's...
Right, so this...
that's really simple.
That's extremely simple. So this is held in stasis because the bomb is on a conveyor. As soon as the P-switch goes off, this becomes solid, and then this becomes a mole detector that then hits a switch. Easy.
Yep. And that's what lifts the launcher up and also sets the...
And the switch, as we saw, kills the bomb that was here, blows up the bomb that was here, killing the mole, breaking the stack with the thwomp. The thwomp is touching a note block and immediately thwomps. because note blocks do that to thwomps. And that launches the launcher up, so you go in the thing. God damn! Okay! That's it! That's the whole room. There's one other thing that I'm, that we haven't talked about, I think, which is this. No, that's the POW. Okay.
It's sprite saving. How did we sprite save here?
So this I don't think we've done. This is a spike ball, and that hits this block, which is a
yep.
Oh, that's where we have the spring. The spike ball is going to down spawn the spring because there's an offset block here, and when you hit the thing, it transfers.
You can press play and see that very easy.
Yeah, that's all block spawns. Yeah, that's where the springs come from. That's been happening the whole time. Yeah. That's it.
Yes. So that is how all the contraptions work. But something I want to talk about now, right before, this is the very last thing for this level, is this room is pretty crazy complex, and if you're trying to build it with an idea of what you wanted the finished room to look like, it would just be impossible. Because you'd be looking for something so specific that you would never be able to find the specific contraptions that do it.
Absolutely.
And the specific ordering of contraptions. So, if you want to build a good room, start with a really good idea for a troll, such as the second player being forced into a pipe when they see the goal. That's what the seed idea I was talking about earlier was, and then just grow organically from that. And once you made the last troll in the room, work backwards from there potentially. And one of the nice, the happy accidents from that. Well, actually, no. Can you reload the level, please? Because I want to show a couple of things. So I kind of follow the chain of logic. In order for the troll the seed troll idea to work, I needed to be able to detect when one player went in the pipe. And in order to do that, the only way of doing it was the clown car detector. But in order for the clown car detector to work, you needed one player to always be in the range and one player to always not be in the range. Because if the player in the left area there was in the range, then the detector wouldn't go off when they went in the pipe. And if the person on the right ever went out of range, then neither player would be in the range, and therefore the detector would go off whilst they're both still in the room.
Right.
So the nice solution to that was have the launcher fall down, and that bisects the room nicely along the two lines where the player on the left can never get in range and the player on the right can never get out of range. So now we had a launcher in the middle of the room, and that created a constraint. And constraints breed creativity, a very widely known thing. And that led to a troll in this room that's since been cut, but it also then led to the thwomp thing. No, actually, no, that's a lie. It led to the POW thing where the POW drops on the left, but you're both on the right, and then one of them goes left and the fish falls. That's all led from the launcher being there. And then the launcher, and then the POW trolls then led to the clown car troll. Or the thwomp troll. Like it's, you just kind of like figure out what you currently have and then figure out what would be funny to do before this, I guess, or adjacent to it.
For sure.
And it kind of like organically grew from there. So people often say, how the hell does Marvel design contraptions like that complex? And as we've kind of proved so far over the past 4 hours almost exactly, is that no single part of the contraptions are generally that complex. But when you organically like chain them together through necessity, like through the idea of I have this, I want to do this as well, when that causes you to add contraptions on top of other contraptions, once you've done that enough, then you end up with something like this. Okay, that is what I think I wanted to say.
Cool. So if you want to build a room that's very complicated,
first of all, don't do that.
Don't do that. But yeah, no, that's kind of how you
never
end
set
up.
out to do that. First of all.
I've seen makers set out to do that, and they succeed. And it is,
Yes, but they succeed in a way where it's incomprehensible.
Well, you could call that success. It's a complicated room, but you know.
Yeah, and like
It's
I can see, you know, regardless of how it went at the event, because that was some bullshit. Like
Yeah,
I can see this being driven by psychology. Like every step of the way is driven by like what would be funny, what would be interesting, what's a player
Make
do.
sense with what you have set up.
I think the one potential weakness is that the thwomp is. I think it's pretty easy for kind of what happened at the beginning. It's easy for players to end up on different sides.
No, that's the only time it's ever happened, and it wouldn't have happened in the event if just hadn't intended to kill Carl that way. What most people do is see it vibrating, and that's hella intimidating. So then they run away from it.
Yeah, but it also doesn't look like there's a safe spot over here.
Yeah.
Is the other
So
part.
I suppose I could. There wasn't any room left, but that is the one thing that this room is missing. Yes.
But if there was a sort of safe spot over here, I mean, maybe there's a potential for like, right, where you just like. The theory is that you want to hide in
Wait a minute.
the thing.
What if the hole that the POW falls into, you could have just had that be a hole from the start.
Oh, true.
Oh, I guess, yeah. That would have simplified my contraptions as well.
But then only one player can be in here. So they're going to be fighting about who can get in here, and then it doesn't matter. Which could have given it a little bit more direction.
Oh, well,
I don't know, it's easy for me to say after the fact, for sure. But Marble did a great job.
Thank you. I'm actually, even though many other rooms went much better in the actual event, this is the one I like the most.
It's a good room.
It's very complex, but there's the chain of psychology like is very clear, and every step along the way generally resulted in funny trolls. It's just a shame that it didn't happen at the event.
Yeah. Now, viewers of the channel will probably not have seen Marble's solo level. Which exists. And I would say this is sort of Marble's signature, right? Because a lot of people think Marble's signature is overcomplicating things and doing unnecessary things, and sometimes we clash on that. But I think Marble's signature is using all of this glitch tech and using all of these like super complex setups, and then still making the trolls feel like you can understand them at the end of the day. Like,
Well, it's surprisingly understandable for what's going on around the room here.
yeah. As
Anyway,
Marble mentioned something a little bit earlier, which I don't think we explained what it was, but it was invisible detector syndrome, or something like that, which is a thing that's really hard to deal with in troll levels sometimes, because naively you're like, oh, and then when the player goes over here, I want to switch a switch, and then a fish falls on them, right? For example, the player doesn't know that their position was the thing that caused it. They just know that it happened. They just know that they were there and the thing happened, right? So they're not necessarily, they only have a sample size of one, right? Like it's, they can't see the stuff that's off screen. And so sometimes when you're using really complex detectors and stuff, it's,
not even really complex, just a simple mold detector.
or even very simple detectors. It can be very hard to communicate exactly what the thing that the player did to cause a thing was, and I think that is fairly clear here.
That's a strength of this room, because you don't need to know where the transition point is, like where.
Yeah.
If I run past this point, something will happen. It's just very clear. Am I on the left of the launcher or am I on the right?
Yeah.
Because the most dangerous versions of that are kind of what's in this room with the fish. Because, like, is the kind of thing where like, oh, if one player is on the left side, it'll do something different. And players wouldn't a lot of setups like that, players might not recognize that, but it seems like here it's understandable.
Here it's understandable because you had specific bait and you expect something to fall from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And you've done something very specific different from last time. So
Yeah.
a player is likely to attribute the difference that they see to the most obvious thing that they did that was different from last time, right? So that's it works. The time it doesn't work is when players are being toxic, or if naturally both players made a different decision.
Yes.
I think the Thwomp is scary enough. I think when Amy and I played it, I think we still ran away from it, but there was a chance that me knowing this tech, I would have just ran at the Thwomp.
That's interesting, because that is Mandela effect. You did not have the Thwomp in your version.
I 100,000% had the Thwomp in my version. I remember it vibrating.
Would you like me to show you the video? Okay, sure.
There was a fucking vibrating Thwomp in my version, I swear.
I will go find you the level link and the VOD link, and I will pull it up right now.
I never claimed to have that great of a memory, but I swear to God.
How confident are you? How confident? What percentage confident would you say?
As confident as I am in anything in life.
Because I'm about to blow your world to pieces.
The version with the blue platform, probably.
Yes, it was. Because I know that because you tested the V0 of this level, and it went horribly.
Oh, good.
The man dollar effect.
Something complicated.
There you go. I put the link in the voice chat. You're gonna have to find the timestamp yourself. This is a rare look into the archives. Oh, actually, no, we can also show the anti.
No, you're right. There wasn't the damn Thwomp. It was a bunch of munchers. Okay, no, I'm wrong.
Of course I'm right.
Yeah, so we went in here. Old version of this room, too. There wasn't a one-way.
One-way was some. And instead of the muncher falling, it was another sledge bro.
Right, so there was this.
Oh, can we have sound, please?
Is there something specific you want from the sound?
Yes, I saw something in the subtitles that was interesting. So you said, okay, so you go ahead.
I don't want to like.
Okay, so you go ahead this time. So this is the one time where this blue platform version actually worked. So what the idea was with that blue platform version is both players don't want to get left behind, so they both go on the blue platform. But A, it was tricky platforming, and B, the psychology wasn't anywhere near as strong. And then you waited a while, oh no.
Yeah. So this was the old anti-soft lock. And this is what I'm saying.
Yes.
These were 6 tile high jumps and low grav. And there were bumpers. And you had to speed run this. So doing it with 2 players is easy. No, you 100% have to speed run it.
That's the bubble.
If you bump even once, you're screwed.
When one person's died.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then the second person can't jump up there on someone's head, so they need to get this. They need to get the icicle before popping the other player. And if they pop the other player, then we are in a situation like this. Never mind, it's broken. When someone dies to the icicle, the switches are meant to unswitch. It just broke in this version. Yeah, like that.
There it goes.
So and the person gets sent to the left, and they need to go from the left back to the right whilst avoiding bubbles. Like this.
Yeah.
I think
this was brutal.
It was too difficult.
This was brutal because you have to do these like full height jumps and if you like hit the wall, you lose 100% of your momentum. Like, it was brutal for a not particularly interesting reason.
Yeah, the issue was if I made it 5 high jumps, then the entire anti became trivial.
Right.
So that it was very difficult to scale the difficulty on this ante. So that's why we ended up cutting it.
For sure.
So I tried. The bumpers were the layer 2 version as well. They weren't there on the layer 1 version. Yeah, it's supposed to switch back and forth there. Something despawned, I think. I'm not sure what's happened. I think I was screaming at that point because the level was breaking badly. Anyway, I think we're done with level 2 now.
Get out of here. Go to the third level, which you already had open.
It's time for this level, the one where they're actually allowed to be toxic.
Yes,
Which I think for that reason went a lot better.
It just went better. It went a lot better because we were playing into it.
Yeah.
So before we start on that controls, why did we have co-op? Why did we have versus? So in an ideal world, I would have made all 3 levels this versus structure because I knew it's going to be the best. It's going to be better.
Yeah.
Because we know how Khan and Jazz work together or don't work together.
Yeah.
But making co-op trolls, I found, at least for me, is a lot easier than making versus trolls.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I had a lot more co-op ideas. So I just made the co-op stuff first, and then we said, okay, let's just get a bunch of versus ideas and put them into a level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so we ended up with this. This first room, I'm
you
very happy with.
also weren't necessarily clear on whether you were going to be able to have the lives counter mod. Like that was.
Yes, we weren't clear of the lives counter.
That was like a last minute.
That was kind of a
thing.
last minute. And anytime you're modding this game, it's so complex that like it could take a day, it could take a month, it could take a year, right? Like.
Yeah.
And
like,
so Mario Classimato, huge shout outs to Mario Classimato. 1 second.
I want to stress again how thankful I am. Mario Classimato worked pretty tirelessly for the best part of a month on the mod counter mod, the life counter mod. I don't know how, I wasn't that familiar with when he was working on it, but I would guess that he spent at least like maybe 50 to 80 hours on it or something ridiculous.
Mario Classimato, by the way, also responsible for the fact that we have tags on Open Course World. Figured out how to do text mods without having, because normally the way that people do ROM hacks and text mods, like mod the texts and things, is you just kind of replace the entire UI layer with a modified version. And with OCW, we really, really did not want to ship a modified version of anything. We wanted to ship only our own stuff. And so being able to do that in just a runtime mod with our own UI files that were only our own stuff was a huge lift. And that took 2 years, I want to say. So I'm actually really, really impressed that we were able to get this.
I want to talk a bit about the lives counter mod actually.
Yeah.
So, obviously I don't know about how it exactly works. I just know what he found difficult and what he found easy. And the thing that he found easy was actually just displaying the text and chat tracking when a player died. The text stuff he knew because he'd already done a bunch of stuff with text in Mario Maker on previous projects. And the def thing apparently wasn't that hard. He just found the def function. What was very difficult and what we spent like literally more than a month going back and forth daily about was figuring out when a player picks up a 1-up mushroom, which player picked it up.
That makes sense. The lives are usually shared, so the game doesn't care.
Yes, exactly. And so what the initial approach that took the best part of a month was going into the collision detection function, which, let me go find, he told me it was something like 10,000 lines long. The master function of collision detection.
Yeah, talking about lines here is a little bit weird because we don't have lines, we don't have code, we have binary, right? And you can interpret what the binary is.
Can I make a revision? exact quote, to make matters worse, the function is hundreds of thousands of lines long, so making any changes takes forever.
Yeah. No, for sure. And it's one of those things where it might be hundreds of thousands of lines long, but in the actual source code, it could be a macro. It could have been inlined functions that were called a bunch of times, right? Like, so it's not necessarily that Nintendo was managing a function that was hundreds of thousands of lines long, but rather that the compiler assembled things in that way because it's more efficient. If that makes sense. It's probably a giant switch case on various combinations of things hitting each other.
I would imagine so, yeah, because there's so many combinations in this game of things interacting with other things. So what I think he was doing for the best part of that month was searching through every switch case and trying to find the one with player A collects mushroom or player B collects one-up mushroom.
Right. Oh my god.
Oh, actually, no, I don't think he even got that far. He was trying to find the collision case for just a one-up mushroom, and then we would go from there. But he never found it. We never found where in those hundreds of thousands of lines the switch case was.
You never did? Okay.
For one-up. We never did. We kind of did a hack. The way it works is it's pretty easy to tell when one of the players collides with something, because lots of stuff happens. And most of those somethings, when they are like collectible objects, and by collectible objects I mean power-ups or like anything, basically power-ups, coins and stuff. Every single one of those collectible objects, except one-ups, will increment the point counter in game. Like a coin gives you 100 points when you collect it. A normal mushroom gives you like 200 points when you get a mushroom. Everything except one-up mushrooms does that.
One-up mushrooms don't give you points. I guess they give you one-ups, right now. So why would they have to give you points?
They give you one-ups, yeah.
So you're actually
every single other thing that the player can collect.
Points.
Yeah,
points. 0 points. Okay, yeah.
But every single other thing in the game gives you points when you collect it. So that's how we differentiated.
You made the score relevant.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, and if you get like a regular mushroom, I have 1,000 points.
1,000 points.
Okay. That's banana crackers. Okay. And then how did you know which player it was?
I don't know about that one. I'm giving you secondhand information. He was just giving me progress updates.
Yeah, because to me, like, knowing when a one-up was collected is one thing, but knowing which player did it is so he found a function that is collect a thing, but didn't know whether it was a one. And then checked the score. That's wild.
Yeah, has it increased? Anyway, so I just wanted to say that because that's an insight into how close that mod was into just not happening. Mario Posomato gave up on 2 different occasions, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, I understand how hard you've worked on this. But then he got the idea to try something else a couple days later, and then started up again.
Score, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Anyway, let's get on to the actual level.
Yeah. Now,
apart from this room and the final room, I think we can speed through it, like, because everything else is very simple. Like, and I don't mean this marble simple, I mean actually simple. I mean like STEVO simple.
Sure. Okay. So, do I need to multiplayer edit here?
Nope, you don't. This one actually just works.
I'm just gonna give myself a... That was locked in there.
No, you don't need to do that. Then the room breaks if you do that, I'm pretty sure, actually.
Okay, so we're going in here.
Yeah, and then a thwomp appears, and then a launcher brings you out, and then it switches back, and the next time you go across, it switches like that.
Okay, so that's the effect we're going for. So first, falling into the pit. Does that, thwomp goes across, you get a switch back, it brings you back, and then there is some kind of position trigger here. drops
and then
you
it does a double switch.
So the clown car is the thing that allows launchers to.
Before we get into contraptions, sorry, I just want to add that this particular room is something that I just imagined in its entirety.
Nice.
Because the first thing that they're going to want to do when they get into a level where they're actually versus each other, I've given them a pit, and it looks like someone needs to go in the pit. Like, and I encourage them to do this explicitly in the level title, pushing pals into pits. Like, everything in this room is screaming, throw the other person into the pit. And of course, that's why I punished. Yes, they did. They did.
And if anyone doesn't go in the pit, they're getting killed by.
Yes, which Carl took a long time to realize.
Yeah. Okay. So you go down here. You got to switch. We're out of sprites, of course. So I'm gonna steal one of these.
Yeah, you only need one.
The other one's just for emphasis. Are there any placeholder shenanigans now?
No, I believe they should. The clown car's going to follow you, but I don't think that breaks it. The easiest place to stand is just at the bottom of the level, because you're at the bottom, so the camera just shows the bottom half of the level.
Oh, I see.
You can just move that. Not there, I would do it further left. Just like there. Well, obviously switch one higher so you can hit it. Yes.
Great.
Let's go.
And I should turn off
custom scroll off.
the custom scroll.
Get the scroll away.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
So switch one happens, and let's just observe. Bam. Okay, so I think I can get this. This thwomp is clipped into this slope, and we've seen this setup before in the previous stream. We have a 2x2 enemy clipped into a slope like this. Honestly, probably shouldn't spawn, but it does. And if you have a soft block that becomes solid, like this on and off block, and a one-way like this, it clips the thing straight left. Now, that's not what you see. You see it clip up. And the reason for that is that launchers, when things clip into them, a 2x2 enemy clipping into a launcher, it shoots it upwards.
Let's go.
So that's pretty well-known tech, both of those.
Let's go.
And then it gets stopped by this switch. We're gonna go up again, because the thwomp still wants to go up, but it's being stopped by that blue block. But to start with, this clown car has been pushed up, and clown cars, launchers that are in clown cars just phase through the ground, so that just we got custom scrolls, so you're never seeing both. That point anyway.
Yes.
Cool. So that's that. Once you do that, what else does the switch do?
At that point in time, nothing.
Well, it
sets the spring going.
Yeah, so the spring.
And there's a second platform off the screen to the right, which is temporarily locked to that spring.
Yeah. So the spring comes up, goes on a magical journey, and hits the switch back again, and also lifts this launcher up.
Yes.
But let's take a look over here first. The other thing that's going to happen, I'm going to stand over here this time. Bring my little switch.
Make sure you don't activate the thwomp, but yeah, it should work otherwise.
Here should be fine. So you've got this platform here, which at the same time as that spring is going to. This is really fascinating to me. You're teleporting the thwomp with a POW, but you're also teleporting the spring through the thwomp, which causes it to attack.
Yes.
The switch blocks here are also causing
it's the muncher.
Why would the switch blocks do it?
They also do it, but they're too far across, and then basically you don't need to know everything here, but that thwomp, it's incredibly.
These are clear.
Yeah, those aren't solid. It's the blue blocks.
Solid
the blue blocks would do it, but they wouldn't. It would do it if the POW was teleporting across the entire level, but that POW doesn't teleport across the entire level. It only teleports like 4 tiles to the left. You see that?
Where does the POW end up?
It ends up in the same column as that.
Oh, and it hits the spring here.
Hard block. Yes, it hits the spring there.
What is
So
this
that's
hard
the
block?
maximum distance. You'll see in a minute. But the maximum pushing distance that the POW can have is it pushes the thwomp in as far as the edge of that, the left edge of that arrow there, because that's 3 tiles to the left of where the POW ends up. Does that make sense?
So the POW can only push the thwomp to here.
Yes.
So how does it get the rest of the way?
It doesn't. So you know how you target a teleport? You put a soft block, or in this case a muncher, somewhere in the way of that teleport so that it stops before it reaches its intended destination. And that muncher is like a few pixels to the right of where the thwomp would end up if there was no walls there.
Now this is a standard
And
thinks it's a
therefore-
pipe muncher.
Yes, it's been offset very specifically, but yes, it is. And therefore the thwomp ends up, highlight that muncher again. I just highlight over it. And then you can grab the thwomp and like line it up just with your cursor to where,
Is kind of
to there.
in the wall and then clips out, right?
It's slightly in the wall still.
Wait, so the thwomp, the POW pushes it here, and then how does it keep going? It's just targeting.
But pushes it slightly further because the thwomp. And also the muncher hitbox isn't there, it's one to the right, because if you put the thwomp back and press play, the muncher hitbox, that muncher thinks it's in the pipe, and the pipe it thinks it's in is slightly further to the right.
Right, so it's like here.
Yeah. Oh, also you can't put the thwomp back because it was offset vertically.
Is this undo safe?
Yes.
Cool.
Anyway, so it isn't really that hard to teleport the thwomp to that exact position, but what it's very hard to do is to preserve the bounce, because the spring hits it somewhere in the middle of that, and in most cases the thwomp thinks it's hit a wall to its left during that teleport, and therefore just stops. Like it thinks it's hit, it thinks it's done its pound, then it retreats again. But in this circumstance, it continues going. And I tried like 20 or 30 different things here, but this is the one that worked.
Is this necessary for that?
No, that's completely irrelevant.
Okay. The fact that the spring ends up in the wall, I think maybe is relevant?
No, that's also irrelevant. Well, I mean, for the thwomp, yes. For the thwomp it is relevant, yes. Because it pushes the thwomp. Oh, I think I realized why this works. It's
blue block? It is.
Yes.
That's save file editing. That's also offset.
It is.
Oh my god. Okay.
Why everything is offset?
Because this is the only way it worked. The answer to any question in this level of why did you save for editing, it is generally just going to be because that's the only way it worked. I prefer not to use it because it's a massive pain in the ass, but in this case, this is the only way to do it.
Got it.
Anyway.
Okay, so that's what the switch does over here, is it makes the thwomp go across. Now.
Yep.
Down here, we're going to switch, and then we're switching back when that spring...
The place where your switch just was, can you put ground blocks back there? Because that is in the middle of a mole's dig path. I lied, it's not, but it's whatever.
It's all good. So I'm going to stand here. Actually, I think I can just stand here.
No, you're going to get crushed or bumped because the spring is going to end up there.
True. So we switch the switch back. I need to wait for a second before that happens. Why did the clown car not lock on the top there?
Because it can see you. Move the switch down by 2 and ground pound the switch instead.
Yes, I'm going to ground pound the switch in SMB3.
With a bone shell, sorry. I forgot to add the bone shell part. So that the clown car doesn't see you anymore. Oh. That's embarrassing. But that's also embarrassing.
This is your save file.
Oh, that's even more embarrassing.
Oh,
you gotta give it to Mario. No. Just drag it onto Mario.
Oh my god!
There you go.
Thank God. Okay, there you go. It's a little silly they make you unlock. Okay. There we go. Okay. I hate clown cars.
Oh, they are terrible.
Okay, so we switch the switch again and push the launcher up. Now, pushing the launcher up is going to...
Boops that up, and then it gets it to the side.
Yeah, so the moment the switch switches, the thwomp goes up. Because, like I said, it's still clipped in, so it's trying to go up, but the blue block is stopping it. And then we push the launcher up into it, which flips it to the side, all the way up so the clown car can properly flip into that space. There it is.
Good switch that does that.
And then the same spring on the track comes over here and blows up this bomb.
It does more stuff. Before you get to that, I want to talk about why is this contraption like this? Because again, there are simpler ways of doing this. The reason that the whole thwomp clipping into launcher, pushing clown car thing is the case is because that is the single fastest thing I could find in terms of pushing the clown car up.
Yeah.
So the clown car goes up at record speed. And the reason that was necessary was because otherwise you'll hit the bottom of the pit and hit the spikes before you land on safe ground.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Okay, so this bomb blowing up does a couple of things, but one of them is it frees this guy to become a switchback mechanism. That's actually kind of fun. It uses the entire area down here to be another switchback mechanism to reuse that same switch.
Yes.
There it is. So the spring is there. We're going to hit the switch and drop the bone shell.
And it's slightly inconsistent with timing because the spring is on a track, but that last switchback doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In terms of consistency.
So this bomb is also hitting this switch, which then... let's... where am I putting this? I think... Maybe I can do
that will work.
Here, like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Nope. Because that would be okay. Yeah.
Spring didn't load. Okay, I've got an idea. Put the switch back on the left, and then just make a path. Put 2 ground blocks to the, or a ground block to the right of that, and then you can just walk over.
So if I put this here, then I can hit this switch.
Yes. Thumb needs to go back the other direction.
The problem is there's a 1. Maybe I can get it.
I don't think you need to go that far to the right. Anyway, it
Oh,
goes
there we
over, hits the bomb, and then that bomb transfers the switch so that it's actually in the position of the offset hard block. and that is relevant for reasons that I will explain in a second.
How about you explain them right now? Because that's the position detector over here.
Yes, that is a position detector which switches the wall of red blocks there, so you can get dumped back in the pit when you go to the right again.
So the mole,
right?
Yeah, the mole will dig when the player is in when the place where it would have come out, which is nowhere right now.
Yes.
Is this
And that's what the hub block on tracks is for.
Does that make it detect a place where it can come out?
Yes, it does.
Is that not inconsistent because it's on tracks?
It is, but we don't care. We only care about the horizontal position. Technically, the hitbox, the place where the mole would dig is going up and down and up and down, but it's only going up and down. The horizontal isn't changing.
So this is the range.
One wider.
This is the range.
Yes.
Right. And why doesn't this trigger earlier?
Oh, okay. Is it the transference? Is that what's happening?
Yes, the transference arms it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, go ahead, Steve.
So it doesn't. So it's detecting the space down here, but then when you said it's when the switch gets hit, it transfers. And
okay,
then...
so we'll see where the mole is and draw a line upwards, because they draw a line upwards until the place where they would dig.
Yeah.
And so currently we draw a line upwards until we hit that, because the hard block doesn't exist.
Right. So right now it's detecting somewhere like this area-ish.
Yes.
Around where that hole is.
Where this hole is. But during transference, does this get filled in with transference?
Well, the switch moves to the place where the offset hard block is.
And that counts for all of the tiles that is touching.
Yes, it's similar to scroll stops. The mole just sees that all 4 tiles as solid blocks, so it looks further up.
Then why doesn't it see it with this? Oh, because this is spawn block. It doesn't
yes,
this doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Then it will become existing when the switch transfers.
The switch it moves to that spot. Now those are all filled in. It can check all the way up.
Yes.
But the track block in the wall stops it? That's really weird. I didn't know about that one.
That's wild, yeah.
Like why does this stop it, but the hole doesn't? Whatever.
I don't know. Anyway, so the reason the track block is there and it's not just a gap in the wall is because I wanted to preserve my nice scroll stop.
Oh my god.
Because if you delete a block there, then you get a nasty edge on the ground there.
Marble
so
that's
bad.
not visible. I can't. There's like 3 pixels. Like this could have worked too. Who cares?
You could save the sun by having like 3 pixels
That's a
that look bad.
sprite, Marble. You're out.
I'm not. Jneen, I'm not that badly out of sprites in this one. The subworld of the main world of the previous level was by far the worst.
I see.
Out of sprites. Here, I actually had some sprites free until basically I had some sprites free. Then I made a cool musical thing, and that used up the last of them.
I see. That's wild. It was up here, right?
Wait, does that mean you could have armed it by just having that track block go into place?
Yes, I could have.
Interesting. Anyway, that's not relevant.
And this is what it looks like when you use the extra spray. Everybody, you see the difference, right? Clear as day.
It's so much better.
So there are some styles where I would agree with you, right? Like the night sky stuff, or sky in general, right? A lot of SMW will like retile. This one, listen, I'm the one who like copied all of the ground tiles to get rid of the things in the ghost house level. This one I'm not seeing. This one I'm not seeing it.
Okay, what I will say is I never checked whether it was bad. I just assumed that it was bad.
You never checked the other option. That's
Like
even funnier.
this one, like it's black pixels on the edge of the screen, and you kind of get pickled, right? Like you don't know that that's not the edge of your
made
screen.
the whole wall look like that, and then you don't have a problem.
Oh my god.
Fair enough. Okay, you got me. You got me.
Well, we've now saved a sprite in 2 of the 3 levels.
This one, it doesn't matter.
Maybe we'll go back and save a sprite in the first level as
You
well.
could probably save a sprite in the first one if you tried.
The first one I was not trying to save sprites at all,
Yeah.
so I'm sure you could.
Okay.
What's in that?
So that's I think that's everything here. And there's a spring here to spring the clown car to the left, but like
we didn't really talk about like the mold detector because that's just a standard thing. You don't need to go over it particularly. It's just that
this one.
Moles digging upwards. That's a standard detector, and they're very good. You should use them.
We did talk about it, and it's useful.
The reason that the wing spiny is here is because it doesn't interact with ground, but it can also be stacked, and it has a semi-solid surface on top of it. So that allows you to detect the mole digging up because this launcher
Yes.
sort of goes up and crushes them up. And why does that hit the switch, actually? That's because the switch is transferred to the other...
Because the switch is, in a weird spot, so it can get hit.
The switch will have transferred here, so it will get hit by that.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, next room through the pipe.
That's fun! Alright.
Simplest
This one I
thing.
think STEVO can explain, yeah.
I mean, it's a room. There's a mole booth.
Well, I mean, no, it's a bit. There's a bit more of a story.
The
to it
one
than
piece
that,
of tech
and
here is that this mole is a placeholder because it's off screen, even vertically in a horizontal level. It's off screen, so it doesn't have behavior until it scrolls onto screen.
The funny text that is how we figured out how the camera works in multiplayer, which you can see if you just play the section, but like
here is
the way it rolls down and then
look
back
at the
up.
video. Look at the video I just put in. That's the wrong fucking channel. God damn it.
Marble.
I'm just gonna download.
You put it in the voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna download it and upload it again because you need the media link as well anyway. That's the wrong fucking. Jesus Christ, my.
No, I can follow these links.
You can. Okay, well,
it's
we'll
like
video up then.
It's like 8 clicks through, but sure. Copy media.
Anyway, the story behind this one is that this was the very first troll that I made for the multiplayer levels, and this was the reason that we decided to do this whole GDQ event, like in the first place. Like I was messing around with my single player level, my solo level, then I thought, wouldn't it be funny if you had 2 players and it did what we're about to see? And then the rest is history.
This video was not your setup. This was my setup.
Yes, but it was my idea though.
I forget what the original
troll was
idea
my
was,
idea.
but it was not that because that was my setup. I think you had, it was something.
Janine, it can't be that hard to play a video. Oh, you are playing it. It's not showing on stream. Never mind, it is. It is now. All good, all good.
It's right there.
It's pretty hard because like it opens in like QuickTime Player, which I don't want to use, and blah blah blah. It downloaded it instead of playing it in the browser.
We see the original had a coin trail. You see munchers there, and then the screen scrolls back up, so you can't see it anymore. And then the second time someone jumps down, it's now over there.
Got it.
What I think was really funny here was just the camera behavior.
The camera behavior is perfect for this.
The camera behavior is what makes it funny.
Absolutely.
It's like a peekaboo kind of thing. Look at that. Oh no, now you see me, no you don't.
But what happened in the real play
Oh,
is they kind of just both jumped down the pit.
What happened in the real play is, do it
well,
work?
through each other, I think. I think they threw each other.
Actual event.
I don't know.
The control worked in the actual event.
Anyway, Steve, you explain how it works. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I mean, you can see how it works. It's just that the placeholder mole gets free and then pushes the bunches across with good timing.
Yep. That's it.
There's really no setup here. It's just that.
That's what we like to see. Placeholders are very powerful and you should use them. They make setups really simple. Foggles says, those are not munchers, Stevo. Nerd emoji. Thank you, Foggles.
There's a muncher right there on the mole. You can clearly see it.
They are both types of popcorn. So, there you go. Why is the one-way there? Why is there a one-way?
Oh, that's so that the piranha doesn't get stuck to the wall.
Oh my god, if this is ground, yeah, that's why. That's really dumb.
I'm surprised there isn't a hard block over that, because it could have been. Or maybe not.
No, because even if it's offset, the muncher would still stick. Yeah. That's incredible. I love this game. This game sucks so much. I love it. But yeah, what happened was somebody just came down here and then the other person was kind of jumping down and then the mole came over and hit them with piranha plants and then...
That is not what happened. You are wrong.
I remember somebody jumped down and then just got hit by piranha plants.
I remember someone jumped in the piranhas and then the other person jumped down on the left and got piranha'd.
That's what happened. Okay, yeah. I
Which
mean,
is
that's
the troll. So
fair.
that's literally the troll.
Yeah. Alright, so let us talk about this, maybe? This is a setup. This is a switch back.
Okay, I'm back. It is the same setup, but it didn't have as much theatrics.
I'm gonna undo like 5 times right now. Just kidding.
Oh, that seems a great idea with what's on screen.
This is how we usually mark tracks that you should not undo. Because
yes, it is.
So all of those are nonsense. What is the switchback setup? It's interesting. Or is that a switch setup or a...
Or is it a continuous switch setup?
No, it should be
2 setups.
It should be a switchback setup and a height detector.
Yeah, it's a switchback setup and it's also a height detector, but they're just both using the same switch.
Yeah. So this is a camera detector, so it goes off when the camera scrolls down. This is a switchback setup. I was saying in Discord today that I don't entirely understand how this switchback setup works. I'm gonna be honest.
I can explain that to you then. So when you press play, and it doesn't work here because of placeholders, is the spike ball placeholder. It's still a placeholder because it's not got any ground below it. The muncher is not a placeholder because it's got the conveyor below it. And when we press play, the muncher pushes the spike ball placeholder left by about 1/4 of a block. So if you actually press play, you see how much the muncher moves over. It moves over that much, and it pushes the spike ball placeholder over by that much.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's half clipped into the on-off switch. The on-off block. And when the switch happens, the placeholder spike ball is half inside a blue block, and so it gets clipped half a block to the right, and then that puts it inside the muncher. And then when a spike like that is clipped into a solid thing, it tries to go upwards. So it hits the switch, and then it's no longer clipped into the blue block is no longer solid, so now it clips out to the left and goes back to its starting position.
Got it. Okay.
It's interesting that doesn't placeholder in it.
It's very interesting, yes.
I'm gonna go save a spray.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh wait, no, we're in the subworld.
You're in the subworld right now.
Okay, well, one cookie. Okay, so if we're up here, not down there. If we're up here,
there's already a switch up here for you to do.
That's
the dev exit.
What the?
That was a lot of things happening, but you notice that the switch switches back every time.
You notice there's a switch as part of the original setup. Right there.
Yes.
True.
Let's go.
The screen start in the bottom left and run up the slope normally. That does the camera. That pushes the camera to the right place. That slope is very intentional because it does this.
And that piranha's there to make sure you hit this once so you know what it does.
Yes.
And that is this. Now, could this
Yes, and
not
in
have been moved
multiplayer-
up one?
No. In multiplayer, the switch happens like that when the second player goes down because the camera follows the average of the two players and it only goes off when we scroll far enough down, which is equivalent to both players being down here.
Got it. Now, why couldn't this have been moved up?
What would that achieve?
What would that achieve?
I guess it would save a sprite, but
How would that save a sprite?
because you can detect this deplaceholder.
If that
There's
thing
a
deplaceholder
clipper on the
would
setup
just
of this
go away.
where you do this. It's a switch conveyor that I've seen.
I didn't know about that, but yes, that would have saved a sprite.
Okay. Hell yeah. Okay.
I don't think
Anyway.
that works, but it's something like it could.
Why are the piranhas
what you-
up at all? Oh, here?
I assume just so you can see
Just
them.
so you can see them before you jump
Yes.
down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the video we showed earlier, there was a coin trail going down, and the reason the coin trail / the piranhas are visible there is because otherwise it's a blind drop, and there's no indication to know where to drop, and essentially it's pick a path if you don't know where to drop.
Yeah.
Because you've got no information to base your decision on.
Now, to
And that's
be
something actually we
fair,
should
I
talk
think
about
what
a bit.
happened in the play is that they didn't trust you. So they were like, oh, you dropped a bunch of piranhas there, but that's not where I need to jump. Or but I
That's
want
why
to
they
jump
jumped in
exactly where the
first
piranhas
time,
are.
obviously.
Yeah.
That's why they.
Which is a
jumped in.
reasonable assumption as a troll player. I'm going to be honest with you.
Actually, that's what you want them to do first, isn't it?
Yes,
Jump into the piranhas.
Yeah, that's why they're visible there. Because you see them drop there, and then the players think, oh, so we saw some piranhas drop on the right, but there's no way they'll still be there. So then they jump on the right, and they are still there.
Yeah, and I think the thing that happened is that the other player didn't wait for the screen to snap back. And
Except that they did.
Yes.
Did they?
You did wait.
I'm not sure that's correct. I don't think.
STEVO, I remember very clearly it wasn't. So in the video that you showed,
I think Janeen's right here.
The thing, the piranha plant was just in the new spot when they jumped down. What happened very clearly on the stream was you saw the mole push the piranha plants into the player, which is different than them just falling on a piranha.
It was like basically already in the spot by the time they got hit by it.
That's fair. Anyway, so that's cool. That's just a switchback thing. What's going on here?
This is for the next thing. Can you do that progressive power up? Can you just spawn block it in the wall so that we don't get dev X and stuff happening at the moment? So as soon as you scroll the screen on, that spawns a single fireball, which melts the ice coin and then jumps into the clown car.
Right. Oh, that's clever.
And the reason there's an ice coin there at all is so that the clown car isn't bouncing up and down, because if it was bouncing up and down, if it was in the up position when the fireball dropped, then the fireball would just go straight past it.
Yeah. And this way you trap it when it grows as well.
Yes.
Cool.
and then when the thwomp in the top right detects that you're on the vine there, near the pipe, or when you go into the pipe, it will hit that question mark block, which spawns a P-switch. Boom, boom, hits the P-switch, and it kills the clown car down below. Like if you see, there's a P block behind that.
Okay.
Not that one.
It'd be annoying, but I just checked the VOD and that Piranha Troll worked exactly as intended. Like,
Did it?
Literally just perfect.
I don't believe you. Let's go read
the Piranha's first time. And it just waited like a second. The screen went back up, and then he jumped into the other one. And died.
Wait, yeah. Then they both died. Yeah, I remember that. So it worked perfectly.
All right. Clearly, my memory is not.
What you're remembering did happen, but it happened on the life after.
Got it. Okay. And it has to fall on a clown car so that it doesn't come out again.
Another one, and then the P-switch kills the clown car, and then that allows the pipe to spawn new ones. But it doesn't spawn new ones until the person on the vine has gone in the pipe.
Is there a reason that the P block has to be here when there's a coin here?
No.
Okay.
I think I put the P block there before I realized you could do an ice coin thing.
There's no problem having it there, honestly.
Yes.
I like it. Yeah, these.
Right.
The second fireball comes out really fast.
It does.
And then, right. It's the player.
This is specifically waiting for both of them to be down here, so the second person is down there and being jumped off of. Yes.
Right, and then you kill the clown car, so this can spawn another. That's fairly
pretty simple.
straightforward.
We'll talk about the dev exit later, so we'll just come back to that.
That thing is so fast. I wonder if it's checking the fireball being on screen rather than actually despawning.
I have no idea. Anyway, this one is so simple. There's no setup to even talk about. We have custom scroll here, so like it's slowly scrolling to the right during this scene. First person dies, second person has a bridge. I think it's worth talking about the idea of one-ups. Why did we have one-ups at all in this level? Like, why did they give lives back? It's because we wanted to have some kind of positive incentive, because if all the trolls are revolving around, here's the thing that might kill you, stay away from that, like, it can get a bit stale. So we wanted some sort of positive incentive.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, because if the troll is always about, like, you want to not die, you kind of incentivize players to just try to be the second person and not do anything, and it's not doesn't really work.
We've already done the the second person is the one who dies actually.
The ideal strategy there is to not do anything, which is not exactly what you want. That would just be stalemate.
Anyway, so with this first one-up mushroom, we wanted to not immediately give them that sense of security, so we twisted it on the very first time we saw a one-up. There's also a mushroom there, and so that they do get one life, but then it bars them out of 3 lives. Very simple. No setups at all.
Nice.
Other than how did we get the mushroom and one-up to overlap?
You're actually overlapping.
Yes.
This isn't a timing setup.
There's a Thinks It's on Track mushroom behind that one-up.
Just
is that allowed?
place.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. If
it's not
you
corrupt.
have track stuff, you can place as many of those over each other as you want.
Yes.
I guess that's how you.
The reason there's a nasty blue semi-solid in the background here is actually delete the background semi-solid. See what happens.
I see. Yeah, that would affect the psychology somewhat.
That would affect the psychology somewhat, yes.
But the goal, of course, as you revealed on the stream, is here.
There.
But you can't get that.
And then the player who gets the first one up is too big to fit down the small check. So then the other player gets the mushrooms, and they feel a great sense of victory for about 2 seconds until that.
He died of
So
that.
I kind of wanted
Very fun.
wanted ups and downs with this room. So one player gets a 1-up, yay, it's a victory for them, but then 5 seconds later, oh, it's not a victory anymore. Then the second player goes, oh, look, it's a victory for them. Oh, wait, it's not a victory for them at all.
I think that worked really well.
It still is, but
yeah.
Well, this room would have worked even better, but we were kind of competing for attention with the donation reader at the time because the Yeti had just done a $10,000 donation. Hello, Kitty. And can they hear that on the stream as well, or am I just saying hello
that
cats
plays on
to
the stream.
silence? Okay, just checking. Sorry, where was I? The way the donations work is generally they just do them when we request them, but if I was warned that if they get a big one, like a sponsored donation for $10,000, they are allowed to butt in and just do it whenever. And unfortunately, it happened during this room.
Amazing. Question from chat from Kyle Listener. EDM listener, excuse me. Is the overlapping mushrooms just so you don't put tracks in the thumbnail?
That is exactly the case, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, originally it did
track...
just do the simpler setup. I suppose, yeah. No, you'd see it in the thumbnail because it just takes a screenshot.
Oh.
It layers behind in which is the thing that matters.
Yeah. And it would have been nice just to put the thumbnail somewhere else in the level, but there was no other space in the level. Because it turns out when you're going through a versus level like this, generally we try to have as little run back as possible, because if they've already seen the troll, then they know what's going to happen, and therefore it's kind of less fun because they can just throw the other player into the place where the death is about to appear. So especially for this room, we couldn't allow them to go for it multiple times, because then they'd know that the single mushroom here was bad.
Technically speaking, I think you could have done something up here and done like a...
Yeah, probably. But I think you'd be able to see that because it's so far to the left. Like, you'd be able to see the mushroom dropping down, like on screen.
Oh, if it's high up enough, you would... I mean, it drops down
anyway.
Here.
But the things on track thing is just simpler and elegant.
True. And that's not corrupt. I always thought those things being layered on top of each other was corrupt. But
nope,
they don't care.
Okay. Next one. That was weird. Okay, so
Did you have iframes there? That mushroom, that fish should have killed you.
Yeah. Was it still spawning from a note block or something?
Maybe.
Here's the room.
The room.
Yeah, so fish don't have a hitbox for a while after they spawn from a note block. That's what was happening.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Where?
Just go through that door again and we'll show what the troll was.
Boggles is right.
So I wanted to make the thing on the right look as scary as possible. So those fish there have absolutely no bearing on what actually happens in the room other than to make it look intimidating.
Yeah, the P blocks over the pit also look intimidating. But by now you have a reason to do the thing that looks intimidating, right?
Also, I put vines there because the answer to many trolls in general is just go hit the thing, then go to the vine.
I really like that that's become the meta of, like, I don't know, put a vine there to make it look like the safe spot because we put vines there to make it easy to dodge trolls for so long. It's great. And it works very well.
Anyway, so they hit that and then get scared and they run to the right, and oh right, yeah. You need to turn custom scroll on here. Because when you're doing custom scroll, the scroll stop healer timing is slightly different.
Right, so I'm going all the way to the right in this door. So we do this, and what if I'm brave and I stay here? Then I get Lemmied. But that's still a net positive.
The idea... It's still a net positive. Well, the idea was that they hit that and then get scared and run to the left, and they see the 1-ups, and then they're like, oh shit, I should be on the right, and they run towards it just in time for the Lemmy. And that's actually exactly what happened in the event.
Great.
That's good.
Cool. So
And you see my little fun music thing as well.
do fun music thing.
You can turn custom scroll off for now. No longer needed.
That's up here.
Yep, it's that bomb there. No, let me.
Dun 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 dun. Something like that.
Yeah.
Solar rising pattern. That's fun.
It's just meant to.
One spray.
That happens when Lemmy comes on screen. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
I like that. Here you've got this spike ball's rolling right towards the spawn point. And then that's gonna hit. This is gonna be a small spike ball that hits both of these. It's offset, so it hits both. And these are bombs that blow the thing up very clearly on screen.
And that just happens like a few seconds after everything else.
It's all pretty straightforward.
It is.
These
This one
are. That's just
multi-select. There's 3 of them there.
right. All right. So you have a broken track that hides most of the track.
There's 2 there. No. Multi-select again, maybe. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure where one of them went, but there are 3 there.
It's pretty straightforward though if you know how to make the things. Although
you got to make it there.
yeah, okay.
It does that.
And one of them is actually just a regular thing.
Yep.
Cool.
And rather nicely, it doesn't activate them all at once when you stand on one. It just activates one of them.
That's
why it works.
That's great.
I like that up a lot.
Yeah. And then none of this stuff does anything on this side of the screen.
That's all for the finale room.
Yeah. Okay.
See, that was so quick. It took us like 2 hours to get through the checkpoint 1.
Next ad break, we should actually take a break.
Yeah, sorry, Puget.
We will put this on YouTube though.
Obnoxious. Yes, it will be on YouTube.
Okay. So this guy.
Indiana Jones section. There's really nothing here that's complex.
Just a bunch of tracks.
Isn't it?
Well, you got to come from the pipe.
Yeah. But just to show the.
It's just a bunch of track timing.
Bunch of track timing. It's interesting to me that this turns right here. I would not have expected it to do that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because normally a note block or a tracked item of any kind of tries to preserve its direction. Some way.
Yeah. And I use that actually very nicely in a setup later in the level.
Oh yeah, why does it turn around there? Because it's not hitting the end.
This is doing nothing, it's just there for aesthetics.
Oh wait, so that type of broken track specifically, that upwards broken track like you have there, that's created from a curve? Is that true?
Oh, that's true!
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
So it's technically curving to the right.
Yeah, it's technically curving to the right, so I think it might like set its direction to be right at that point. Interesting.
Yeah, now we went back and forth about this for a while. I was saying that I think doing something like making this a scroll stop and then just putting a wall behind it and not having.
I think that's what I suggested. Just have a be a scroll stop and then leads
so like
nowhere.
you just see this, and then
Yeah, I suppose.
and then it just goes obviously nowhere. Makes it a little clearer that you have to turn around. I think it was fine in the event, to be honest with you.
Actually, I think in the event this room went about as poorly as it could have, but that's whatever.
It went pretty badly in
not as
my
poorly as
Amy's play.
Yeah. They didn't
I
go
was still
amazingly during
convinced
the
I was
event.
supposed to go in, and that it was going to do some
Yeah.
weird thing. And then when it left, because we stayed over here, Amy and I, we were like, okay, well, it's going to come back and let us in the pipe. But then it came over here and despawned. And then we came over here and it was
Yeah.
like, okay, we're dead.
Yeah.
And that was unfortunate.
I've kind of sort of fixed that now, in that even if the spike ball despawns, those hard blocks over there still get hit by a bomb. So even if you manage to get behind the spike ball, which sadly they did, even if you do that, then you don't get stuck. You
they,
just
like,
miss the troll.
hid under it and tried to go to the pipe. But
Yeah. It's a bit annoying. I didn't realize that you could duck under it in that one very specific place.
But yeah, generally I think this, having this just be a scroll stop that opens and you see very clearly that it's nothing, and you don't have to have an arrow or anything, because it's obviously nothing over here.
Yeah.
May have helped a little bit with that. Made it more obvious that you're going there. Because players don't want to go back the way they came. Generally. 99% of the time, there's no reason to.
Yeah. Anyway, so it comes back left. There's a few. Okay, so I'm surprised this one actually worked. Can you put it back the way it was and then press play, because it's just going to hit the wall currently.
I mean,
just add a couple more eye block.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then just play the room. This one works fine in single player. In fact, it's even easier.
They're not worried about what's happening. Okay, so we gotta go up here.
Wait, the troll where the spike ball falls down through the clouds worked.
Yeah, that worked. Just didn't realize that they poofed clouds, and then they never saw this, unfortunately.
I like that one. That one's fun. But yeah, that one was skipped.
Yeah, they skipped the vine trap entirely.
And the spike ball is not actually what breaks the left.
Yes, it's actually just a bomb.
Yeah, and I like that you prime for the cloud block thing by like making you hide underneath
I have a white semi-solid.
a white
Completely over
semi-solid. So you're like,
Yeah.
okay. And then it's like, it doesn't work with the clouds.
Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it for this
The
room.
way that you actually break these is just teleporting spike balls. Explain teleporting spike
no,
balls.
not quite. Not
Isn't it
quite.
just a bomb?
The teleporting spike balls, one of them is to set up something to the left, which we'll talk about in a minute. The second one is just to break a single column vertically there. The first set of are blocks. The remaining 3 sets are still there, and the bomb blows those up.
Oh, you
So
need
that-
to break the first set of to give a safe space to not die.
Two reasons.
Right,
Firstly,
you're
to
not-
give a safe space, and secondly, to break the scroll stop so you can actually see the door
Cool.
when you're approaching there.
Right, that makes sense. Because the first time you come in, the screen's locked here. And so
Yeah, and there needs to be a
like-
scroll stop when you come in, like that.
You probably might not even realize that those blocks are gone.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
intended to be
fun.
completely seamless. Yes, actually, if you see it, if we just do it again,
yeah,
there's no way to get around the spike ball until you're over on the right, so that by the
You
time
have
you
to
get back,
scroll
those
to the right, and then
the
they
scroll
break
stop's
up.
always
and-
gone. Yep,
yeah, so it's teleported by now.
yep, and now there's one place to stand, and you can also see the door.
And you have to stand here. And bomb's placed nicely so you can't die to it. That's great.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it will.
Room.
This one, pretty self-explanatory.
It's a player separator because you spawn from the door at slightly different times. So that's just one to the right, one to the left. Why is that not
That
just...
was just.
Oh, because if it
Because
was
you get
here, you would
crushed.
get crushed. Yeah. And this is just to not
No.
have an extra piece of track.
Yeah. I mean, actually, no, I could have the piece of track, but then it makes the timing different. It means you can. It's like that's deceptively simple there. This is actually a very simple solution, and it wasn't always that simple, because I've got to make it sure that the spring bounces each person twice. So it bounces you right from the door position, and it also bounces you like when you're near the one-way area, because otherwise you could go all the way to the one-way and then just stop.
True.
It needs to push you all the way through. Also, it needs to bounce you soon enough after coming out the door that you can't go back in the door.
Right, yeah. I mean, could that not have just been this in a one-way?
Yes, it was initially like that, but then there was some weird case where they could stand on top of the spring and it went past under them.
Oh, that's very silly.
Maybe you're holding jump coming out or something. I don't know.
Yeah, if you were holding jump, then you fell slightly slow and it made different stuff happen. Anyway, then there's one up.
God, the slow fall holding jump is the bane of my existence. Yeah. This room, I like the look. So
this one works great.
This is glitchless. That's just a wing P switching up. That's it. That's the whole thing. The muncher hits it. This
one's a bit more involved.
Is the same tech that we used to hide hide this on-off switch.
Looks like almost the exact same setup as in the other level.
Yeah, you're doing like 3 layers of transference.
No, actually, you can you get the bomb and actually no, just let's see the hard block below the spike ball. Just move that away for a second. Press play. So the bomb thing isn't. Yep, the bomb thing isn't actually what's killing the switch. The cloud getting poofed by that spike ball up there is what's killing the switch.
Interesting.
Yeah, that makes
sense. But then the cloud's left. Then the cloud is still left over, like visibly. So then that thing and then the Kaiser block is what gets rid of the sprite for the cloud.
So you're making invisible cloud here.
Yes. Yes.
Cloud hides the switch, and then the block hides the cloud, and then
yes. And then the Kaiser block hides the hard block.
Yeah, so if this wasn't there, you just have a cloud hanging out here, and that is not as good. Yeah.
Not ideal.
And then
that's interesting. The cloud gets made invisible even when the hard block doesn't get blown up, but we need to get rid of the sprite of the hard block as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, to make everything invisible, this is what we do.
And you can't.
Wait,
there's no solids in here.
No, I think the cloud still has a hitbox,
but it's
actually no. The cloud's been proofed. Basically,
the cloud is becoming hidden because the hard block is getting destroyed by the spike ball.
Oh, that's true. Right. Yes. Yes, the spike ball is going down. The 2 columns with this hard block and the cloud.
Oh so, yeah, it's hitting both of those. Yeah. And so then, but it leaves over, like, if this wasn't there, this doesn't have any collision anymore.
Well, you just hit the Kaizo.
Right.
Yeah.
In this case, it doesn't have any collision, so it's gone, yes, but it's left the sprite over, so you have to do sprite pasting to hide it.
Yes.
Which is fun. Cool. That's that room. The psychology of it was perfect. No notes. That's just
thanks to Dolphin.
Yeah,
Dolphin for the idea of this room.
Dolphin.
Her idea was slightly different, but the spirit was still there. I just made a better setup for the same idea. This one was my idea.
This room is great.
Yes. Right. Let's go back to the previous room, the Indiana Jones room. There were 2 spike balls. One of them does the vertical. Yes. One of them does the place where you hide, like it just does downwards teleport, and the second one teleports horizontally through the level and breaks those blocks.
Yeah. So
I tried very hard to make them the same spike ball, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, that's fair. So they're offset, which means they don't exist, but they still render.
Yes, when they're broken.
Just the simplest.
That's it. Like, there's no other tech here. It's just a blind fall in a clown car, and all of this shit is fake. That's it.
That's it.
Cool. So this.
This one there's no setup for either. It's worth noting that I put the key on the blue platform there. That's the dev exit. I put the key on the blue platform there so that it would require them to both be in the area with the key door before they could go in. Yeah, just do that.
I thought you also required them both to be on the right side, but I guess you didn't do that.
What do you mean? It requires them to both be to this side of the one-way, so because otherwise they can't jump high enough. They need to bounce off each other to get the key.
Yeah.
But they don't need to do that for the right side of the door.
No. Well, one of them needs to go up and hit the switch, and then the idea was that the other person would spawn camp the door, and then when one person hit the switch, they'd immediately go in because they don't want to be the second person in the door.
Actually, this just kind of didn't work because
It didn't work. Yeah.
Immediately jumped into spikes.
Yeah. No. He just jumped instinctively when he came out the door for some godforsaken reason, and then we reversed it when they come back, such that
The
it
first
looks
player
like
dies.
Yeah, when they go through the first time, the second player dies. When they come back through, the first player dies.
Yeah, and you primed that by having this P-switch interaction, so the second player hits the P-switch. I like that.
Yes. Thank you.
Cool. That's easy enough.
Look how fast we're going through. Yeah, that's the dev exit. We'll come to it later.
That's interesting. Okay.
Well, it's the dev exit and a switch insurer for the previous room.
Yeah, I just... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So if this is here and it's a mushroom,
that depends on the direction that thing is going.
Then
yes,
you just go over here and you get a switch and you can go. It's single player.
Yeah.
Right, and this is the
custom scroll.
This is the fun mushroom heaven, which I like a lot.
Yes. Thank you.
This was beautiful, and it worked. Every single piece of that just worked brilliantly. Like they were over here, and then
here. Oh right, yeah.
Oh, and then there's a checkpoint twice as well.
Yes. And then that one now has a spike ball behind it. Oh, also that mushroom that the claw catches does something different here because stupid.
Single player, yeah.
Yeah. Single player. Anyway, then we have this.
Now just to not this room. What would be this thing? So this is just switch state checkpoint twice. Is that?
Yep, it's just switch state checkpoint twice.
Okay, that's pretty straightforward. I don't know if you need to explain. It's just.
Let's go through each element. So the first, just put. Can you make those red switch blocks blue, or just get rid of them? So you can see the one-ups go on a journey, and I've just scripted that journey. And the red block there. You can just do a copy.
Oh, true.
You don't need to move anything.
Let's turn off scroll.
Yeah, you can see they just go on a journey. Oh, and you need to get rid of that switch track over there just to make it the other side. Yes. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the first time you're here. The one-ups do a journey there, and then a bit later they do the journey backwards, and then they get caught like that.
And in multiplayer, that claw would have actually caught the...
Yes, it would have. And on the second time round, can we switch them back to red blocks?
Yeah.
The main reason I want to talk about this is just to show some with the spike tops, the track trajectory. I'm incredibly pleased at how this worked. So spike tops come up once, then they loop around, then they come up a second time, and then they die.
That's really cool. You're using the fact that the tracks like to preserve the direction, so when they come up here. They're gonna come up, boop, 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 boop. And come down. The last horizontal direction that we're moving is right, so they go this way. And then now they're gonna go up, and the last horizontal direction that we're moving is left, so they come back left. That's cool.
And therefore they go exactly twice.
I like
Thank
that.
you. And also it's timed with the 1-up sounds, so you still have the same note block sounds both times the spike tops come up. I don't know if the sounds were actually doing anything, but they had them anyway.
And this is just a slow timer.
It's a slow timer, yeah. It goes over there, then changes direction, and then rolls back really, really slowly.
That's a very slow timer.
It is, yes.
Up here, this is just some stuff.
Most of that is just to make the sounds play at the right time.
Yeah, so you got frog
actually,
suits.
no, in the top right is... actually, no, it's worth noting. How did we make the 1-ups jump up the second time? They're actually coming down in a slightly different place. Not those 1-ups, the ones on tracks. So, the second set of 1-ups on the right, on the second time they do a jump up and you can never get them, but the first time they come down and they went like in the corridor and you could actually get them. So the first time they go on that track there, the second time they go on the track that's 2 tiles to the left, but people don't know the difference because they just see on the right side of the room.
Yeah.
And they just jump.
Cool.
Yep. What you've just uncovered with your multi-select is that there's 3 1-up mushrooms there.
And those are
and you can't get those. That's just to make the players run to the right when they come out the pipe.
For sure. Cool.
And then actually, there's one more. There's one more.
Dang it.
To the right. Actually, well, there's 2 more. The claw thing. Actually, I think it's just worth pressing play and standing up there just to see what all the power-ups do. Not there. Like it's inside the wall somewhere. That's fine. Okay. Frog suit goes on a journey. 1-up also goes on a journey. That 1-up that just bounced in the bottom left, it hit the note block that the other 1-up, the winged 1-up that got caught by the claw. That's what that came out
and
of.
And it bounces back up here and goes in this little cup.
And then the bounce up gets caught. The frog suit is also on a journey.
But that
and it just uses the same path.
Yeah.
It bounces upwards and it goes up and then does sounds there.
Yep.
Pretty simple. Okay, last one. There's the last one up is the one that has a spike ball behind it. And the way it has a spike ball behind it only the second time, top left of the room. You see that spike ball?
Yeah,
they're both going left, and
so this would go on the track.
there's a switch track there, and yeah, but if the switch track is configured how it is currently, then it turns around and they both end up together. So if you just press play, you can see that in action.
Yeah, I don't know that switch tracks need to be explained to everybody.
Yeah,
The advanced setup.
I'm just trying to make the stream accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And then if it's the other state, then the spike ends up there, and it's just a safe 1-up.
Cool. Let's go to the next room.
Yes, this next room is also twice. So the first time round, the launcher goes all the way to the right, crushing you.
Mm-hmm. And you need to get in the little thing, which people are competing over.
And the second time round, it hits that POW, the Thwomp dies. I think it's better to just start from the door.
Okay, so this would be the second time.
Yeah, this is the second layer currently. Thumb comes round, they think it's going to crush them against the wall here, but then we spawn a POW there. Never mind. First layer.
Kidding.
No, this should be the second letter.
Sorry,
red
yeah.
state.
I think there must have been an erroneous switch then somewhere. I mean, like somewhere in there.
Let's go.
Switch. We're in red state. I wonder if it breaks if I go too fast. Which is fun.
Oh, right, yeah, probably. Maybe. Oh, right, yeah, because we're this custom scroll. Jneen is custom scroll.
It's custom scroll! I'm being silly.
Let's go.
So you can't go too fast.
When that happens, the wall explodes and then we've got booze up there.
Right.
Okay, those are all very simple elements that we can explain separately. So let's go do that.
The powers.
So if you go to the left, there's a spike ball that's rolling along. There, it's reused in the previous room for that scroll stop healer, which we never actually talked about, to be honest, but it's the same setup
so
as
this,
from the
oh, because it should be rolling right.
So that spike ball there, you can see it was used previously in the other room as the scroll stop breaker and then healer, and that was used when you hit the question mark block that made the 1-ups come out there. It just blew open the scroll stop temporarily, which spawned everything on that 4th column.
Right here.
Yes.
What actually caused that to happen? You hit.
It was that same
Oh,
spike
the
ball.
switch. Being silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that does the muncher spawn downwards. You've got a special slope here. And stuff. Yeah. So that's the break it for 1 frame setup.
Anyway, yeah, that was from earlier. Now that same spike ball here is used, except it rolls to the right, and it hits either of those note blocks, depending on if those switch blocks are solid or not. It's pretty simple to show why which one gets hit.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep, and then the wall blowing open at the right time is just a timed. Yes, importantly, that spike ball had to be rolling to the right, which is why it starts all the way over there.
Makes sense. But it has lots of time.
The reason it had to be rolling to the right is because it also gets teleported through the entire level, and I didn't want an entire horizontal section of blocks to be gone, because the finale room is to the left of this.
Right.
And so if the spike ball's rolling to the right, then it doesn't, when it's going horizontally, it doesn't do any destruction.
Makes sense. And then this
but it still does do the destruction vertically. That just goes down. It goes down and it hits the, and there's a blue block behind the mushroom as well, so that it doesn't happen in the first time.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Cool. I like it. Let's continue.
In the pipe.
Next one. This room, problematic. Very problematic. So you can just delete both of those launchers.
These two?
Actually, no. Before you do that, we know that there's red launchers behind that, but guess what the burner's for?
What is the burner for? Something teleports into the spot here, I think.
No, delete the burner and see what.
Oh my god. It's to hide the launchers passing through the bottom.
What?
And it does a really good job of it as well.
Oh my god, you can kind of see it.
That's silly.
That is very silly.
It hits it back automatically so that it doesn't spawn more than one. And you can duck under those, but they didn't realize that until it was too late.
Yeah, just a little spaghetti.
It was too spaghetti. So for the versus level, I really wanted to get a section where I just gave them a bomb and then let it play out. Because obviously, if you give them a bomb, they're going to throw it at each other, and like the jokes write themselves there. Like sure. I don't need to do anything. I just let them kill each other a few times, and it overstayed its welcome, but that was largely on them, I think. Anyway, the switchback, that one's actually somewhat interesting. You can just start here and then you can see the contraption working if you... And the mushroom just goes on a long journey, which gives the launcher time to shoot, and then it switches back, which blocks the launcher again.
Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking in terms of the other levels. The frog suits. Because then you don't have this getting hit up. It is more expensive, but...
It's more expensive, and we didn't have sprites there. This is also the dev exit, but we'll go over that later.
Cool. Great.
And then there's a track behind those black launchers as well, for the red launchers to land on. Actually, if you delete all the black launchers, there's actually something important I want to talk about. So you know how launchers, they have track time. Oh no, they have a cycle. All the launchers have a cycle. And if those launchers all started on screen, their cycles would all be aligned. So they would all shoot at the same time and it would look like a single bomb. Which is why they're dropping from above screen and they all appear on screen slightly later than one another. Which is why you get a cascade of bombs instead of one bomb at once. And why are they on a curve track like that? It turns out that a curve track like that is almost the exact same time as their cycle. So they always shoot when they're at the peak of that jump.
Okay.
Well, it slightly desyncs after a while, but it's only by a few frames each cycle. So, but in the time that they spend in the room, it's gonna only desync by a little bit.
What's up, Superplex? Custom scroll does in fact make everything difficult.
It really does.
Cool.
Okay, this one is purely just psychology. We show that there's an icicle there, and then there's obviously the comedy moment of people running down the vine whilst the icicle's following them.
So this is a forced death of one player.
It is, yes.
Yeah, that's a super forced death.
And then once one player dies to the icicle breaks, and the second person gets the mushroom.
But then you can get rid of the mushrooms here. But I think they didn't realize that, and they were like, "Oh, I have a mushroom, I'm dead," which was very silly.
This one, I wish it had more impact, but this would have had a great impact if Juz was up there. But Carl went up there, and by this point he was like 12 lives behind, so he just didn't really care anymore.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh, I guess I'm dead. But no, I'm not dead. So, yeah, because when there's two players here, you can't actually go in the door. When there's two players, the floor dropping out from under the player down there, the camera follows the player who's falling rather than the player who's up top on the top right. So the player up there in the top right gets crushed.
Got it.
Yeah, that's just camera. I remember finding that. I was like, that's the most obvious troll of all time, because why does it kill the top player in that situation?
Yeah, kill the top player by making the bottom player fall into a pit.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And then the pokies die on the switch because there's blue blocks behind them. That's pretty obvious. It's very nice that if you kill a single segment of a pokey, the entire thing dies with switch blocks.
That is very convenient, yes.
Yes. If you go to the very top left of the entire level, quickly, of the entire level, that key door does actually go somewhere.
Oh.
And this was the only free space in the level. You technically can go in there if you do like some fancy duck jump past those two Kaizo blocks. I don't know if it's possible, but
There it is.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. So you could go in there theoretically, and then it just says no. And kills you.
Good.
Cool.
And then this thing is just a callback to the first room, and it does exactly what it looks
There
like
is
it's
no
gonna do.
setup. Yeah. That's amazing. And then
Okay, we're on to the finale room. Oh, there's
We're
only one
here.
room left where it should be done in 10 minutes, right?
Right, yeah.
Done in 10 minutes.
Obviously.
I mean, I understand all of this intuitively.
We are 5 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. I would like this to be shorter than 7 hours.
Okay.
Do you want to take a small break?
Yes, let's do that, actually.
Okay, so I'm going to run the ads now. We're going to take a small break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to explain the room with the goals in it that had all of the shenanigans. So, and then after that, we're going to do the dev exits, and then we'll finish up.
Yes, awesome.
See y'all in a minute.
Oh man, I'm hungry. I might go get a snack. Oh, hello, kitty. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack.
I'm back. Okay.
Well, but do we have marble?
Marble is not back. Okay. Whew. What a marathon. There's a lot of shit here.
There's a decent amount of stuff here.
I prevent both players from going up. It's interesting.
What?
How do you prevent both players from going? Oh, you just can't make that jump.
You can't make the jump without bouncing on the other player.
That makes sense. And you sort of automatically go up there with the player head bounce when you come out of the pipe. Is that it? Or is there like a...
No, you don't automatically go up there. You have to intentionally...
Oh, it's a hidden block detector! Hidden block detector here.
And that...
That's a hidden block detector. So when a player goes up here, hidden blocks, load in that. Players are separated. Look at this fucking offset donut bowl.
It's a contraption.
That is a Shelmet delivery system. And that's like right at the edge of the screen, isn't it? Yeah. That's fun. And this is just getting pushed by the screen scroll. So that happens. Damn. There's a lot going on. And everything is just very slightly offset. Look at this fucking block.
What?
Look at this block. Oh, sorry, that was my bad for starting there.
You're not allowed to start anywhere because there's like stuff happening.
So that's some clown car shenanigans. You've got a little gap in this scroll stop. Very small, but it's there. This is not a healing scroll stop thing, is it? I'm looking at the fourth column. There isn't anything really interesting happening in the fourth column, so I don't... Yeah, there wouldn't be a healing scroll stop set up. It's all just assisted loads here. This left scroll stop can be broken wide open just fine, as well as this one can't be, because custom scroll going to the right.
Auto scroll, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
back. I apologize for the delay. Did I keep you waiting long?
It's been 84 years.
Yep.
Sorry, I went and got some dinner.
I'm kidding. I got some food as well. It's all good.
Awesome.
Was there an offset one way? Where's the offset one way?
There are several offset one ways.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a couple offset one ways.
Yeah.
This one is on.
No,
this one's also offset. I think.
There are around maybe 30 manually offset or like save file editing offset things.
Oh my god.
In this room.
Sure.
The offset blue block.
This was the this was the place where I realized, okay, shit, I'm gonna have to pull out all the stops. No bars held. Holds barred, so it's same thing.
No bars held.
Holds barred.
Okay, so this is a player separator.
Because reasons we're gonna get into. Yeah, player separator, nothing really
you
interesting.
can bounce
there.
one player up here, the other player can't make it. Hidden block detector here to open the scroll stop. It's an interesting hidden block detector that uses some custom offsets, but it is just a hidden block detector.
Yep.
Blows up in the scroll stop, loads this, which blows up the scroll stop for the other player, and then they get ferried over here. This I found, which is pretty nice, is like a little helmet delivery system.
That's quite nice.
So that's fun. I imagine the player doesn't... The player up here is going to get held for a while. Right?
They are.
What? Okay, so in a bunch of the other setups today, we've done this thing where Janine tries to guess what the contraptions are for and how they work. I don't believe that that's going to work here.
I don't know.
There's a couple of components I can tell you what they are. Like, this is a switchback contraption. Right, like... But, Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
So I want to let you lead this one, Marvel, if that's all right.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with a bit of a history lesson.
If you want to like challenge me with questions, you are welcome to. If you just want some time when you're not talking, as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'm actually trying to eat as well whilst I'm doing this, which is a terrible set of timings. Anyway,
idea I've ever heard.
Yes. Anyway, so a bit of history first. I was like, I said to STEVO pretty early on, I want to one up. I want to make an even better finale than the previous troll race in 2024. And the previous race in 2024 had the disappearing flagpole. It's where we revealed that we had that tech, and flagpole disappeared, and we just revealed a second flagpole, and then it did the Mario World death after flagpole. So it's actually very simple last time. Component-wise, the contraptions were very simple.
It's actually pretty simple. Yeah.
Yeah. I told STEVO pretty early on that I wanted to do one better than that. And, like, in terms of the experience for the crowd, I wanted an even better experience. And that's really bloody difficult because it's how the hell do we make it even better than that? And so the way I decided to make it better was to prolong as a bit of context for people who weren't in the room whilst the 2024 troll race was happening. When that flagpole disappeared and we scrolled on to reveal a second flagpole, the crowd went absolutely batshit.
Yeah, it was great.
Would you? Yeah, you would. What's the word?
I mean, that's it, up until then. That was completely impossible in everyone's mind, right? Like,
yeah,
it was just one of those things.
Yeah, so the crowd went wild, and yes, that's pretty awesome. The way I wanted to one up that was, instead of making something that was even more surprising, which, quite frankly, I don't think we could have done, was to prolong that sense of batshit crazy crowd over multiple trolls. Because if we managed to get it so that it was like, oh my god, how could they even get better from here? And then it does get better, and then it gets better again from there. That's how you maintain that's how you create an even better like finale, I think. So, where am I getting with this? I wanted to give her the opportunity for a jackpot, and this is something I talked about on the actual GDQ stream. I wanted to give her an opportunity for a jackpot to keep things interesting, because if one of the players arrived with like a 10-point lead, then
what happened?
In other scenarios, it would have just been a wash. It would have been hopeless, regardless of what was in the room. It wouldn't have been interesting because we knew who was going to win. So I wanted a very visible and very conspicuous opportunity that screamed out loud, this could still be either player's game. So that's what we did, and it
wasn't actually enough one-ups to have changed the outcome, but
I didn't expect them Carl to be 14 points behind. Like he did generationally bad. I'm not gonna lie. He had also been awake for 20 hours before starting the race, which is fair dues to him. But I mean, I wouldn't say that's his fault, but
I think they could have put one more one up in.
That one space there, the reason it's not a one up there is because actually no, I probably could have now, because that muncher there used to be a big one and it would get caught inside the muncher because the muncher spawns later.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, you still can't do that. You still can't do that because that muncher spawns later than all the one-ups, and if that one-up that isn't there, it rolls to the right quick enough that it ends up on the other side of the muncher before the muncher spawns.
You get rid of the slope and put the one up there?
Yeah, but that looks bad.
Okay.
I think you, like, realistically, I did not expect there to be any foreseeable chance of more than like a 10-point swing.
It's reasonable.
But yeah, if I had foreseen that, I would have just done that. I would have done this.
Yeah.
And that would have been more than enough one-ups. Anyway, so we have one-ups, and I wanted to give one of the ideas I saw early on was basically a pick-a-path setup. 2 options, 2 pits. 1 pit had the gold in and 1 pit had one-ups in. And you give them both the option, and the player with the lower lives is obviously going to go for all the one-ups, and the player with the higher lives doesn't want it to happen, so they're just going to go for the goal. And we played around for that for a bit, but the key development was figuring out a way, okay, how can we figure out a way to only let one player have the choice at a time? And that was a significant piece of research I had to do. How do you deliver one player down to the choice area at a time, and then when they die, how do you deliver the other person? And it's very easy.
How do you guarantee that it alternates which player gets?
Yes, how do you guarantee that it alternates? And it's pretty easy to overlook in the whole event, because of course that's what would happen. That's like the thing that's pretty obvious to happen. That's what you would do for this room. But even though it's what you would do, actually doing it was an utter fucking nightmare. Yeah. But yeah, managed to make it happen. And the way it works, can you zoom back in, please? And not all the way. And scroll to the right a little bit. See that saw? Up a bit. Not that one. The one on the track. Not that saw. The one on the track. That one. That one. Can you grab it and put it on the track that's to the left? 2 tiles to the left. That one. Yes. And make it go down. And then just press play there and see what happens. Okay, that has now been set up correctly. The reason I made you change it is because custom scroll makes it different.
Yeah, for sure.
So that clown car has been partially clipped through the scroll stop, and it now has a hitbox there. Secondly, could you see that thwomp with the boom boom on top of it? Could you make it face to the right, please? Just so we get rid of it for a second. And then stand there, wait for the thing to set up, and yeah, then just go down there. The muncher can't kill you. Okay. So notice that you can jump there. Oh god. Yeah, you can jump there once the donut spawns. When the donut respawns, if you do jump, you'll be stuck there. You don't even need to duck jump.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
it just immobilizes you there for like a second, and that gives enough time to get the other player out. The second thing to note is that if you have a shell mitt on your head, you can't do that. The clown car is positioned in just such a way that if you jump upwards with a shell mitt on your head.
Can we back up for a second?
Yep, sure.
There's only ever, as far as I can tell, there's only ever one player coming.
Yes. Okay, can
So
you
when you say things like
put a shell
get
mitt
the
on
other
Mario's
player,
head?
get the other player out.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I delivered information in the wrong order. Okay, so
Yeah.
jump down there.
Yeah.
Yes. How does the other player get there? So wait for that donut to respawn. Now try getting on top of that donut now.
You can't.
Just like spam buttons, do whatever you can. It's impossible. Because when you have a shell mitt like that, the clown car blocks you. And it also means that you can't get high enough that that thwomp won't activate. I know it's pointing to the right at the moment, but if it was pointing left, you also wouldn't be able to activate it.
Got it.
But if you didn't have the shell mitt, you would be able to activate it. So it's a gate, basically. Awesome. So one player is always stuck in the top in this area here. One player gets delivered down here by the mechanism, and the other player is free to make the choice, like in the actual room. When the player who's making their choice in the actual room dies, because it hasn't loaded yet. Oh no, it has, but actually no, it does go off. Yeah, it does go off.
So how does that not let the player through?
Because they land on the donut and then it delays.
Yeah, because it lands on the donut. And
there's a switch back here.
Yeah, there's a switch back here, so
There's
it does a double
switch back in the entire room.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so any switch only happens briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why you can't get stuck up here by jumping back up, because by the time you get to a ground, it could get a jump off to block it solid again.
Yes. Okay. So when a player has the choice and they go either left or right, and let's say they go left and they try a shell jump and they fail the shell jump, they die and they respawn in a bubble, and the other player we know where they are. They're in the top right in the capture chamber.
You have a bubble detector.
No, it's not a bubble detector, but when you pop the bubble, the player who's come out of the bubble, A, they don't have a shell mitt, and B, they have upwards momentum because you jump when you come out of a bubble. So where are they going to end up?
On top of the thing, and then the swamp's going to go off, hit the switch, and let the bottom player through. Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the top player gets the shell mitt again, and it kind of resets itself.
Yeah, what the double switch also does is if you press play here, you see there's a shell mitt. There's a detached shell mitt pipe there.
Mm-hmm.
So every time there's a double switch, it dispenses a new shell mitt to the person who's on the donut at that time.
Yeah.
And then rinse and repeat.
Yeah, so just to... I'm going to set up a little double switch here.
Sure, yeah.
Just to... off. I'm just going to use the school single-use setup. Placing anything down here is a bit of a hassle because of all the...
I had to do a semi-solid background because the goal.
The goal does weird things to the background.
It's background, doesn't it? That's what it does.
No.
Yeah, so if you
it's
look
not a
at
bad
kind of
thing.
flashes...
Yeah, that's it despawning.
It's not necessarily bad because there is a goal on screen, it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but there's two goals and there are two black areas Z5.
Oh. That's good.
Yeah.
Wait, does it?
So this is a double switch, and it dispenses a single... single shot.
A single one. Okay. Do you want to explain your idea of this capture chamber thing now because I don't think I explained it very well.
Sure, I
get it
can
across?
mirror it back to see if I've got it. Okay. The whole point is that one player is going to die. You want to capture one player up here, and when the other player dies down here, whatever way that they die, they go into a bubble. They're going to come up here, and you want. You don't know how they're going to get there. They're going to do all kinds of nonsense. But when they unbubble, you want to capture them in here and let the other player out. Right. So the way that you do that is you have the player that's stuck here has a shot. Because there's a single double switch that lets both players out. That's this swamp going off, right? This swamp going off does a switch. This setup down here switches it back. So there's a double switch as soon as this player is down here. Now, I deleted it, but there was a bumper here, which means that the player who starts on the top can't get down there until the screen scroll pushes them down. So it's all kind of very forced timing. You got a double switch from the thwomp that dispenses a shelmet. You drop the donut, right? The other player drops a bunch of donuts and is down here. They die. They bubble. They come over here. The other player has the shelmet. No matter where you touch the other player with the bubble, you end up bouncing off of their head. Is that correct?
You go up when you come out of a bubble.
You don't even need the bounce. You just get upwards momentum.
You get upwards momentum. So the player who just respawned ends up on top of this donut. High enough to trigger the swamp, so you get another double switch. This player with a shelmet goes down through. The other player's up on the donut, which hasn't dropped yet, so they can't get there. They come through here. They get bounced out, presumably, somehow.
Yeah. You can move the Thor.
Oh, there's a conveyor. Sure.
Conveyor and switch block. Okay.
Yeah, it's a conveyor. It's a conveyor, and it's offset slightly upwards so that the ground next to it doesn't take priority. You actually get ejected all the way.
Got it. Okay. So the player that was trapped up here gets pushed out, and the other player ends up here. So this only ever happens once. This shaft only ever happens once. The players keep teleporting up here because when you bubble, you teleport to you end up reviving where the other player is. And the other player is always in this little thing. And that does the thing, lets the other player out, etc. Then the double switch also puts a shelmet on the player who just respawned, so they're now stuck here with the shelmet. This donut always exists because it's offset so that the player who's stuck up here can't drop it and break the contraption, even if they're standing here jumping like crazy. And that's because of the clown cards.
Yeah.
So
the second reason the donut is offset is so that if you're on the donut, you can't spam jump to reset the donut timer.
Everyone an antelope says, so they get popped up normally because no shelmet. They just get popped up normally because of the bubble. The shelmet does pop you up a little bit. It's not like, we trolled you about not being. You're not going to be able to get a full height jump, but for one tile, it's enough. And
the
also
reason they land the donut
is
because they get upwards momentum from the bubble, and they can land on the donut because they themselves don't have a shelmet, which means the clown car lets them through.
Right. Okay. So what Antelope was saying was correct. Yeah. They land on the donut. The thwomp activates, hits on-off. The on-off gets hit back. It releases the first person. Switch reactivates. They get a shelmet, and the rolls are perfectly reversed. Three Good. Welcome, Three Good. Three Good says, heard joke once. Man goes to doctor. Says he's depressed. Says Mario Maker 2 seems harsh and cruel. Says he feels all alone in a threatening course world where what lies ahead is janky and uncertain. Doctor says, treatment is simple. Great maker Marble King SMM2 is in town tonight. Go and see them. That should pick you up. Man bursts into tears. Says, but doctor, I am Marble King SMM2.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So, okay, so you got an infinite Shelmet dispenser here. That's triggered by the on-off switch, and that is what gives you the each player gets a turn vibe.
Yes.
Great. That's cool. I like that a lot. Okay, so the way that you
Thank
click
you.
the
I am
clown
very proud of
car
that.
in here, is clown cars get bumped by saws. So that's the saw there. It clips under the one-way and into the note block, which it's trying desperately to clip out of.
If the saw wasn't there, then actually just do that. See what happens. Just move the saw somewhere else.
Then it clips under anyway, but doesn't truly clip into the note blocks.
It keeps bouncing on them, and it's annoying.
But with the saw here, it kind of settles it. And then you hit it with a spike ball. You hit the note blocks up with a spike ball, and this is a fairly standard way to clip stuff into stuff. You clip stuff into note blocks because note blocks are very easy to clip into because they get out of the way for a little bit. And then you hit those note blocks, and note blocks have top collision priority, so it tries to clip into literally anything else. Get out of the note blocks. So that spike ball down there with the parachute is going to go bop and hit that. And then you go presto expando with the big muncher landing in it.
Yep.
And it juts out even more. That's it. That's the setup.
Yep. That is a setup.
Now this block having to be offset. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, so, like if this was just
put
round
it
here.
back. Just do that. And it's not got a hitbox now. We can see what happens. It still gets clipped fine, but then the muncher kills it. And the reason it does that is because when a solid thing is going into clown car, it checks whether the top of the clown car is obstructed by other blocks, and if it isn't, it allows it to enter. If it is obstructed, then it kills the clown car instead.
What's weird is that it shouldn't be able to enter the clown car anyway because it's got a one-way right above it.
Munchers and solid items like munchers, launchers, and cannons ignore the one-way there.
That's weird that it would check for a block inside of itself, though.
I don't know, but it just does that. You just saw that if you put the block there, then it doesn't work.
Solids into clown cars. Oh no, you know what? I've used that. Solids into clown cars thing.
I think you could also solve that problem by timing the muncher perfectly.
Potentially.
Yeah, possibly.
Offset block works.
But thankfully this was easier. Yeah.
This works.
So you have a spawn block bomb here.
That's part of the dev exit.
Ooh, okay.
Anyway, so that contraption, it works. It was an absolute pain to get fitted around everything else there, but yeah, that's how it works.
Now there's other stuff going on up here. Say there's a bomb.
There is.
And tracks and things. We'll get to that.
I suppose we can explain that now.
Okay.
We can explain how it works now, and then I'll call back to it when it's actually relevant, what it's used for. So essentially, this is a scroll stop breaker and healer that goes off after a number of. It goes off after two permanent switches. So you see there's a global switch back thing. So when the swamp hits that switch, which it can do any number of times because the loop isn't conditioned for a specific number of times, but what this is detecting is has the global switchback thing been broken. And if it has, then that 1-up can make it all the way to the end of that conveyor before it switches back onto the note block, and then it makes its way up to the top sloped conveyor, and then the next switch after that, it sets off the scroll stop breaker and then healer.
Got it. Okay.
And I suppose
the scroll stop breaker and healer, because I was looking at column 4 and I was like, nothing is really here in column 4. But now that I understand that there is one, I'm looking at this claw.
Yes.
Which I think loads in, and I think the thing that is in this claw is a goal.
No.
Damn. Okay.
What is it?
It's a POW.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, as long as the global switchback thing is active, this mushroom will never make it over and arm the thing.
Yeah, it will never make it to the note block.
Once it does make it to the note block, there needs to be either a P-switch or something that... Not a P-switch, I guess. Something needs to break this block. Oh no, it gets over that with...
Yeah.
So this donut is...
Just get yourself a switch. No, it is relevant. Get yourself a switch and then it'll become obvious.
I do have a switch. That's what I'm playing this in.
You're so funny.
Ah! It's true. Oh my god.
Okay, so we have some indeterminate number of switches and then instant switchbacks, but the first permanent switch we have does this. And the mushroom lands there. And then the next switch after that does this.
Yeah. And that's the same.
That, and then the mushroom lands on the donut.
Oh, it's to keep the thing from thinging. Okay.
From hitting multiple times.
Whatever that means.
Additionally, what the mushroom does on the first permanent switch is it hits that note block, and that destacks the boom boom from the thwomp, which despawns the thwomp, which means no additional switches from that thwomp.
Amazing. Okay. Yep. Got it.
That's far enough away that destacking.
Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Never mind. I thought that was what's happening, but I guess not. It does destack it, but I guess the thumb is close enough to the screen that it does that.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't be far enough away to do that.
The boom boom is there because when that font does initially load, it's preloaded by this the platform there. When it does initially load, it's far enough away that it would despawn instantly without the boom boom.
Yep.
Anyway, so the mushroom goes up, it hits the top note block, which yep, if you
hit it really fast, it's not gonna make it all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah, it goes over, it hits the top note block, which pushes the other spike ball into the question mark block. Could you scroll up so the menu goes away? It pushes that into that question mark block, which spawns a muncher downwards into that bomb, which and then that's the standard score stop breaker and then healer. So it scrolls right and loads the fourth column temporarily.
This cloud block once again is offset, so that
yes, that cloud block is offset, so the timing is correct.
Cool. All right. So once the switchback mechanism breaks, we're gonna get a POW teleporting through on this switch.
Yes. That is correct.
So I come down here the first time. I do not have a Shelmet, right? No Shelmet. You don't have a Shelmet anyway.
Yeah, because the saw kills it. You have iframes, but by the time you get down to here, you don't.
No.
So anyway, you're here and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do a shell jump.
Come on, first try. No. Let's talk about the right side first, actually.
Okay. Should I go into multiplayer editing?
No. Trust me, in this room, you don't want to do that. It just fucking sucks. What was the way I tested this? Okay, a couple of things. Zoom in again. Not all the way. Thank you. So you see that parachute spike ball? In the note block under it, take the spike ball out of that and just put it somewhere else, because we don't want that going off early. Next, get a switch and go place it near the one-way in the hallway there. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Now you want to spawn. You can turn custom scroll back on actually, because it's actually going to help you here. And then just spawn between the two one-ways. Press play. And then yeah, so we can see the contraption properly now.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you're going to have to simulate. Actually, no, you don't have to simulate. You can just hit the switch.
Yeah.
It does. Okay, we did get the switch back. Oh, it's loaded. Awesome. Cool. Where's my bomb? Can you press pause and then play again? I think the bomb. Oh, there's a PAL there. Oh, right. No, I got that. Okay. No, I know what that happened. Okay, can you go to the left, please? You would never find it. Not that one. You're never gonna find it.
Oh, is it?
Left, further left, further left, further left, further left, further left. You see that? Yeah, that one. The one that's highlighted by the tracks there. Can you grab that, please?
Oh, is that just because all the spike balls are rolling?
Yes, the fact was rolling left. Just grab that and then move it to where the claw is. All the way to the right. Just leave it anywhere here. Awesome. Now just press play again. Not that far because the thumb's going to go. Sorry, this is a very complex thing that I had to do each time to test it.
Why don't I see the goal right now?
Because the goal has despawned. The goal despawns as soon as we start scrolling past this scroll stop. So one of the things... actually, no, that's a lie. We start scrolling past... Yeah, the scroll stop that is usually on the right side of the room. Any further past that, and the goal despawns. Actually, no, I lied again. Sorry, it's been a month or two since I made this.
The claw that keeps it loaded just never spawns.
Yeah, the claw that keeps it loaded never spawns. Or, no, to be more accurate, it spawns and then there's no item in the claw, so it instantly despawns. Anyway, so the situation you see the contraption in the bottom now. Could you pause and play again? I was about to talk about that.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
The contraption that you see in the bottom right hand corner right now, this is the situation it would be in when the players are getting pushed up top. And then if you remember, the player falls down, the player that's about to be in jail falls down on the right side and then gets given a helmet, and there's a double switch because they pound the thwomp, right?
Is that an offset semi-solids? Yes.
Yes. So the part of the setup for this room is that the player gets put into the top right hand corner of the room and gets trapped there and gets given a helmet, and part of that is that they get there's a double switch. So if you hit the switch now just once, it switches back. That was just the setup for this contraption.
That's what I did before.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is what you did before, but I needed to describe what was happening first.
Which is the thing that we have just finished describing. It's fine.
So
okay, we're here.
The place Mario is in right now is the conditions are the same as if you were here and you had the choice, left or right. So if you went, and that means if you would go right the first time, imagine the goal was there. Have a look at what happens.
Right. Okay. I like that setup.
It does that.
So you have a grounded chomp. And it will get ungrounded immediately when it gets hit by a spring. And also springs make chomps go.
Hit the switch first to set it up.
That destroys that block.
And then this is just the flop causes it to hit
the swamp just jams the spring into the Yeah.
Now, could you move that one way up by one so you can get back? Just to make it easier. That one way. Yeah. And also give Mario a shell mitt or something so you survive that hit. Awesome. So, I've talked about permutations for this room. I should have talked about that earlier. This room has many different things that can happen based on what player comes down here first and what direction they decide to do. So this chomp here, you'll only see it if the player, the very first player goes down, decides to go right. And the reason I did that was because I didn't want them to go to the goal and the goal to disappear like immediately. I wanted someone to try the shell jump first.
Right.
So if the first person goes left and then dies to the shell jump, that chomp is now deactivated and you'll never see it, which is what happened in the main event.
So if I hit the switch again?
Yes. Let's say the person died and now someone respawned, and part of the respawn process is that there's another double switch. Yeah, like this. Now that chomp is gone, and the next time someone goes past, you'll see in a second, but actually, yeah, just appreciate this right now. You see that note block got hit downwards.
Did it?
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it again, I guess.
It disables itself with transference. Okay.
Well, no, the fire flower that hit it got poofed. So do that. Now we're in the position where the first person's died to the chain jump, the second person is here. So when they come across, that fire flower gets pushed into the note block. And if you remember that note block had it does, but the screen scrolled all the way up top at the time, so it doesn't spawn anything.
Got it.
So at that point in time, we spawn a spike ball out of that note block, which falls and instantly hits. Oh yeah, you can't do that.
Oh, that had a spike ball in it, right?
Yeah, it had a spike ball in it. Now, what you're unfortunately going to find is that now once you put that parachute spike ball back, it's not going to be in the right place because it was actually shifted a few pixels.
Oh my fucking god!
So you're gonna have to reload the room. Actually, no, you can get away with undoing because you did break the claw, but we're not looking at that right now. Awesome.
And that spike ball is necessary for grounding.
Yes.
So you're doing a bounce here without spawning it because you're controlling the screen scroll.
Because you're way off screen, and then when it's actually on screen,
if I do this, but I'm gonna die to the Koopa. Also, everything broke forever. I just saw a muncher fall all the way through here. It's like, fuck. Yeah. Okay, well, we can use our imagination. Spike ball comes out of here.
Okay, it hits the Kaiser block instantly. That's all it does.
Hits the Kaiser block. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a Kaiser block detector somewhere. Give me a second. Let me find it. Though this should have already gone off, shouldn't it?
No, that one only gets armed after the first switch.
Why?
So actually, yeah, let's turn custom scroll off.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Right.
Stay zoomed in because you'll like it like this. And that bomb is in a Kaiser detector.
Yeah, but it only got there because of the switch.
Yes. So this
but
setup
there's
here
been
loads.
switches, right? Like the first time a player comes down here, there's
Yes.
switches.
However,
Yeah.
there are two places that Kaiser blocks can be hit.
Oh, but
in
the
this
Kaiser
entire
block
section.
detector here won't activate it. 'cause
Yes.
it's not.
It won't activate for any of those because that's before the first switch. And then the first switch is when we're going into the room and setting it up, like the decision room. And then that switch there arms the second Kaizo.
Why does
And
it
the
need to
next
be
Kaizo from
moved
there-
a few pixels? Oh, you gotta be a little more specific, Yimmy. There's like literally 30 things on the screen that
I
could
assume
apply to.
the note block.
I assume he means the parachute. I think he means the parachute spike ball. Because that's
Yeah,
the thing I mentioned with maybe a few pixels.
Yeah, probably so it hits the block and doesn't crack against the wall immediately.
Yeah, so
for
that it
anyone.
hits the block before crashing. Yeah, exactly
Oh
that.
yeah, there's the way that things work when you do custom offsets is nonsense. But okay, and like this thing where like which ones of these are offset? Like this one's or is the semi-solid's offset? Everything. Marble.
The semi-solid's offset. The Kaizo block is offset a few pixels to the left so that it gets hit in the right place. And actually, no, I think the spike ball isn't offset.
I don't
Trust
know
me.
anymore, dude.
Remember earlier when I said that the only time I use a manual like a custom offset like this is when nothing else worked. Every single example of a custom offset that you see here is when I tried everything else for like multiple hours usually, and that was the only thing that worked. That is why this room took 70 hours. Every single example of like, there's probably 30 custom offsets here. Each one of those was the end of a multiple hour long journey.
Uh-huh. Alright. The fucking offset
Anyway.
red block here looks so dumb.
That was the only thing that worked there as well.
I mean, yeah, you've said.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, this is late stage capitalism. It's capitalism, but for Mario Maker.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, so we were talking about the first time that someone goes to the right, they'll get chomped. The second time that someone goes to the right after the chomp, we hit the note block, and that hits a Kaizo block.
Hits a Kaizo block.
And that Kaizo block
That
sets off the detector.
this. Which,
Yes,
oh my
which-
god. Does that set off this power?
Which does two things. No, it does two things.
Okay.
Firstly, it hits the switch. The on-off switch.
Right, because there's just a bomb here. And that's the switch.
There's a bomb there.
What the fuck?
Yes.
What? What is this? That's not.
Press play and you'll see. Just press play and you'll see.
That's not how layering works.
That was a
Wait.
sprite saving thing, actually.
It's a sprite.
Also, it was so that I could put the power there without it corrupting.
Wait. Okay. Where the fuck is the clown car? It's so
doesn't exist.
It's so
It
fucked
doesn't
up that you can't even get it from a multi-select. Like, I don't. What is happening?
So
Okay, for those who didn't see, it is. Oh, there's a clown car.
there.
There's a clown car in a Lakitu cloud, which is very illegal. Or no, this is a Lakitu launcher in a clown car. Is that?
Yes.
So this is the same thing as the Lakitu thwomp in a clown car that we had before, but it's a launcher instead of a thwomp.
Wait, is it
And for
actually
whatever
in-
reason, that causes it to layer behind the ground. But also, where's the clown car? Even on the other one, there was a you could see the freaking clown car.
I think it's a clown car launcher in a cloud because I think a clown car launcher spawns a clown car.
Yes, I was getting to that. So the reason it's like this is for two reasons. First of all, if there was a clown car there, then I wouldn't be able to put the PAL there. And the PAL needs to go there. Secondly,
No,
it saves
I
a sprite.
believe a human made this, Yimmy. This is the most human thing I've ever seen. Okay. Sorry, can you say that again, Marble? The reason that something...
Firstly, the reason the clown car isn't there is because if the clown car was there, then I wouldn't be able to put the POW next to it.
Sure. What? I'll hear the reason after I learn what the fuck this is.
So it's a Lakitu Cloud launcher.
Okay.
It's, you know how earlier you said that a thwomp in a clown car is not a thwomp, it's a thwomp clown car.
Yes.
They're separate objects. This is a launcher clown car object, but it also happens to be in a Lakitu Cloud.
Right, and so it makes the clown car appear because it kind of needs a clown car in order to exist. And for some reason, that's not fucking corrupt.
Yep, it's not corrupt.
Why would that be corrupt? That doesn't make...
It amazes me. By the way, you guys, I need to emphasize, because how do I put it? There's lots of different like levels of glitch tech these days, because this is save file edited. This was not made in the Mario Maker 2 editor completely.
I'm pretty sure you could make this in the Mario Maker 2 editor. You were using black hole.
Thing with like black hole.
The goal stuff? Oh, this thing you can make with black hole.
Not the goal. The goal requires save file editing. I think everything else doesn't.
We also at the same time have the thing where on Open Force World we've patched out the corruption check, so you can have truly corrupt levels there. This isn't that. You can upload this on NSO. In fact, it is up now. There's the code right here. Go download.
Do you still have the code?
Oh, I should hide the piano cam. Get out of here.
Get the piano out of here. We don't need that.
There's the code. Nice and big. Yeah, so it's not glitch free, obviously. It's not vanilla. This does use modding. It runs on an unmodded Switch and is uploadable to NSO, which are both huge like restrictions, right? And because I think people will go like, oh, it's modded, and they expect like, you know, Shino posting or like Dom the Wiz stuff where it's like, oh, I, you know, poked some memory locations during runtime and have a cool video. No, there's
nothing abnormal during runtime.
During runtime, this is just normal Mario Maker 2. Trying to grasp fully what is going in what. Okay, I think I can explain it. Okay. This launcher is the version of a launcher that goes in a clown car. However, it is not in a clown car. Instead, it's in a Lakitu Cloud. Am I correct? There is no clown car. It's just that the version of a launcher that goes in a clown car requires there to be a clown car, so it manifests one out of thin air.
It manifests clown car.
Yeah. Got that? Why it layers behind ground? No idea.
No, they just do that.
That's normal.
I don't know which exact part of it makes it do that, but I'm pretty sure they just do that.
Okay. But right, so we got the object ID of a quote-unquote clown car launcher.
Yeah.
To be put inside a Lakitu Cloud.
I think it's technically not separate objects. It is a launcher object that has like a flag on it.
Got it.
This is in a clown car.
That makes sense.
Yes,
but it has fairly different behavior.
Yeah.
It is, it is 100% overground, because as soon as you spawn it, it manifests the clown car there. Because it's like, oh, there's supposed to be a clown car, but there isn't. Let's fix that. And then it's just a clown car launcher, and that behaves like a clown car launcher. Sort of. There's still a Lakitu Cloud kind of messing around there, but I don't think the Lakitu Cloud actually does anything.
Cloud is just visual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once the clown car dies, then it's a Lakitu Cloud launcher, just a normal one.
Oh, is that
wait, no, that is actually used as a cloud launcher. No, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's actually used as a cloud launcher. It's what pushes the one-ups over.
It's that cloud launcher. So yeah, that's important.
That is important later. But this is like 20 steps ahead of where we were. We've just
Okay,
got a bit
sorry, I just
distracted.
needed to. I saw that and I was like, "What the fuck?" Okay.
Okay.
So
Let's go back.
where we were.
So, first time they come down. First time they come down into the room.
First
If
time
someone
they
goes
come
to the
down.
right, there's a chain jump and they die. If someone dies to the chain jump, then the next person also goes right. Then the goal disappears, and the reason the goal disappears is that the note block that parachute spike ball was on, that gets hit the second time someone goes to the right, and it spawns a spike ball which hits the Kaiser block, which sets off this Kaiser block detector, and that's as far as we got.
So this Kaiser
Okay.
block detector has to despawn the goal in some way.
Yes.
So the goal
yes, so
is
there's two
in
things.
this claw,
Yes, that claw.
and you despawn the goal by having something else fall into the.
That is no.
No.
Something else
let's
is
go
already
back. Let's go back. So the Kaiser block detector does two things.
There's an explosion right here.
Can we zoom in again? Yeah, there's an explosion right there. Firstly, it hits the switch.
And then a double switch.
The boring up. The boring.
It does a double switch. Yes. What that does is it lets the second person, the player who's trapped, it lets them out.
Why would we want that?
Because
Because the
this
first
is
player is.
I will explain that in a second. The first player is still there, but they are currently trapped. Because there's a one-way there, and there is a death, but I put a Kaiser block with a lit bomb there. It's not blocked because if the second person also goes right when they go down there, then it is a soft lock, and I need to let them die.
Yeah.
But there's a lit bomb there, but it makes the person there wait to see what the other person's doing. Anyway, that's the first thing the Kaiser block detector does. The second thing.
Okay.
The second thing is
It's gonna blow up this wall.
Technically it does that, but that doesn't do anything. It blows up the hard block that Fireflower was sitting on.
This guy. Yeah.
Yes, it blows up that block.
Sort of. Okay.
Sort of. The reason that hard block is offset is because the explosion originates from the tile where that spike ball is in, which means in order for it to blow up the hard block, the hard block needs to be slightly straying into the block to its right, otherwise it won't reach. Anyway, so the hard block blows up, the Fireflower now no longer has the ground to sit on, so it sits on the seesaw. The seesaw tilts down to the right, and that spike ball gets pushed upwards. Yes, the placeholder spike ball is a placeholder, which means it doesn't have any weight because it's off screen, so that spike ball goes upwards into that note block, and the note block gets hit upwards, which kicks the mushroom out of the claw. Okay, are we still following?
Okay, so it's that claw. That claw there contains the goal, and it has a mushroom in it from the beginning. That's relevant.
Yes, and the goal is linked to that claw, but the claw won't despawn until the other item that's in it. That's right, it's holding two items. It won't despawn until the mushroom in it is no longer in it.
Okay, sorry, we need to back up to the claw is holding two items.
No, the claw is holding one item. It is a mushroom, and that mushroom makes it stay
linked to the other thing. Yeah,
stay loaded.
Right, okay, got it. So when you put the goal in a claw, using save file editing, this is fully setting an ID. You put something in a claw and you set its ID to the goal object. The claw, and you load that in. The claw does not actually continue holding the goal.
Yeah, the claw.
The goal isn't an object that can actually be in the claw, so the goal just spawns. But it's linked to the claw, so if the claw despawns, the goal despawns. However, you can keep the claw spawned for longer by having it hold on to something that doesn't despawn.
Yes. Well, by having it hold on to anything.
Oh, claws that are holding something have a longer despawn range. Is that?
Yeah, I think.
No, claws that are holding something are global.
Oh my god. Okay. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is now way out of despawn range, but it's holding something which keeps it global, and that keeps the goal there. But as soon as you bump it out by hitting this note block upwards, the whole deal despawns, and then the goal despawns as well. What's up, One Up?
That is exactly correct.
Okay.
One up.
Well, despawns and takes the goal with it, so that's why it disappears.
Got
Yes.
it. Okay.
And this is all more or less instant.
Yeah, it would be, because that's despawn logic. It's every frame.
Kind of needs to be because
Yeah.
I mean, from the whole chain of events from the thwomp hitting in the far
Yeah,
right.
because this only needs to go down a pixel for this to go up 1 pixel for that to
Yes.
go. It's the...
Well, actually, no. It's not even just that. Let's go through the whole chain of events.
yeah. So
go to the right.
hidden block
The
detectors.
thwomp hits.
that thwomp.
Actually, no. Can we?
Let's
Can
just do
we?
the thing.
Can you just do the thing? Can we just put custom scroll on again, just so it scrolls over further? Actually, you probably don't need it. Just set off the font. No, sorry, set off the. You know what, that works as well. Anyway.
So that goes.
Can you not do that, please?
That's the thing that we were gonna do. The thwomp.
I know,
goes...
but there was something I was going to say before you did that.
Okay.
Have a look at the fire flower, the position it's in. And again, oh, actually, you need to load the switch back. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, yeah, set off the chump. Then do a double switch.
Kill it.
Okay, now it's loaded. Okay, have a look at the position that fire flower is in. What do you notice?
It's basically
precise.
touching the thing. Yeah.
It is a single pixel further left, and it would have hit that note block. Therefore, when the thwomp pounds, 1 frame later, that note block will get hit, and then 1 frame after that, the Kaizo block will get hit because the note block spawns its contents instantly, and you can stop. That Kaizo block is placed such that the first frame of the bounce of that spike ball, it hits the Kaizo block. So we're on a delay of 2 frames at the moment. Next, the Kaizo block detector explodes. Let's say 1 frame later. We're on 3 frames. That block, it explodes, but because it's offset, it doesn't kick the fire flower upwards. It just drops it instantly because that's just how they work apparently. So that's 4 frames of delay. Then the seesaw tilts down. It only needs to tilt 1 pixel because it's a placeholder and the spell was 1 tile tool. So I think it's around 5 frames after the thwomp sees you that note block gets hit upwards. And then on the 6th frame, the goal disappears.
It needs to go upwards to hit the thing. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
no, that's all extremely instant.
I needed to make it as fast as possible because otherwise you can reach the goal before it despawns. Because you can be running like max speed.
Right, like you can go over here and go, what? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay, that is the full chain of events for permutation 1. Now let's do that again 3 more times.
Okay.
I mean, after the gold despawns, there's more that happens. But
Well, but once the gold despawns, all the permutations converge. Okay, so let's say the first person went left instead of right.
Which is what happened in the...
Which is what happened in the event.
So
and let's say that they die to the shell jump.
Which is also what happened in the event.
Which is also what happened during the event.
Alright, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
That's the resetter machine, right?
Damn.
Good job.
You can just stand there and demonstrate dying by just hitting the switch twice. Because that's what would happen.
And I haven't done this in a while.
I thought it was easy, like too easy that you can use it in
You practice it, and then it's easy. Come on. Huh?
It is easy.
I actually also forgot how to do it.
We're gonna sit here until you do it.
I don't remember how to fucking do it. It's like...
It's not like that.
Not like that.
Because you were against the wall.
I would actually like to give major props to Carl because he says he's getting washed at Mario Maker. He's not as good as he used to be, but he's still got this first try under immense pressure.
Wait, he did the shell jump?
First
Yeah,
try.
Carl did the shell jump first try, dodged the fireballs, and then
Amazing.
Yeah.
just got
He
through.
he actually gamed out of his fucking mind.
I don't have a great memory of what happened.
I don't think you watched the same event that we did.
I guess
because
not.
I don't remember anything that happened.
That's
Anyway, that's later on. We're going through in order. So let's say the first person goes left and they die to the shell jump. So you can simulate that by just standing in the middle. Can we turn on custom scroll again because it just makes it easier in this case?
Wait, that doesn't do anything, right? That's like,
It does do stuff.
does that even involve any contraptions we haven't seen yet?
Yes, it does. So that just set up the thing, and now this would be the first person's decision. So if they went right, then they would get chomped. If they went left, they could try the shell jump, and if they died to the shell jump, then we will just get a switch. That now we're the other player, and you see that skipped the chain jump. It killed the chain jump, and we're now in the same fireflower position as we were earlier. So the next time someone goes right, it's going to do the thwomp's gonna thwomp and the goal's gonna disappear. However, this person might also go left, and they might die to the shell jump as well. So you can simulate that by hitting the switch again. And again, maybe the third person died as well. So the contraption on the right just stays like that indefinitely.
So you can die to the shell jump as many times.
As many times as you want. And I don't want to get into the specifics of how that was achieved, because it's that I think the thing in the bottom right of the thwomp and the fireflower, that's the single thing I spent the longest time on in this room. That was probably maybe 20 or 30 hours.
Jesus.
Because that thwomp, that fireflower
doing anything.
Yeah. The fireflower needs to be there first frame. It can't get poofed by the blue blocks at any point in time, but it still needs to be like in that exact position where it's almost about to hit the note block. The chain chomp needs to die to the blue block if you don't get chomped the very first time, but it also needs to die if you do get chomped, like on the switch after that. There's just so many different constraints, and I only had like 6 blocks, like a chamber of 6 blocks to work with. Like the entire contraption needed to fit all of those constraints, and it needed to be 6 blocks in like, or like in a 2x3 tile area.
That's bananas.
And that is why every single thing there is manually offset. Oh, sorry, custom offset. Anyway, so as long as no one successfully does the shell jump, we can keep doing shell jumps for as many times as we want, and as soon as someone goes to the right, we converge on the ending. We just go straight to the thing where the goal disappears. And once the goal disappears, everything on from there, there's no more permutations. It's just like it's a linear path.
Great. So we'll get to that in a sec, but I want to see what happens when we do the shell jump.
Okay, so permutation 1 was the first person goes right and gets chomped. Permutation 2 is the first person does not go right, but we keep failing shell jumps. Permutation 3 is that we're just going to talk about what happens if any of the attempts were successful on the shell jump.
So the left side, right? Okay, so the way this room actually works is that the right side triggers the ending, and the left side kills you over and over.
Yeah, that's mostly true.
And so like the right side, very first time, chain chomp. Every time after that, it just triggers the ending and we move on. Left side, yes. I think, is left side just supposed to be guaranteed death over and over? Because that's
it is guaranteed death, but there's a few more steps than that. It's guaranteed death that doesn't look like guaranteed death, and if you
Why did it do that?
Because the middle of the screen was further left than that bird there.
So
anyway, so when the power goes off, we just have fireballs like that. That's meant to kill the person who just shell jumped, and then the next person after that, when they go left to try and get the 1-ups, go left.
Just thwomp.
Thwomp appears.
Okay. Where did the fireballs?
What happened was that Carl did the shell jump first try, and he also managed to dodge the fireballs. But then he was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna win! I'm gonna get the jackpot!" Then he ran right and then got thwomped. So he dodged.
Yeah.
Well, he dodged the fireball layer. That fireball was meant to kill him, and then the thwomp was meant to kill Juz, and then Carl was meant to be able to go left and get the 1-ups. But
the whole thing happened to Carl.
The whole thing happened to Carl, which is fine.
So
Carl felt every part of it. And then once we're in this state, the left side is now blocked off. There's now nothing more you can do.
But then if there's a POW...
well, you can't... Yeah, but you can't hit another POW. Once one POW's hit, then the shell... No, you don't.
Carl's...
The shell dies to the POW.
Carl was holding the shell when he died to the swamp.
Oh. Okay, well, in every shell jump that I was able to do, the shell was killed by the POW.
In the
so yeah.
He watched. If Carl had dodged the swamp, he could have shell jumped again and gotten the 1-up.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? That's something I didn't realize you could do, and that would have broken the room.
Well, I mean, would it have broken the room or just gotten the 1-up taken?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
There's a spike over there, so in the worst case, you would just die. And then...
Yeah, worst case, he would have just died.
Which I think is what would happen. But basically, I mean, so this is just some trolls. How does the thwomp work? What is up with that?
The thwomp is really fucking complex. Let's talk about the fireballs first.
The fireballs are easy. The POW triggers this guy. It's the thing. It's note blocks on the side. Great. And then the fireballs melt this and let everything fall.
Yes.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Oh, melting
Don't
the
even need to demonstrate it. It just shows.
Yeah, melting the coins is pretty cool. This is manual after. You would typically need to use like a conveyor of this.
To be honest, I probably could have just done the conveyor and just conveyed it into place. Hello, Kitty.
Yeah.
But I was getting a bit overzealous with manual offsets, so I think I just...
Yeah, something like... I think this would have worked just fine.
Fast conveyor to like throw it over a gap, or just do this. This is perfectly fine.
Yeah, this would have worked fine. I don't know why I didn't. I think
the reason
I didn't do this. Yeah, the reason I didn't do this is because there used to be 2 buzzies and 2 springs, and so the conveyor would have been more ice coins where the conveyor was. But I ended up.
Yeah, there would have been no obvious safe spot.
Yeah, there used to be that there was no obvious safe spot.
And
there was a fireball on the right as well.
It makes noise for a moment, but it all gets done.
Yeah, it does. Anyway, that's how the fireballs work. The thwomp has a number of constraints, and it has a number of things that it does.
Wait, what is the range of the thwomp? That's what I'm wondering. So the thwomp's range does it go past the muncher or just to the muncher?
It goes, I think, 1 tile past.
Okay, there's your problem.
It's far enough. Well, no, it's far enough that if you're running full speed, you still can't get the 1-ups. The thwomp will always get you first.
It's far enough that you can't just kind of have it be there armed the entire time.
Well, of course, yeah, I can't. And anyway, I wouldn't want that.
If its range was left of the muncher, you could just have it be armed immediately, and
no,
it's not.
STEVO, no, I couldn't. Okay. So the reason it couldn't be armed all the time is because I need it to only thwomp on certain circumstances and on certain permutations. So, for example, the permutation when no one ever gets the shell jump, like they do 2 unsuccessful attempts on it, and then one person goes right and triggers the end game thing. We don't want the thwomp to ever be seen there, and if the person goes there, like with no one having ever done the shell jump, the thwomp still needs to be stacked on those munchers so that it never comes across. The circumstance where we do want the thwomp to come across is where someone does the shell jump successfully, and then the next person will get thwomped. Or in this case, the same person, because Carl managed to dodge the fireballs. Does that make sense?
It's just the thwomp is just on a muncher. It's just the POW that releases it. That seems to be.
Yes, but there were 3 different POWs in this room.
One of them is the one you hit. One of them is triggered by the thing on the right, I'm guessing.
One of them is that one there in the bottom. One of them's the set of POWs that you hit. There's multiple of them there, but they all do the same thing. And one of them is above the offset on-off switch that Janine was just playing with. POW. There. This guy. And they all have different ranges, and they kill a different combination of those 2 munchers. So, if you notice the POW on the left, the one that's above the offset on-off switch, that is 1 lower than the set of POWs that the player hits. Now, that isn't really relevant because those are player hit POWs, but just so you know, that POW that's above the offset on and off switch, the edge of that range is the case such that it's just a tiny bit too high to kill either of those munchers, and you can only kill the bottom thing in a stack. So if the can you zoom in again, please? It helps to visualize. Actually, you know what? We're just going to move on. We're going to come back to that later when you actually need to know what the POW needs to do. Because describing what it does and describing not what that's for is kind of pointless. Let's just move on.
If it's just above the bottom muncher, that means it kills the thwomp, but not release.
No, it doesn't kill. It can't kill anything unless the bottom muncher has also been killed by the POW that.
No, that's what I mean. If the bottom muncher is killed, the thwomp is touching the ground and in that POW's range, so it dies. Otherwise, it does nothing.
Otherwise, it does nothing. Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
Okay.
Cool.
I think that's it for that permutation. So first player, the players go left, and so they keep trying until one of them is successful with the shell jump. Let's say that person dodges the fireballs, and they manage to go right, and then the thwomp is there. And the thwomp is there because the munchers were killed by the player hit POW, and therefore the thwomp unstacks, and it's at the height such that, like that, now it's at the right height, and it's also been destacked by like the ground that's around it.
Yeah. So now it'll.
Awesome. And that is a thwomp that is on the ground, which means the next POW will kill it.
Yeah.
Can anything else free it or arm the setup? Like.
No, the only thing that arms that thwomp setup is the shell jump POWs.
Okay. Yes.
The interesting thing about that thwomp, and the thing that wasted 4 or 5 of my hours, is that this is a really simple setup that you see of the thwomp. It never used to be that way. They used to be pushed into position by a track, but I figured out a way that you can put a conveyor through the score stop, and also configure the weird clown car Lakitu launcher such that they don't spawn block each other, and such that the thwomp can go into position. So if you press play, you see they kind of overlap each other in runtime.
That's wild.
Yeah. So if the previous versions of this I was trying to do didn't have the overlap, because I didn't want the overlap. I didn't even realize you could do that really.
That overlap works though, because it's like, because that launcher is basically just a semi-solid. It doesn't actually affect that.
Yeah, it's a semi-solid.
Why is that launcher a semi-solid?
because it's in a clown car.
That's... Do clown car launchers
Oh, it's
really
a
not interact with
it's a
solid?
semi-solid.
Act as semi-solid because the thing it's interacting with is solid, so it's semi-solid to those, like munchers and...
That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, the only hitbox is on its top. Anyway, so what you're seeing there of the Thwomp is many hours of trying different things. But the shell jump POW, it kills the bottom muncher, which destacks the Thwomp and allows it to come across, and the next POW kills the Thwomp, so that it cleans it up. But if the shell jump is never managed successfully, then we never see the Thwomp, and nothing ever gets destacked. Okay, I think we can move on now.
Okay.
Or do you want to explain what your understanding is now?
Okay, well...
I think there's still a couple of parts that I'm a little, like, the Lakitu thing.
That one we haven't gotten to yet. That's part of the ending.
That's part of the ending.
Is there anything else before triggering the ending? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I think we've talked about everything before the goal disappears. Okay, now let's talk about the goal. What happens after the goal disappears?
Excuse me. Okay.
You good?
The goal disappeared. Yeah.
Okay.
Elements.
So the second, when someone goes to the right, if it's the first time, they'll get chomped, but every time after that, it initiates the ending, I guess you could say. And what happens during the ending is that the goal disappears. We've already talked about how that happens, and then another switch or double switch happens, which lets the trapped player out. So in this circumstance, let's say Mario is trapped in the goal area. There's nothing he can do there for the time being. He's waiting on a bomb timer at least because he's hit the Kaizo.
Yeah.
And Luigi has just been let out. As the Luigi comes out, he goes down the donuts and he ends up.
And there's no reason to go to the right
area.
because there's no goal over here.
Yes, there's no goal over here anymore, so they go left.
One up on the left.
Give me 1 second. I need to go.
Sure.
Wait.
I'm gonna go grab a drink as well.
Okay. Oh god, it's like 9 o'clock and I haven't.
I'm back. Sorry. Just sudden allergy attack. That was weird. Okay. So Mario's over here stuck in where the goal used to be. Luigi comes down. Luigi doesn't have any reason to go to the right because there's no goal anymore. So they go to the left to get the one-ups.
Bit of that muncher.
The muncher may or may not be there depending on if a shell jump was ever successfully done.
The muncher that's stacked with Bowser Jr. may or may not still be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gets rid of that.
We're going to talk about that now. So, let's go back to the claw that the goal was in.
Yep, it's here.
We'll zoom in on it, so we can see it.
Yeah. So when that gets booped, there'll be a mushroom going up that conveyor.
Yes, the note block gets booped upwards, which boops the mushroom out of the claw, which despawns the claw, but the mushroom is still spawned because all power-ups have an insane loading range.
Right.
Like they can go 63 tiles off screen before they despawn. So the mushroom there is very much still loaded. It goes up the conveyor, it goes through those hard blocks there. Those aren't real. They are on screen though when you're up there. So when you're up in the top room.
Yeah.
So I just put them there. So aesthetically, it goes up the conveyor. It bounces on that note block, and then it goes into the little cubby above that muncher, and then it's finished.
Okay, so that note block.
This note block is going to disarm the switchback device.
It's going to disarm the switchback device, and it's also going to push that spike ball into the note block there.
What state are we in at this point?
That note block.
Okay. We're in red state.
We are in red state, yes.
You're in red state. Spike ball is sitting below that note block. It will get pushed down and then spawn something from
here, through here, and then it'll hit this on the side.
And it is a leftward spike ball because when we spawned in this room originally, we were to the left of that.
Yeah. So it goes left.
Yes.
Hits this.
hits
Hits
that,
that,
which
that's
hits
another
that. That's a big spike ball,
And that's gonna hit
which
and
rolls
switch
to the
a
right
POW.
and hits both the switch and the POW.
Does the switch
and-
have to be offset for that?
Yes, and there's a really, really stupid reason why. So, first of all, I want you just stand on that note block and hit the block, and just hit the question mark block, or you can just delete the note block even and hit the question mark block. You can't end up doing. Actually, no. What you can do, an easy way of doing that is just move the blue platform off the track,
Oh,
and then it'll hit it itself. So that rolls to the right, and then it hits the switch. Now, if you move that switch on grid, just move it to where it should be,
That POW's not gonna trigger.
and then do it again. It does trigger, but it triggers lower.
Oh, wait, why can't you just put the switch up like that?
Because then you can see it. It's on screen.
Okay.
oh my god!
Wait, isn't the POW on screen though?
Yes, but I had to compromise there.
Okay. Right. So that POW is at a. So that POW can hit the muncher, but it doesn't free the thwomp because it's not low enough for that.
Yes, that power there is high enough.
In fact, you can
that
see it not
doesn't
breathing.
hit-
Like you look at the
You can see it not through the thwomp.
Exactly.
It's, yeah.
You
But
can't
Yes,
see
but
it.
if the power
it
was
will
lower,
hit
it would
this
still
muncher
hit the,
that I just put on
it will
screen.
hit that muncher that's Bowser Jr. is stacked with.
Yeah, time.
Yes. So
Got it.
now both players are on the map. Player Mario is stuck. Luigi has a decision to make, but he's gone left, and now he can because the muncher is dead. That muncher that's blocking the way is dead, regardless of if anyone completed the shell jump or not.
Yeah. And so that's a
Additionally-
pretty obvious choice. You got a death box over here, you got a bunch of them.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. Additionally, if the Thwomp had been freed,
Also, the Koopas
it's now
go.
dead.
Yeah.
The Koopa's
that-
also gone,
it-
yes.
The whole setup over there on the left.
Yes. If the
Basically.
Thwomp was freed, it's now been killed by that second POW. If it wasn't freed, then it's just still sitting there stacked.
Is that POW also have the range to always kill the Koopa?
Yes. The
If the
rightmost edge of
right
its
next to the
range.
it would still die to
Yeah,
that.
it's the rightmost edge of its range is where that one way is.
like
Yes.
that.
So
Yeah.
the range is where Janine's box is right now.
Yeah, that's disabling the entire left side setup, basically.
Yes. That's why I had to compromise and put the POW there. Like I would have preferred much more to put it one lower, which would have been off screen, but it had to be there because of the range.
Right.
Anyway, so
But like,
you can only see it briefly as you're scrolling past, so it's not that much of a compromise.
yeah, because the scroll stop
you'll
you
scroll
start
one
with
further left,
is
goes there.
here. Yeah, no, that's kind of like a nothing burger. Like you see a bunch of shit happening
nothing
down
burger.
here. This is you're going through setup land briefly before
It really
the
doesn't
thing.
matter that much.
Honestly, this would've been fun.
Anyway,
Matter at all.
there was a second reason that I couldn't do that, but I honestly can't remember. Oh right, yeah, it's because that switch and the switchback switch used to be the same.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Maybe.
It used to be instead of a big spike ball, it used to be a lit bomb. So the lit bomb would hit the switchback switch, and it would also hit the POW. But that was too slow, so I ended up spending a sprite and making a big spike ball come because it's much quicker.
Right, okay, so you end up in a situation where the left side is disabled, the one
Left
up
side's
there
disabled. If the Thwomp was there, now it's no longer there. If it was never there in the first place, it's still not there, and the muncher that's blocking your way is dead. So everything in your path is free. So the player that isn't trapped, they go to the left. Yippee, they've won. They're going to get the jackpot, and then the Lakitu cloud happens.
Right, so what is the position detector for that?
It's right here. It's this one.
Okay, so we've talked about every single thing in this room now, apart from Actually, that's a lie. No, we've talked about most of the things in this room now, apart from this little area down here.
I think I got this. I think I've got this.
Yeah, it's just a little mole guy.
That's a mole. This is going to be in red state basically all of the time because you have the reswitcher. Until the switch is permanently hit to blue. And then you can come over here. You'll get this switch, but not just a switch. You'll blow up this block here.
You'll blow up all those hard blocks, every single one of them. The bomb is in range of all of them.
Wait, what? Or is it the... Wait, what kills the thing? Is that the mole doing it?
Nope.
Like the...
It's the muncher that's the muncher that makes the mole detector.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the muncher from the mole detector, because the mole dies from the bomb, but the muncher gets conveyed.
The mole dies, the muncher comes on that conveyor.
Switches the con card against this one. Yeah.
Yes. It's a bit more complex than that, and I'll explain now. So what is that POW that's with the clown car?
That's to make it do weird clipping behavior.
It seems to be pushing it forward a little bit when...
Yes, it's to make the Lakitu cloud be quicker. So try and run and get those 1-ups. You can even run from behind the one-way. Just wait till the power's gone off. Yeah, sure. Now, if it's been set up correctly, and I'm not sure it has, you should be able to run at full speed, and you won't be able to go down there. Yeah, there you go. And the POW down there is what's doing that.
Yeah, the POW just pushes forward a little bit more.
Yeah. That's a bit reductive because the POW... I also spent like 2 or 3 hours on getting that in the right place because clown car clipping behavior...
Oh no, I believe that was...
Yeah, it looks like jank, but it's pushing the clown car forward.
The Lakitu cloud... Yeah, the Lakitu cloud also reacts to how fast the player is running, even if the screen is not scrolling. So, if you try and run at that at full speed to the left, have a look at the way the clown car moves. No, so the way the Lakitu cloud moves.
Oh, right. So it clips, the POW clips it forward. That's what blocks you, and then it gets freed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Initially, the way I was originally trying to do this, it got clipped forward and then it got freed a lot sooner. And for some reason, when you did that, the Lakitu cloud reacted to you running full speed and went back left for some reason. So it let you into the... Yeah, it went back.
Interesting.
And sometimes that would let you get the 1-up. It was quite rare, but
like no POW behavior here. It just blocks.
Yeah. Anyway, so the POW clips that clown car forward.
Okay. What destroys the bricks?
Okay, that's the next thing we're going to get
and
into.
Also, you just have a permanent Lakitu launcher here.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just there.
That's just there for now. That POW, there's a lot more troubles that I had with it that I'm not going to talk about, but I don't think that they're interesting to talk about, so we're just going to move on. How do the brick blocks get destroyed? Let's go to the left and take a look at this grounding setup. So where the Kaiser block detector is, just not there. The clown car's going to kill you. Just press play here.
So you got a grounded spike ball.
I got a grounded spike ball there, and it's just it's rolling to the right, and it's just sitting there. And if you remember, there is a claw, a detached claw POW.
Yeah, that we
that's
disarmed.
Floating around in the wind.
It was over here.
That we disarmed.
Yes.
So
that's what this does. Okay, so the next switch, which is going to be this mole switch.
Yes.
When this
the
mole
next switch that happens
goes off,
after the ending. Yes. So the switch that creates the permanent off state is a bit after the goals disappeared. It disarms the
It's
the
this one.
switchback. And it disarms the switchback and then hits that switch.
Yeah.
So we're
then
now in off state.
Then this arms.
And that's what makes the mushroom arm over there.
that's
So the
the-
next switch
And then you get
after
the
that
switch
is what
from
makes
the mole.
then that switch that from the mole is what breaks the score stop there.
And that loads in
And then heals it, which loads in
this claw,
the
which loads in, which
What, it just
immediately
pushes the
teleports,
spike
push teleports the spike ball through all of this.
yes.
Yeah.
And then all of those brick blocks disappear, and there's a second goal behind those brick blocks.
The goal behind those brick blocks, is that just... No, that's not just placed there.
It is just placed there. It
It
is.
is just placed there, so that's not even... There's
I
nothing to that.
I originally tried to spawn
I know
a
we
spawn
were
goal
messing
from a
with
block.
spawning it out of a
Yeah,
block.
it's just
It turns out that's corrupt. That turns out to be corrupt. So I had to do
weird.
this instead.
And then both players can get it.
Both players can get it. Yes.
So it's just a mad dash to the goal.
Yes.
Wait,
So
can
what
player?
what we've missed out
I guess-
on is that when player 1 is trapped, well, Mario's trapped on the right. Player 2 has just been released. Luigi goes to the left, and the Munch is no longer there. Luigi gets cock blocked by the Lakitu launcher there, and then the Lakitu launcher starts going to the right. At the same time, those brick blocks all explode, and which means the Lakitu launcher pushes the 1-ups across the entire room and delivers them to the person to Mario, who is still trapped to the right.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah. They don't actually poof.
And therefore, they don't poof that Mario gets, or the person who was trapped on the right gets all of the mushrooms.
Got it.
And they also now have access to the goal, and they can go get it whenever they're free.
Which, then that's what we saw during the...
That's what we
and
saw.
Joe's got all the 1-ups and won by an even bigger margin.
By an even bigger margin.
Really won by a lot.
I think that is everything in the room. We've discussed everything.
Holy
now.
shit.
I
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing.
tried to predict what you were gonna say a lot, because I think the logic behind what happens here is actually a bit simpler than you were making it out to be, but it is still quite the setup.
The logic itself is not that complex. The path it took to get to that place is complex.
Yeah, because it's like right side does two things, left side also does some trolls, and then all the trolls get disabled, and then the ending happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
The left side is the one that triggers the final ending piece. But the right side arms it. So you have to have gone to the right side once to arm that.
Yes.
But if you go to the right side the very first time, you get chomped. So that someone has to try the...
Yeah. It's not quite the thing I was talking about permutations, but that's the easiest way we found to describe it for GDQ, because we had maybe 2 sentences to describe it.
But as having like 4 or whatever number of different permutations.
There are 4 different ways to play the room, but they aren't just based on who goes left and who goes right when. It's based on if you successfully did the shell jump, and when you have successfully done the shell jump, if you've been right or not yet.
Yeah. So I think the one thing that we may not have talked about is if player 1 goes right, gets chopped. Player 2 goes right, Oh no, that makes sense. The goal disappears, and then there's no shell, so you can't shell jump.
Goes right, left side gets completely disabled, and the ending happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like left side just breaks completely if that one POW goes off, and then it will never do anything besides ending.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
questions from chat. But there will be a test.
I'll take questions. Yes.
This is on the test.
Now I want to talk about nothing but pain. So, do you see where this entire massive room is in the level? It's the second room from the left.
Right.
it didn't used to be that way.
Mm-hmm. But it's got
And
teleporting spike balls going across places.
it's got teleporting spike balls going across places, and it's got maybe 30 or 40 custom offset blocks, each of which has to be done in STEVO editing.
Mm-hmm.
This room used to be the second from right, the second most right room. So it would be scroll right a bit.
It would be like all the way over there.
It used to be on the left of this room.
Right. Okay.
And I would have kept it that way, except remember what I was talking about. Remember what I was talking about like 5 minutes ago, where I said I was trying to spawn the goal, like in the middle, when right after like all the blocks blew up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It turns out you can't spawn a goal if a goal is already loaded. And a goal is already loaded if you're anywhere in the in the right half of the level, because the goal has like the actual goal has a massive loading range.
Right.
Oh, you know
So
that because of
that was causing the goal that spawned out of a block to just do the sound, and it didn't spawn.
Hylex EDM listener asks, does save file editing to place an extra goal require a modded switch? It requires an emulator. And in order, the legal way to get
access your save data.
The legal way to get your save data and your game files is to use a modded switch.
And if you want to get it on NSO, yes, it requires a modded switch.
And if you ever want it to be on NSO, you do need a modded switch to get it into your save data, etc.
Yes.
However, like I said before, playing the level does not require a modded switch. It can go on NSO. It is not even corrupt.
Yes, that's the thing. It requires a modded switch. It does not require a modded game, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as I was saying before that, so the room was originally further right, and that was bad because I had to move it left so that the goal wouldn't get spawn blocked by the real goal.
Mm-hmm.
And that resulted in this. Have a look in voice chat.
Oh my goodness.
That is a diagram I made myself to keep track of all of the manually offset block or the custom offset blocks, so that I could copy the room, multi-select it, move it over, and then fix everything that happened.
Yeah, repositioning this room seems like a good fun time.
Yeah, so this is all of the stuff that needed manual offsets. Now, all of these are theoretically doable by other means, but they are terrible. Those other means are awful and bad and would suck.
So, wait, this isn't technically the whole room, though. You don't have the left thwomp.
Yes, this is. Yeah, this wasn't even the full version of the room. This was a different version. Or, I mean, it was still a work in progress at that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, each one of those tags is a time I had to save file edit manually, and it's also a time where there was no other option, basically.
That's bananas.
Yes. So I will say this room is the single most complex thing I've made in Mario Maker.
That's a high bar.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, what do you think is...
what else would it be?
What else would it be?
Like Wagon World Finale seems like some competition.
Wagon World Finale is some competition. However, Wagon World Finale didn't use any of this tech.
But it did not have in it.
I wouldn't discount it because of that, and only because of that. And
in some ways, it was more complicated because we didn't have the tech.
Yeah, because it's more complex because we had fewer tools. But the reason I would really discount it is, and say this current one is more complex, is because the Wagon World Finale was spread out over more space. This one had to be localized to a single room.
Yeah.
So there was still lots of complexity, but it was spread out complexity.
And the Wagon World Finale was also mostly on a rail.
Yeah, it was very scripted. It was linear.
This
We'll talk about the
has-
boss fight, of course. This is not linear.
Jesus.
Anyway,
Yeah, I could never
Oh.
build something like this, even if I
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah. No, this is a technical marvel. Pat yourself on the back.
thank you. Right, dev exit.
Let's do the
I
dev
don't want to
exit.
see this room for any longer. Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
I will
I
need
need
to
to reload
reload
the
the level.
Yes.
I'm gonna head out because I have not had dinner. It's like 9:30. It sucks.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for joining us,
Hi.
STEVO. You actually were a massive help with these levels. Oh, he's gone. I said you were a massive help. Never mind, he's gone again.
To go.
Amazing. Okay. So here we are at the beginning of the level. There are going to be 3 dev
Okay,
exits.
you know what? I'll guide you through it. Yes, there's 3 dev exits. Let's just do the one from the start. So go down the pit.
So go down the pit, and get saved.
Just wait for it to lift you out.
And then we feint jump.
Then what I want you to do, jump up against the red blocks and then come back left, like all the way against the red blocks.
That's kind of tricky. Okay.
To go.
Like the blue blocks don't shift until you're right against the red blocks.
Oh, so don't jump.
Like the detector. No, you do jump, but only jump as right as you're hitting the red blocks. You could jump much later than you expect. Yeah, like that. Slightly earlier than that.
To go.
Oops.
To go.
It's a bit tricky to learn, but once you get the hang of
Yeah,
it,
this isn't-
it's not that bad.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, like that.
And now I just
Okay, now go in the back.
Okay.
Now jump down the left side and then jump over the piranhas as they come towards you. That's not difficult. Okay, this one. Hit the switch once. Then, oh, you've already fucked it up. You need to run to those donuts very quickly, otherwise you don't get the fire flower. So start again.
To go.
I think you probably could have just started in that room. Yeah, just go for, play pause and then go for the pipe. Or we could do this again, it's fine.
Great.
Okay, you want to hit that switch once and then run very fast onto the donuts. And then jump. Or you could... I've got no idea how you managed to do that. I didn't even think that was possible, I'm not gonna lie. The fire flower is so that you can tank that hit from the bomb.
I see.
Okay, sure. You know what? That's fine. Go in the pipe.
Okay.
Okay. Now you're going to get in the cloud and then hold up immediately. And you'll no longer hit the Kaiser blocks because you're big.
I'm big. Got it.
And you're gonna go to the very bottom right of the screen quickly, like go quick, because the cloud's about to run out, and
Got
like
it.
that.
That's
And
cool.
now you can go in the door.
Swag.
Now
fish
this
kill.
is weird because you still have the fire flower, or you would be small here. So
I can get that Goomba.
sure, it doesn't really matter. You can get damaged by Lemmy as well.
Oh, true.
Awesome. Then you're gonna just go in the pipe.
No need for checkpoints.
No need for checkpoints.
Do this
and
normally.
then just do this room normally. Yep. Yep, stay there and then go to the left. I mean, or you could do that, sure. Go in the door, and then just do this room normally. Just
wait
sit there
and
and
go.
wait there.
Don't touch any buttons.
That switch looks very tempting, but you don't need to. Okay, then we can go in the door. Then you're going to hit the P-switch. And you're just going to sit here and wait for the P-switch. You're going to sit here and wait for the P-switch to end.
Yeah.
Because if you score the screen right, the dev exit setup will break. Okay, then you're going to just go down, slip off the right edge there. You don't need to hold left because you land on the ground. Then you're just going to get there, go to the top right, and then just run to the right here. Okay, that switches. Now you can go on the pipe. Now you can just do nothing in this room. It's the 1-up version. Interestingly, the 1-ups that came down on the right aren't there because you one-shot the level.
That makes sense.
Yeah, this is the first layer version, so you want to go on the vine.
Okay, get on the vine. Okay.
Okay, this next room is by far the hardest. You can just go in there and I'll explain what happens. You can just unpause. There's nothing happening here. Well, there is, but just grab that P-switch, don't hit it yet.
Fire flower?
And grab the fire flower. Yep. Okay, you can just set the P-switch down on the left near the pipe and just don't touch it. Now, what that setup has done is it's disabled the switch back. So you're going to need to go up there and hit the switch until it's spot. No, leave the P-switch down there, sorry. Go up there, hit the switch, wait till the bomb spawns, and then hit it again. So hit that, wait for a bomb, then hit it again. That's just so that we don't get more bombs than we need. Cool, go blow up the wall, and then go up, grab the jump up there. No, don't. Okay, we're fucked.
Okay.
I think. You're gonna need to...
Would be nice for you to tell me the things.
I didn't tell you to run to the right. I didn't tell you to run to the right.
There were bombs in my face.
Well, I actually specifically said jump up to the left. Anyway, I think we're fine still. We're in the wrong state, but that's fine. I think just leave the P-switch there. Okay, we stopped again.
Because you said I was in the wrong state.
Well, it doesn't matter really. Because you can hit the switch yourself.
True.
So ignore that first bomb, or we could jump into it, that's fine.
Boggle says you might be bad at this, Marble. It's fine.
Okay, Foggles, do you want to come in here and instruct her yourself?
Okay. So.
Okay, leave the P-switch down here. Jump, dispense one bomb, then make it spread again. That's just easier for you. You can fireball the bomb so it's safer. Then just blow up the wall and then run left. Jump on top of the pipe again. Awesome. So now what's going to happen, don't do anything yet, but I'm going to explain what's going to happen. So the switch needs to be in blue when we're going down to the right. So what you're going to do is you're going to hit the switch, then you're going to run down and hit the P-switch on your way down, and then you're going to run to the right. You can take a hit as well. That's why you've got a fire flower. You just need to be big by the time you're down to where the icicle is. So hit the switch, then hit the P-switch, then just run to the right. Cool, that's good enough. Then climb the vine.
So what is all of that done?
All of what that has done is it's disabled a switch insurer.
Got it.
There's usually a switch insurer that goes off right now, which makes sure we're in red state now. But what that's done is it's disabled that switch insurer that you see down there.
Got it.
Now, have a guess what you do here.
I jump in the pit.
You did not jump in the pit.
Damn. I don't know, actually. Is it
you
just jump
do a
across?
Coyote time jump. Nope, Coyote time jump. Activate the thorn while staying up.
Okay,
it's
Marble.
not actually as hard as it sounds. It's not actually as hard as it sounds. I bet you're going to get it first try.
Okay.
See?
Great.
Okay, thank fuck. Not that first try. Okay, then just wait here and do nothing. The whole level does itself. Now just go to the right here. Then go down there. And don't get crushed by the screen scroll, because you can go down earlier than normal. And then go grab the goal. The one that's below you. I'm glad I specified.
Awesome. Yeah, you do need to specify. Why a complex dev exit? That's just what it's got to be sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't particularly complex. I like dev exits where you still go through the whole level.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, let's talk about the contraptions that allowed that.
Okay.
Let's start in the subworld one. Just go through the level chronologically, I guess.
So this one we just did.
That one we just did. Yep.
All this stuff we just
did. Here we spawned a spring and a fire flower. The spring was to allow you to get up to the pipe. The fire flower was to allow you to tank a hit from the bomb, which apparently you didn't need to.
The spring.
So the way that works. The spring comes from the clown car.
Here, like, thing.
Because that's the only way I can make it fly left.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes from a block, it flies to the right. I guess I could have blown open the scroll stop and then it spawned it just like from in the world. Yeah, I suppose I could have done that. So anyway, if you are in single player, then the progressive power up spawns a normal mushroom. If you're in multiplayer, even if both of you are small, it spawns the fire flower regardless, and therefore nothing happens. But if it is a mushroom, it falls down and hits that note block there, which spawns a winged parachute fire flower, which goes and hits that sideways spring and then gets sprung out to the left. And then it hit the progressive fire flower also hits that second note block, which pushes the sideways spring down through the icicle, which then goes and kills the clown car.
Got it.
Now this is really janky. You need to go load it all at once, which is why I told you to run onto the donut. But it can be janky, I don't care, because it's the dev exit.
For sure.
Especially because it's in the second room. Anyway, so you now have at least a mushroom. You've probably taken damage to the big bomb, so you're no longer a fire flower, but you've got the mushroom, and that's what you need to get up through these guys.
That you get through these, and then the cloud is also how you get through the mushroom.
Yes, and luckily if you do it properly, the cloud timer just about lasts.
Yeah, you do have to wait and do it a little bit late.
Well, no, you can just hold down and right throughout the entire section and it works. This is not going to work. You need to give yourself a mushroom.
So I have to wait for a little bit. Give myself as much time as possible with this thing.
Anyway, you just go up there and you hold down and left, down and right on your D-pad even if you want, and it always works. Awesome.
That doesn't matter.
And it doesn't mess with because there's a power down there regardless.
And then
this room does nothing special.
Just the same.
Yep, we can skip this bit. There's a bomb weight there. This next room, there's nothing special here either. You don't have to play this, we can just go skip forward. There's nothing special here, that goes to the skewer room. There's nothing special here either.
If you're big, you die though.
That would never happen.
It could have happened. If I hadn't taken damage from that, let me...
Well, I mean, yeah, in the level that never happens.
This is all the same as before.
Yep.
This,
however, when you go over here, yes.
This is just a switcher.
Yes. Yes, if you come here in single player, that fire flower is now a mushroom which rolls over, hits the note block, which pushes the spike ball which is rolling left, it pushes it into the switch. And there is a P block behind the spike ball, because if you get here when the P switch is still going, the conveyor doesn't convey. So it just goes, it rolls into the switch. So that's why I asked you to, that's why I asked you to wait out the P switch.
That makes sense.
Okay, so that just does the switch immediately when you get here when you're in single player.
So
then we come here.
Section.
Yes, this is all the same. So is this next one.
This room is also free.
This one uses some more progressive power-up stuff on the left here. And you can see what happens here. We've got a Tanuki, which pushes that spike ball. Right, the spike ball's rolling to the right. There's a semi-solid below there's a semi-solid overlapping the conveyor to the right side of the conveyor, which means as soon as the spike ball gets shoved by the note block a little bit, it continues rolling. This one is easier to demonstrate if you've got a door. So just place the door, I think. Or, maybe move the pipe a bit lower so you can see, I think. Yeah, because it's a bit far off screen. And lower as well, yeah. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, it's pretty simple though. That spike ball goes and just hits 2 of those, and it also kills the thwomp that does the switchback. And it's necessary that it kills the thwomp because otherwise it would switch back, and we need it to not do that as you're running to the right. And the reason we need it to not switch back, and we also need the P switch, is because of the switch insurer, which is near the pokies there.
Yeah. So this
the
allows
switch
you to
insurer,
get through this.
Yes, there's a brick block. Yes. There's a brick block underneath the spike ball switch insurer there, so if you get there on blue state and also there's a P switch running, then the switch insurer doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. That's just a coyote jump.
And then this room, if you go down left, there's a progressive power up. Yes.
And there's progressive power up here.
Yes, so the first power up goes into the claw as normal. The second power up can't go into the claw because it's already occupied, and it runs up and it goes up the conveyor, and it disables the switchback just using the same mechanism as before.
That's pretty simple.
And it also something it also does is it hits the note block below the claw. You see that note block below the claw?
Yeah, so it boops the spike ball down.
It pushes the plate.
Oh my god, I thought this was a testing setup. No, this is part of the fucking dev exit. It pushes this through the seesaw and then hits a thing which it activates the hidden block detectors. It
activates the hidden block detector, the one that's further up. So it blows open the wall.
It blows open the wall immediately. Yes. Okay.
And then we scroll to the right on blue state instead of red state.
Yep.
And then
so you don't need this swamp to get you down.
You don't need that. Well, I mean, you're in the lower path anyway.
Yeah.
And then there's a lit bomb near the clown car.
That's this bomb right here, and that
only spawns if you enter in blue state. Yes, it blows up in the scroll stop, which causes the claw to load, which causes the teleporting spike to happen, which opens.
And you don't heal the scroll stop. That's just open.
Yeah, I don't heal it. It's just open now.
But who cares? You're getting the gold. Sick.
And that's the div exit.
And it's largely the same from the checkpoints, right? Like,
it's exactly the same from the checkpoints.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you want the world record on these levels, very briefly during the time that they're up, you now know.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Does anyone have any questions before we go? Do you have any
Anything
questions?
you saw
Janine?
that we didn't explain.
Yes. Is there anything that you want to know?
I think there was a question about why are these offset, but I'm no longer interested in why things are offset here. It's just it's just that's how it is.
Which specific offsets? Like I did tell you that there's a story behind each custom offset block. There's a reason
I think
it had
it
to be
was the
that way.
conveyor.
It's like the conveyor. Okay, the reason that conveyor is offset is because you see the mole there. It's got a hard block below it, and that hard block is also custom offset. By the way, it's just like 1 pixel to the left. Actually, no, I lied. No, that's not true.
It looks
no, it was originally. I think it still is, but it never needed to be that way because the mole dies anyway. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting distracted. The reason that conveyor is custom offset to the right is so that when the hard block blows up that's below the mole will still be on ground and it'll be on that conveyor. Well, not the mole, the muncher that falls off the mole.
Yeah.
The muncher destacks from the mole, the muncher lands on the offset conveyor and it goes to the left and then it crushes the cloud car, which causes the Lakitu cloud launcher to go to the right.
And you can't have the mole be on the conveyor because moles on conveyors don't work with detectors. They need to be on.
Yes, moles on conveyors don't do the mole detector thing. So it needed to be on a non-conveyor block.
To do a semi-solid.
Yes, it is.
Also, you needed the muncher to actually hits.
Yeah, so that's the reason that only an custom offset would work there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if there was a lot more space, there would be a lot more ways to do this, but there isn't.
Yes, space was at a premium here.
No, for sure.
Any other questions?
Foggle says, Dear Strongbat, how do you make levels with boxing gloves on?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Any other questions, or do you want to know the story about any other custom offset blocks? Because they all do have a story.
Zoom out here.
Sure. I've got a question for you, actually, Janine.
Yes.
What is your favorite room, and what did you enjoy most watching on the stream?
What's my favorite room in terms of watching on the stream? I think the one I really like this opening. This opening room is great. I think my favorite rooms are going to be from this level, just because this level went so well. This thing with the dolphin made is fantastic.
It is great. It's a really good concept.
Yeah. That's very high on my list. This was great here. Yeah, and then the other subworld. This was a thing that needed to be done. It was good.
Yes, I'm amazed that one went as well as it did, actually, because that entire one-up room was rushed in a single day. Because Wilfred and someone else. No, it's Three Good and Ellerin were. Ellerin took the train up to Three Good's house one evening after work. Well, after Three Good's work. Ellerin is very unemployed. One evening after work, Ellerin took the train somewhere in California over to Three Good's house, and they play tested the levels. At that point in time, the first 2 levels were done, but this level was still at a 1.5 rooms left. That was the one-up room was completely like it didn't even exist as a concept. I didn't even know what kind of room I wanted to do, so I quickly thought I was researching clips for the interview segment, and I saw the Carl's trash can thing, and I thought, Yeah, that would work good in multiplayer. So I quickly.
It did. It worked really well.
It did. Yeah, I did. I brainstormed like what kind of space you would have, and then I quickly built something, and it mostly stuck. Yeah.
Pujet asks about the offset one ways behind the thwomp that doesn't quite touch at the end room. Is that this guy? These offset one ways?
This one? Yes. Those are both manually offset or custom offset, whatever.
And that's just because you needed the thwomp to be custom offset. So one of the things that we...
Yes.
I can just save some sprites.
Something I also completely forgot is that I needed to save one ways in this main world because I was at... You see, it's not because I was at the limit of one ways, it was because I was at the ELB. Because you see how many things are in the finale room. I was basically at the limit, which meant I couldn't spawn any new things from blocks.
So this is actually, even in glitchless levels, this is actually really good tech. If you have a centered thwomp, there's ways to get thwomps to be very precisely offset. So you can center a thwomp, that's fine. That's going to be, you know, oh my God. Yeah. That's going to be a certain amount offset, right? And so the position, horizontal position of the thwomp determines, right? But a thing that you can also do is you can put a one-way like this. What the fuck is happening? Oh, I let Twitch.tv's homepage on and it starts playing audio. I do not understand how they do that. That's supposed to be impossible. That's like, they're like breaking web conventions and stuff. I don't understand. Anyway.
I mean, there are worse conventions you could break. The Geneva Convention.
True. So a one-way is placed like this is going to clip the thwomp slightly left. You see that? I'm going to turn off. So thwomp flips slightly left, yeah? You can flip the thwomp slightly right. Because one-ways have this clipping property. Things that are almost through them kind of clip all the way. Because they want to avoid confusing situations. So this is sort of normal tech with thwomps that we've used for years and years.
Yes.
If you want it to be even more precise than that, there are ways, like you can have like fire bars come and like push them to fairly arbitrary places and various note block nonsense. But Marble doesn't have the sprites or the space to do that, so he's just put an offset thwomp here and then put an offset, or sorry, a normal offset thwomp here.
Not quite true either. Both those both that thwomp and that Bowser Jr. are exactly 1 pixel higher, because that thwomp shouldn't be able to see you when you're standing on the brick blocks over there.
Got it.
Like if that thwomp was normally placed, it
normally you would not. This thwomp would not be able to see you.
But it's actually 1 pixel higher, which means POW can't kill it either. Interestingly enough.
Amazing. So why is the one-way there then, if you've already manually offset the thwomp?
Because it needs to be manually offset. The thwomp moves horizontally.
Oh, it needs it. Yeah, so it moves horizontally and then it needs to snap back to a very specific spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also do that with the one-way that's behind that parachute spike wall. Like if you just delete that parachute spike wall.
This guy. Oh my God.
That one.
What is this? No, Marvel. What is this one way? And then the offset semi-solid is killing me.
To my recollection, that one way there is to to clip the fire flower just far enough right that when that blue block that's above the one-way switches, it doesn't poof the fire flower, it just pushes it off the edge of the semi-solid. I think. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember how this specific part of the level works now, but I just remember this bottom right corner of the room is the thing that took the most time in this room, because I spent, I would say, at least 20 or 30 hours just fiddling around with those manual offsets, trying to get it to do all of those things in all of those constraints I talked about earlier, within those basically 6 tiles of room there.
Amazing. Oh.
Any other questions? What took the most time in the whole level? The thing I just talked about.
Yeah. Literally this little corner of this little room.
This little corner, yes.
Okay. I am exhausted. We've been on for 8 hours. So
Oof.
I would like to do a raid.
Shout out to Marble for somehow being alive after all of this, says Shade. What makes you think I survived it? I'm not sure I did. I lost a little part of me in Minnesota.
I left my heart in Minnesota. Okay.
Yeah, let's figure out someone to raid.
You got Shoved is on, Gooch is on, Black and Proud is on. None of them are playing Mario Maker 2.
There's an advert. Actually, I'll snooze the advert.
Yes,
that's a good idea.
Let's go say hi to Black and Proud.
Awesome.
Black and Proud is playing Mario World ROM hacks and popped in earlier to try and understand what was happening here. So it's up to you all to explain all of the stuff that you saw here. Make sure
exactly it's going to be on
Black
the test.
and Proud understands it.
Yes.
And our raid message is what was the quote we added? How does this even work again? -- marble. And then we're gonna do a forkless.
Yes.
There you
okay,
go.
And last thing before we leave, I want to thank everyone for sticking around for part of this.
Hell yeah.
I also want to thank everyone for their massive support through this trying time.
And can we get some love in the fucking chat for Marble, who
No, shut up.
You shut up. You went all out on this, and this is an engineering marvel that I think we should appreciate for sure.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
All right.
See you later.
We will see you folks later. Thank you for sticking around.
All right. Cheers. Give our best to Black and Proud.
You do that.
Yeah.